What's going on, goblins? We're kicking it off here. Tournament starts in just a minute. We'll start getting our some lobbies together. Let me go get the link for all the people who don't know how to post replays. If you're watching and playing today, you can check out this video and it'll give you a how-to. Slick, and let me get some lobby codes. Sweet. What factions are playable today? Is everything unbanned, or is it are there limited factions? No, everything's unbanned. Okay, hell yeah. To be fair, the new player tournaments don't need nearly as many restrictions. IMO, just because most new people aren't super tuned on to all the super hyper meta stuff anyways, which is really nice. It's one of the things that I love about casting a lot of these tournaments, is not nearly as much pure sweat. And you still get super high level games between people. Oh, I gotta restart. I forgot to turn the map pack on. Lamau. How's everything been for everybody? Hopefully it's all going well. It's been a pretty laid-back week for me. I took a nice little break from streaming all the time. I'm gonna be getting back into that soon. Hey, wacky builds work, dude. I mean, Inticity plays wacky builds all the time, and he does pretty well. Really, the thing that I feel holds true about domination mode on the regular is that execution's probably the most important thing. Oh, whoops, I didn't mean to actually get in here. All I want is to be able to spec. Here we go. We'll spec Torrent's first game. Let me make sure I get away so I don't give up the build. No, someone didn't make it in. That's so unfortunate. Always be sure to check in, guys, and keep an eye on the Discords whenever you sign up for these tournaments, because stuff is very fluid. You know, the website's amazing, but there's definitely a few drawbacks to it. One of them being that we can't really add people after the fact once a tournament is started. It's impossible, basically, the way that the back end is set up. to be able to do that. So if you don't check in before the tournament kicks off, you're kind of SOL. There's really not a lot that can be done about it. Alright, we'll see who... Jar Jar Jonks. Amazing. Excellent name. We'll see who they're playing. Rip Ninja. Nah, that's the perfect time to play Ninja. You do better than ever. Well, hopefully at least you had a good night out last night then. I gave up on the drinking during nights out game a while back. It's too much for me. I can't handle it. I'm a horrendous lightweight. Oh, 4 hours. Damn. Look, with 4 hours of sleep, it's either the most inspired builds of all time, or it's just an absolute mess from wire to wire. Let me bring y'all over for a minute. This is what the bracket looks like right now. What a good number of signups. I think this is the biggest new player tournament we've had in a couple weeks now. Yeah, we got Leggett in here. Who are the people I would be betting on to take this tournament? Agamenton did really good last week. Jinyi's been improving slowly. We'll see. I think they're playing Skaven again. Leggett would be the person that I would be betting money on to win this particular tournament. It's because Leggett's been a pretty regular character, appearing in a lot of the tournaments. And has had some success in some of the more advanced tournaments as well. So we'll see how that goes for them. Matt and I played like 3 games in a row on ladder about a week and a half ago. Cathay main. I am very curious to see if they're able to make them work here. You know, Cathay is really hard to play. It takes some serious skill and tactical thinking to get them to operate appropriately. One thing that I think would help Cathay out a lot beyond just getting like an actual melee infantry unit, which is their biggest problem, would be a little bit of a buff to like the radius in which Harmony is active, because it's so small. I think it's 35 meters right now. That's really brutal in terms of positioning. I feel like 55 meters would be a little bit better for them. I don't think it would be all that game-breaking either. Like, it's not... Cathay is not a regular conversation starter as overpowered in either Dom or land battles, even when they have Harmony active all the time. You did beat me. No! No! We need our Cathay reps, Matt. Please. That's okay. I won't hold it against you. Nurgle's fun. No, they're not a faction that I play well. They're a little too slow for me personally, but they can definitely operate nicely and get some work done. Holy crap. Okay, okay. So first game of the day is going to be Norska versus Tzeentch here. We got Village the Curseling, double Exalted Hero. God, and 3 chosen with halberds, which is absolutely gnarly. Heavy metal to the max, man. Oh my god, but there's Marauder Hunters with throwing axes on the other side over here. A few Warhounds in the opener. If the Warhounds are just used to cap points, I don't mind it, but Hounds are generally kind of terrible in Dom. Their leadership is just abysmal. So awful. You can't fight anything with dog units right now. I feel like they could get a leadership buff. I think they're at 38 right now. Getting them up to like 45 leadership at base would probably make them usable. Otherwise, they're just going to continue to be totally useless. I don't know how they are in land battles, though. They might be a little bit better there where they can stay back and chase stuff off. Where'd they go? Ah, they're over here. So it looks like Cole's going to be using them to cap the #1 objective, while Horsemen, Marauders, all these guys are probably going to be moving up and capping the other 2 objectives here. Very curious to see how the Marauder Hunters perform. They should absolutely feast against this build, truth be told. I mean, Chosen are going to get absolutely munched on by the AP missiles that the Hunters bring. And they're a good hedge against the shielded Chosen as well, because they have Shield Breaker. So even if you've got those silver shields, you're actually getting the missile block chance reduction. That's going to hit through those shields pretty effectively. And they just hit hard as hell. I mean, they got pretty strong missiles. Most missiles, even AP missiles like the Marauder throwing axes on the Chaos factions, don't have 22 AP on their weapon strength. Which is pretty crazy. And they have a really short reload time of 8 seconds. So they fire quick as hell, too. Skinwolf's gonna be moving up. We got a Fire Sorcerer. I swear there's some kind of weird bug with the, there's like an audio bug with the Northskin casters lately. Like, you can hear these, like, casting noises going off constantly near them. It's horrible. I don't know how to fix it either. I've, like, tried everything. I, like, updated the game and verified my files, and no matter what I do, every time I load it into a replay, you get these weird-ass noises with them. So the Chosen with halberds are going to be moving up here. I don't know where they're going to go, where they're going to have a whole lot of success. Some Blue Horrors moving up might be able to kill one of these Marauder Hunters before the main engagement starts, which would be pretty huge. Probably going to be very necessary for the Chosen to have any kind of success here. Village has Infernal Gateway and Blue Fire. You can probably use Infernal Gateway to delete the Marauder Hunters as well. The Exalted Heroes with Colossal Strike, they are on the discs. They will be vulnerable a little bit to Skinwolves, but they will be able to take models out pretty quickly on these Skinwolf units. Provided they don't get surrounded by infantry as well, they should have a pretty good time rolling around on the battlefield here. Wolfric with Lore of Boats, Hunter of Champions, and the Sword of Torgald. I'm surprised to see a Shaman Sorcerer of Fire, honestly. Metal Magic is a little bit better in the Tzeentch matchup, in my opinion. But did bring a spell that can do damage to the Chosen. Brought Flamestorm instead of Burning Head or something like that. And Flamestorm's honestly pretty good on blues and pinks because they have very big formations. You know, very spread out ones with a lot of models in it. And Flamestorm oftentimes will, like, do these funky little rotations, and it lasts so long, it can one-shot those units with the right timing. Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch coming out. Love these guys. Amazing unit. Very uncommon to see Tzeentch players bringing them for whatever reason. I've noticed that when Anticity did his Tzeentch stream, saw a lot more of them turn brought a few of them in a couple of the matchups. But they just having the overshield on the skirmisher units is crazy, but they also self-buff themselves with Warp Flame. They lower armor and imbue a weakness to fire damage. So all of the units over here are going to get absolutely rolled over by these guys with their missile attacks. And you can see down goes one Marauder Horseman. The Norscan Warhounds also just fold up immediately. There's that bad leadership that I was talking about. First engagement's not going amazingly for Norsca, but they are having a little bit more success in the mainline fight. They're close to losing one Marauder Hunter. I would guess Infernal Gateway hit these guys. You do need to overcast it for maximum effect, but getting these guys down to less than half health should be helping out Tzeentch a lot here. Two Marauder Hunters still online, one routing. Oh, the other one just randomly breaks. That's brutal, man. But there is one incredibly healthy unit, and they are feasting right now. Look how much damage they're doing to this Chosen. Oh my god, if there's no answer for these guys soon, they'll probably be able to ice one of these Chosen pretty quickly here. And that would be just a massive value trade win for Norsca that they desperately need right now. Hounds rallying here a little bit. I think that's a fresh Hound unit too. One of them is, at least. Or it just got away scot-free, but the Centaurs roll back in and they just flatten them all over. Really ugly trading right now on the flank fight for Norsca, but as I said, they're having a little bit more success in the middle here. This Chosen unit getting kited out. Very good micro from Cole on those Marauder Hunters. Pulling out of a combat. Wolfric taking a shit ton of damage here. Getting gooned by the Exalted Heroes of Tzeentch, as well as fighting the Exalted, not the Exalted Heroes, Village and the Chosen, who are just absolutely making mincemeat of him, dude. I mean, he is not going to be able to win any fights here. If you ever bring Wolfric and there's just too many counters to him, he's very squishy on the HP front. Just hold him back and use Sea Fang and Hunter of Champions when they're up, and then you can try an attack. Otherwise, it's best to keep him back and healthy, because if you lose your Lord as Norsca, Norsca's a pretty flimsy leadership faction, especially on their mobility. Like Ice Hounds and Wolves, as well as your own Marauder Javelins on the horses, have pretty poor leadership. If you rout off the field with your Lord, or they get killed, you're just losing 10 to 16 leadership that you really can't afford to lose out on. It's pretty brutal. We do have, looks like Tzeentch is probably going to be walking away with this game here. They are routing the Chaos Frost Dragon. You got to be very careful with dragons. Any Frost Breaths used? Looks like one Frost Breath was used. If these Chosen were a little bit less healthy, maybe Norsca would have a path into this game. Oh, beautiful Blue Fire coming down onto Wolfric. Oh my god, just brutalizing him. Takes out about the last 300 of his functional HP. I don't know how he hasn't routed yet. Holy crap. Wolfric hanging in here like a champion, but soon... he's got Rage on, that would be why. And Encouraged by nearby units. Any of these leadership effects wearing out will break him here, and he will be running off the field shortly. Oh, he just gets absolutely annihilated by the Chosen here instead, who have 1,500 value and 1,400 apiece. The third Halberd unit did get handled. Oh my god, and a Tzeentch army ability coming in. Honestly, really good positioning on it. Hitting everything here as it's trying to move in. So all the stuff that got engaged early can't really pull out safely. Everything else trying to pile in is just getting wrecked right now. Oh my god. Goodbye, Hounds. Goodbye, Skinwolves. Just beautiful play from Jar Jar Jonks right now, dude. Really good timing on the army ability. Great job of shutting down the missile play. Now, some of the missiles did get decent value, but I would be willing to bet that only one of them paid for themselves. Yeah, this one bad. Shaman Sorcerer of Fire got some good value. The Marauders didn't have anything to do this game. I mean, there's nothing for Marauders to fight in this army. They can fight these Marauders and the Blue Horrors, which they tried to do, but they got pushed out pretty aggressively by the Tzeentch mobility. And Norski, you can see over here, just consolidating up on the #1 objective. There is a very, very slim chance of them getting back in this game. It's going to take a lot of misplays from Jonks here, I think. If there even is an opportunity. The Chosen, again, being very healthy is probably the biggest issue that Norska is going to run into. Norska is honestly one of the factions that you can bring elite infantry against. There are some risks with that. There's Pit of Shades, as well as just like Searing Dooms on top of them. But generally speaking, if you've got good anti-large elites, it can be worth bringing them, like mixing a couple in, just because of the damage potential that they provide against the mobility. And if Norska doesn't win in the infantry engagements, and they're forced to play aggressively with their mobility into consolidated defensive positions, that's where they can really fall apart. And right here, they just get hit by an Infernal Gateway. All of the Hounds die. Again, there's a lot of Hounds in this build. Hounds are not useless. They are good at chasing stuff off on the cheap, but they have no combat potential. Especially not against any kind of armor. And they're just getting rolled over right now, man. Skin Wolves getting dog-walked back to wherever they're from. Poor guys, you know. They're a pretty cool model. They look cool. They've got that really old school, like 80s and 90s werewolf look, where they're more disgusting than they are sexy. You know, I don't know what was up with the early 2000s and trying to make all werewolves and vampires in media look nice. I mean, give me the old haggard-looking beasts from the depths of hell type of aesthetic, please. That's my personal favorite. Yeah, man. These Marauder Hunters with the axes could have been really strong, but Jonks did an amazing job of shutting those guys down early. The Blue Horror Focus Fire was excellent. They got pretty solid value here. One of them paid for itself and a little more. The Centigores did nice. We had some Screamers in there getting a little work done. Really, though, man, these damn halberds. You can see the one that got focus fired by this Marauder Hunter only got 200 value, but the other two more than made up for it. 2,400, 1,600. You can afford to bleed away a little value on one elite if your other two are going to carry the water for you like that. Village with 1,800. Village is honestly an amazing lord. The only thing that holds him back is his foot speed. But against Norska, where he's just a centerpiece unit, and you're bringing him as like, yeah, try and stop my Footlord type of character, and he can cast his big spells all game on the right kind of targets, he's gonna routinely get you that kind of value. Infernal Gateway is just gross. I mean, it deletes everything that it touches. From chaff all the way up to elite units. It's just got such a big radius and damage output that there's really not a lot you can do about it. Plus, it locks models into the vortex itself, so you can't really escape from it. Using it to full effect there. Jonks might be a sleeper for taking this tournament here after that performance. It's okay, Cole. GG's. Oh, is it from the Norskin Rage passive? I don't actually know Maximillionaire. If you know something that I don't, please let me know. I thought it was a bug with the Marauder Hunter, or not the Marauder Hunter, but the Marauder Caster, the Shaman Caster, whatever he's called. Where are these guys? Yeah, I thought it was the Shaman Sorcerer who's bugged out. Maybe it's the Rage combined with the like proccing from the spells or something. Because to me it sounds like magic cast constantly going off. I don't actually know though. Like I said, it's boggled me. It's defied my configurations trying to get it fixed. Alright, let's see if we got any other replays. If we don't, I don't know, I'll see if I've got one that's worth showing off here. I don't have any replays yet. Let's go to the battle board here. Ooh, this is a good one to show off. This is between two higher level players. Got Tom and Lord Chicken here. So, Wood Elves versus Empire. Empire has a little bit of an edge in this matchup, in my experience. They just have really good lures of magic they can bring. They can equal the number of archers that the Wood Elves have, and we just got a full crap stack. Looking like an early game campaign army here for the Empire. While the Wood Elves brought something a little more elite. Waywatcher Corps to hammer knights as well as kill infantry. Waywatchers are one of the few elite archer units where you can actually afford to use some of your volleys to clear out chaff. Because these guys hit hard as hell. I mean, they just delete everything they're shooting at. Add in the fact that they've got 24 ammunition. They just shred everything. It is awesome to watch Waywatchers go to work. Not very fun to be on the receiving end of it, but we'll see if Chicken's able to make this game happen here. I have watched this one. I'm trying not to spoil it ahead of time. Arrow of Kurnus on both of the Waystalkers. Very cost-effective heroes. We've got 3 Glade Riders grabbing the number 3 objective here. And we do have a Flock of Doomcaster. The Spellweaver with just the bare bones kit. These guys are great because they're so cheap. You don't really want to go too elite with your lords, oftentimes as the Wood Elves. Man, beautiful first Arrow of Kurnus. And the other one on the other side here, getting some pretty good damage as well. Lots of value on these Waystalkers right off the bat, man. 170 here, 232 on the other one. Anytime you can maximize the value out of your abilities here is just a good day for you as a whole. Spellweaver dropping a Flock of Doom, does blow herself up with a miscast. It's a lot of damage on a very squishy model, so Tom's going to have to be very cautious about it. In the future, can't overextend your Spellweavers. They just get wrecked by missile play. Any kind of cavalry is going to kill them also as well. Wild Hunters of Kurnus screaming up the field through the woods, looking to arrive on this back objective and potentially ice out any units that might be trying to resecure this for the Empire. There are some archers here who can poke away at the Glade Riders, but Tom's doing a very good job of stalling the cap right now. Probably should just hang out here a little bit longer. The archers weren't really threatening these Glade Riders. You probably could have kept all 3 of them at the edge of the point here. Literally just camping on the line to slow the cap down an extra few seconds. It honestly can make a huge difference. The longer it takes for your opponent to secure their first objective while you've either got them triple or double capped, is going to put you in a very strong position because you can value trade way longer as long as you're holding early caps. Retreating back a little bit, moving the Waywatchers off the point as well as getting the Waystalkers back with the Spellweaver. Again, I don't know how necessary. Empire's only got some Spearmen and Swordsmen here, and they weren't really advancing, so you can, again, line camp here and hold that cap a little bit longer, because the archers are very out of position. Like, they're all the way back here. They really need to be a little bit farther up in the formation. Otherwise, these 3 Spearmen and the 1 Swordsman are just going to keep getting farmed right now by the Wood Elves. And it's very important not to fall too far behind in the early game. Like, it's not devastating giving up this much value, but if you start actually losing significant portions of your army, that's where you can run into some serious issues. We got 1 Swordsman out here, gets shattered by the Waywatcher volleys, just absolutely wrecking those guys. Hawkeyes of Drakira are really nice because they have a discourage effect. they're the ones who can cause these kind of shatters on infantry units if they break for the first time and they've taken significant enough damage. It drops their leadership well below the breaking point, and that's what causes a shatter on a unit that you could otherwise heal up and hasn't routed before. So Waystalker's still poking in, just dropping those arrows of Kernus, just doing massive damage to these archers. I would like to see it used on the Flagellants instead. You know, the spearmen and the swordsmen are really not that big of an issue for the Wood Elves. You can always just use your cavalry to get rear charges onto these guys and just wreck them. They'll rout away because they've got pretty poor leadership. 60 is better than a lot of stuff. Like, most chaff have well below 60 as their baseline. That's still not all that much if you really think about it. I think that the Flagellants would be more important. Because Flagellants are unbreakable. They trade okay into Dryads as well. So when you bring all of your infantry clear out, the Dryads are going to have a much rougher time fighting into Flagellants than they would into Swordsmen, who they're going to just beat all day and in droves, too. Waywatcher Volley hits these Empire Knights, gets some good damage, but they'll probably get a nice heal from the Jade Wizard here, who's got Earthblood. There is Awakening of the Wood here. Awakening of the Wood is very underrated in my book. Much more powerful than people give credit for. It's got a slow on it, and it does a bunch of damage to unarmored targets, so against Eternal Guard, Dryads, and especially against Waywatchers who only have 15 armor, it's going to do wonders for the Empire. Trying to get on top of these units, as well as just value trading a little bit against them. Glade Riders jump back out here to get on this point, but I think this is a little bit of a mistake. You got these Free Company militias shooting you, and now Empire Knights are coming over. This little Wombo combo is going to be a little too much for Glade Riders to handle. Empire Knights with their heavy armor absolutely flatten Glade Riders. It's not even close. It is a brutal trade for the Wood Elves. Big swarm of infantry moving up on the number 1. Empire Knights over here actually get a good charge on the Eternal Guard. They did move forward a little bit, and Chicken, watching for that, just jumps on them immediately and gets a great charge through. Flattening over those guys. Flagellants engaging onto the Dryads. Dryads getting some really good damage initially, thanks to their reasonable charge bonus and good weapon strength, but the Flagellants being unbreakable, they're eventually going to just grind this Dryad unit down to nothing, and especially with lots of Earthbloods here to keep the Empire infantry models healthy, it's going to be a really hard clear for the Wood Elves. Dryads, Waywatchers, fighting these Spearmen. Hawkeyes of Drakira, again, man, crushing the leadership on these guys. This is where you just bring out like a cheap cavalry unit just to make sure those guys don't rally. Unsummoning the Waystalkers. It's definitely a move. I don't know if it's the right one. Having SEs on the field to provide 3 capture weight onto positions and being fairly safe from archers is a big deal. And another thing you can do with SEs, if your opponent brought a bunch of spearmen and you got a lot of mobility, all you have to do to break bracing is just send your SE into the combat. The spearmen are then fighting, and they lose the charge defense, and then you can just run over them with a cavalry unit, and you get a full charge in everything. It's pretty brutal. Lost Sylvan Knights, a little bit slow on the reaction here from Tom, and they get nailed by the Knights of the Blazing Sun here. They don't have magic damage, but they've got a really high charge bonus with good weapon strength. And the thing about ethereal units, it's only 55% physical resist. It's a significant chunk, but they don't have armor. And their HP pools tend to be pretty small. Without healing, stuff like the Lost Sylvan Knights can really lose to shock cavalry, and it's not a pretty trade right now for the Wood Elves over there. They're starting to lose a lot of value on their mobility engagements. We've got the Glade Riders moving around. They're trying to get some work done. We've got some archers getting crushed here. And one Empire Knight does rout. The Knights of the Blazing Sun probably going to go down here, but a fresh Knight moving in and getting on top of the Wild Hunters, who have just gotten absolutely worn out already. Going to be routing here. The Lost Sylvan Knights got a reasonable amount of value. They're 2,050 gold, though. not trading too well, and gonna get completely flattened by these Reichsguard and Knights in conjunction with one another. Wild Riders over here find their way onto the archer line, getting some good damage on one unit. Good reaction, though, from Chicken. This is what you really need to do against hordes of cavalry. If you've got a big archer line, they're going to find a way in eventually, the Wild Riders here doing so. Just turn your archers around and focus fire with as many that you've got left on the field as possible, because you're going to mitigate their effectiveness just by gunning them down. Even if they kill one unit, this is an 1100 gold cavalry piece versus, what, like 400 gold archer. They're going to have to kill basically all three of these guys before they're getting their value back. If you can kill them before they sweep all your units off, that's really how you can get yourself into a winning position, just by pure value trades with low-tier units. Jade Wizard, just rolling around, is routed. I'm sure you saw the blast he threw down on the Wild Riders. That was a cheeky little use out of this little scroll that he's got access to. Archlector fighting with some flagellants, you know, providing the Grand Hammer of Sigmar as well as Grand Soulfire. Soulfire is pretty decent, man. It does some good damage. You can see it actually hits the Wild Riders pretty nicely here. Flock of Doom comes down. Not the best Flock of Doom, in my opinion. You should just save the Flocks of Doom for purely value trading against the cavalry that the Empire bring. Flock of Doom is okay against infantry, but it falls off pretty hard in terms of the effective damage it's doing. The reason it's so good against cavalry is because they've got small HP pools and small model numbers. So even if the damage is spread out on a 60 model unit, it's still more concentrated than if you're hitting something that's got 120 models. So the individual models get a lot weaker. So when you do engage, you're actually killing them a little bit more effectively with your melee units. And especially important when your opponent has healing on the field, like the Jade Wizard here, who's still running away, but will rally, presumably, here. As long as these Eternal Guard aren't nearby. So the funny thing is if your units are routing next to one another, sometimes they'll escort each other off the field. I don't know why that happens on occasion, but I've seen it happen a couple of times in game. Luckily for the Empire, they do get their caster back. Really good Awakening of the Wood. Archlector, a little bit stuck out here. Does have a few flagellants to help him, but looking a little vulnerable over there. Hawkeyes of Drakira and the Way Watchers have used all their ammunition, but their value trading's been a little unfortunate. Hawkeyes are 1450 gold, and they haven't really been shooting any of the Knights at all. They've really just been killing swordsmen and flagellants and spearmen, which isn't the most cost-effective trade in the world for them. The other two don't mind trading into those units. You know, they're much cheaper. Standard Way Watchers are 1150, and they've pretty much gotten their value back here, so well worth the expense of just shooting at chaff. It's really just the Hawkeyes who I would have liked to seen maybe a little bit more effort at trying to punish Empire Knights. Because this is the real villain of this matchup for the Wood Elves. The infantry can be really frustrating, and they can hold points for a really long time. But you really need to have the mobility advantage as the Wood Elves in pretty much every matchup, and it's really hard to achieve that when your opponent has pretty cheap, heavily armored cavalry, because they just flatten Glade Riders and Wild Riders. The low armor on both of those units leaves them very vulnerable to the shock damage. You can see, now that the Way Watchers are shooting the Empire Knights, man, I mean, you can just see how quickly those volleys stack up on these guys. Their bronze shields are helping mitigate some of that fire, but it's just not going to be enough to save them, and they're probably going to rout before they even get into combat here. Absolutely brutal, man. Empire, though, does have a ticket lead. They've been hanging on to these caps for a long time. They were even holding on to this back objective for a while. And the Wood Elves are not out of the woods yet here. You know, no puns intended. They've got some Dryads that they're going to have to throw up here. The Waystalker's trying to hang on to the #1 objective. But this Archlector and the Jade Wizard running around together. Couple of heals have been popped on these guys in the late game. We get one more Arrow of Kurnus going down. Decent damage on the Empire Knight. Empire out here. Wood Elves resecuring the forest, and the Lost Sylvan Knights coming back out again. Going to be trying to get some terror outs. That is another good selling point for them. As well as having Frostbite. Since they're ethereal, it's very hard to escape from these guys. Just because they're so fast. And they should have a pretty good time feasting in here, but Tom needs to move now. Cannot wait. Only has, what, 120 seconds before this game ends. You got 2 minutes to make this back cap happen. The Empire still has some infantry up on this #2 objective. Flagellants, no less, and they're not going anywhere. You're going to have to actually kill these guys. If you move too many units off here, they are just going to take this #2 objective away from you. Now, a little bit of a mistake back here. You're, like, pushing the Flagellants through. If you've got units not fighting an infantry unit in front of them, all they're doing is allowing the models here to hit them as they're trying to walk past. It's always better to make sure your stuff is engaging in value trading, in my book. Because you can usually hold on to points and cap them pretty quickly. It takes 20 seconds to get an uncontested cap with an infantry unit. With max cap weight. But there's nothing that you're going to be able to do if your units just like value trade themselves off the field by wandering through stuff. Fighting is always more important in my book. Man, these Huntsmen and the Flagellants being held off a little bit by those Glade Riders for a minute there, but the cap weight's just so solid. There's so much here for the Empire, and this is one of the things that can really screw you over when you're fighting against the Empire is just the Man-Tide hordes. They can just throw so much cap weight up onto objectives for very little investment. Spearmen are 325 with the shields. You got Free Company Militia, who are, I think, like 400 gold. Flagellants are 600. Empire Knights are 850. And, you know, it can cost a lot to get all these units out on the field initially, but once they're up on points, you've got just, like, 5-6 units up on here. You've got, like, 30, 40... even 50 cap weight present on an objective at any one time, just with a bunch of crap on the field. And Wood Elves have some pretty durable, cheap infantry, like the Eternal Guard and the Dryads. But outside of the Dryads, the Eternal Guard don't have a lot of damage output. And the Wood Elves just aren't able to get a good enough break here on this back objective. Lord Chicken able to win on those tickets there. Really nicely done. That's how you play a swarm there. You just stuff your opponent back and take ground, and by the time they're able to value trade your stuff off the field, usually they don't have time to get back on the objectives. There were a few mistakes here from Tom, but really well played outside of the blunder with the Sylvan Knights and the Wild Hunters of Kurnus. Everything else went really well, but that mid-game lapse in micro on 2 really expensive cavalry units, I think, is kind of what lost the Wood Elves this game. With just a little bit cleaner micro there, I think Tom would have been able to clean up his own home objective much earlier, as well as retake the middle a little bit faster and had more time to work on that back objective. Alright, let's see if we've got some of the some replays from folks now. No, we don't. I need to post people. Oh, we didn't get any replays. We'll find something else to do in a minute if we have to. plays near the entire Norscan army, not just the caster. I've heard other people say it's due to the rage passive. That might be true. Hopefully CA fixes it. It drives me absolutely insane in the middle of games. Hey, let's go. Oh, okay. JP posted the thing again. Here, we'll live cast a game. Somebody's actually got one ready to go for us, allegedly. For all you new players who are in here in chat right now, I'd love to, I like casting live stuff, but I'm also wary of lag since we don't have dedicated servers, so I like to do lots of replays as well from people's, like, rounds. And we can just, I usually try and cast every single one that I get my hands on for the new player tournaments, because I really want people to get feedback and time to show their stuff. So just drop them in the channel, and I'll get to them. Promise. Pinky swear even. I'm gonna go all the way out there on a limb for y'all. Slaanesh and Vampire Coast. Slaanesh is pretty gross against vampires. There's a reason Slaanesh is the most powerful faction right now in my book. Even with Seekers in what are they? The Heart Seekers band, you've still got Hellstriders to contend with. And just the fact that Slaanesh has immune to psychology on every baseline unit on their roster means that against undead factions, where the undead are usually able to clear out chaff pretty effectively just by scaring everything away, Slaanesh will fight to the absolute bitter end. They do not give a shit. And that makes them incredibly difficult to deal with. As well as having just really good mix-ups with their infantry compositions. If you over-prepare for heavy armor push from Chaos Warriors of Slaanesh, you leave yourself vulnerable to losing out because of a Marauder Swarm. If you over-prepare for Marauder Swarms, then you get armor checked by the Chaos Warriors, and just absolutely obliterated by them. Because Chaos Warriors of Slaanesh are low-key a really disgusting unit, without the proper counters on the field. ITP on a mid-tier infantry unit is pretty gross. And they all have it. And Hellscourge Warriors of Slaanesh have elite charge defense, so they damage reflect onto everything that engages them, which even on infantry fights can be pretty devastating. If you're an infantry unit and you've got a reasonable amount of charge bonus, and you engage onto a Hellscourge warrior, you can delete yourself pretty quickly, actually. Just because they reflect so much damage back in return. There's a lot to worry about against them. Another thing that makes Slaanesh really strong is the fact that they've got poison and 100 speed on damn near all of their units. So it's basically impossible to run away from them. What the actual fuck is this build? Holy crap. Oh, we're in for a wild one here. Honestly, this is the perfect build against the Vampire Coast here, though. Like, all these chariots against this gun line, they're gonna feast, honestly. As long as they don't get stuck, there's no mass here to stop them. They might just flatten the Vampire Coastlines here. Oh my god. Lots of Furies to fly in as well. Furies I'm not 100% on. I think you can just cut those and bring baseline Marauders. We also have a giant Keeper of Secrets here. Now, the Keeper of Secrets can be nice because it beats up on the elite crabs very well, the Rotting Leviathans. It can keep them in check pretty nice. Slaanesh doesn't have great shooting. This guy, though, is just an absolute master duelist. Probably one of the strongest anti-SE units in the game. Like, good melee attack, great melee defense at 60. Has a shield for a little bit of missile mitigation, but terrible armor. Can be poked down pretty effectively by even basic pistol mobs. Tons of weapon strength and a great bonus versus large, which is the real selling point. When you get up to 20, 25 bonus versus large, it's very rare that your units are not going to be consistently hitting a large target. Large targets generally have pretty low melee defense as well, which is why this Keeper of Secrets is so exceptional. Just because it's actually got a good amount of melee defense to hold it together in those fights. You've also got some heals, I believe, is the healing ability here. Yes, Feasting on Fear is amazing against the undead. Also good against, like, chaff factions in general, but especially good against undead, because undead don't run away. And once they start crumbling with their low leadership, that's proccing this ability, and you're immediately getting fat heals on your Exalted Keeper, so pretty good unit into all of the undead matchups. I think Nakari may be a little bit stronger than the Exalted Keeper of Secrets against vampire counts, specifically, as well as other demon factions, but the Exalted Keeper is a little bit less likely to get gunned down just because the Bronze Shield helps out a good amount. Nakari does not have a shield, if I'm not mistaken. And it's not the most damage resistance to small arms in the world, but 20% is 20%. You know, and you got the physical resistance as well to help out. It all adds up to being pretty nice. Chaos Chariots hanging out here with the Exalted Keeper. Slaanesh is going to play a very cagey game here, but they do get their number 3 objective early, which is really smart. Devoted Hell Scourge Marauders, you know. Slaanesh units are a little faster than the average, just because of the marks. Here it is. You get extra speed, you get Strider, immune to psychology, you just get so many good things. Strider's another thing that's very underrated. Terrain does not matter, so your large targets can take fights in the woods, and they don't get their speed and melee attack debuffed, whereas other units do. Just another little thing that adds up to making Slaanesh incredibly strong here. They're going to be hanging out here, getting some points before the Vampire Coast does. Vampire Coast just having this massive army, dude. Use should have a good engagement, but it is going to take quite a bit to get through all of this. I mean, it's a max stack build from Wani, and it's going to take some serious doing to get through it all. I mean, you got tons of bombs here. Bombs should be decent against the Hellstriders, Furies, and the Marauders. Not going to be very good against the Chariots. So, the engagements are going to be a little tricky for this Vampire Coast army, but they really need to get up on this point. They don't need to be hanging out back there on their home objective a lot. The more points they can get before Slaanesh is able to fully develop out their dive is going to be a big selling point for them. Oh my god, I got bloated corpses. Holy crap. Well, let's see what this bloated corpse can do. There's nothing over here that can dive it. They actually do pretty good damage to cavalry, as opposed to like Warhammer 2, where they're, I don't know what it was about their explosion that made them useless against like cavalry and stuff, but they didn't do anything back in the day. Now they'll actually kill this like Hellstrider unit if it tries to dive on them. Vampire Fleet Admiral comes out and has no support over here right now. This is not a good summon in. You can't just think you're gonna walk your unit back into your main army without any support against Slanesh. Gets Seductive Glory, actually, no Pavane. I mean, Pavane is here, but just using Seductive Glory and immediately sniping the Vampire Fleet Captain is really gross, man. That's a big loss for the Undead here. They have Captain number 1, that's really nice. They're finally getting some tickets going. Gonna get a little bit of a lead here. They could have capped it about 30 seconds ago. Believe it or not, that can make all the difference for you. These Furies make a big mistake from use here. Furies going in disjointed like this is never a good idea. Furies need to come in second. So what you do is you throw all your Chariots in first, then you engage the Hellstriders. Doing a good job of picking the right targets, but Furies come in behind it all and engage anything that you didn't get on with the initial engagement, or that you just need to shut down, period. Otherwise, they fly in and they get focus fired and they dissipate, and then they leave the rest of your army very vulnerable. We got a Slicing Shards coming down. Very interesting choice. It's mostly AP, it's all AP damage, actually. I've never loved the performance of this spell, but it actually gets some pretty good damage here. The Furies kind of getting iced out here. They're struggling a bit. The Hellstriders also not doing too hot. There's just so many bodies that they have to get through, but the Chariots are doing amazing work. They've been running over a lot of the infantry. They've killed handguns. They've killed a couple of pistol mobs. More handguns getting run over here. The Exalted Keeper is sitting pretty right now because all of the gun units are dead. Wow, and the Bloated Corpse does more damage to its own army than the Slaneshi one. Ouch. So, just a handful of misplays from both sides. But Slanesh is way more forgiving than Vampire Coast is. Vampire Coast is a very micro-intensive faction, in my opinion. It might sound a little wild, considering they're an undead faction with like really low speed, but that makes it all the more important that you stay in good positions and you value trade well with your range tools. And all the ranged is dead, which is a big problem for the Vampire Coast, because their baseline zombies, the deckhand mobs, and the zombie polearms are really awful in melee combat. They get no damage done. Like, this devoted Marauder's probably going to be able to beat this deckhand mob, then they'll beat the polearm, and then they'll probably still have some HP to work with to go and engage any of the reinforcements here. Wani's bringing out some depth guard. We've got gunnery mobs moving in, losing that caster. Another big issue for the undead here. Having that guy out on the field to have been dropping heals this whole time, as well as some extra summons, or just getting some chip damage in with some of the other spell casting. Like, casting Gaze into Gash on this Exalted Keeper would have been nice. I'm not sure what the spell kit was. He died before I could even figure it out. Luther Harkon is getting some damage in. He got a good Death Shriek over on the Chariot out here. Exalted Demonettes and Chaos Chariots running over more deckhand mobs, though. Didn't even get the back point there. They're just waddling way too slowly for all that. We got lots of Forsaken moving up. Forsaken really good against Vampire Coast. Harkon trying to kill the Exalted Keeper here, but man, those Slicing Shards have been doing a number on all the chaff here. They've killed a lot of models with that. Pretty impressed, honestly. Very rare that I see people bring Slicing Shards. Most people just stick with Pavane, and that's it. But having Slicing in the back pocket for big, unrampageable blob like all of this Vampire Coast army has been, honestly isn't a bad idea. Depth Guard and the Morn Ghouls with the polearms are able to clear up the Hellscourge Marauders back here. Not enough Morn Ghouls in this build, too. You have to have mass. If there had been any kind of mass to stop these Chaos Chariots, it would have made a big difference for the Vampire Coast. Like, just some animated Hulks in the middle of the formation, or a unit of Morn Ghouls to stop up the momentum of these Chariots, who have just been running over infantry all game now. They don't have amazing value, but every little bit helps. And just the amount of focus fire they've been attracting, as well as the disruption to the formations, has really allowed all of the Slaaneshi units to get in here and engage on their own terms and trade reasonably well. I mean, the big damage dealer has been this Exalted Keeper. Another Slicing Shards goes down, does massive damage to this gunnery mob, also does a little bit to the bombers. God, dude. And the Fury Swarms just diving in here and doing massive damage. And the bombers trying to peel a little bit. Again, killing more of their own allies than they are Slaaneshi units. Not doing a very good job of hitting anything here. What are they trying to shoot? Wow, they're trying to hit the Furies, and it looks like they're just bombing their own dudes on purpose, honestly. That's pretty brutal, man. Slaanesh has pretty much got this in the bag. They've got the #1 objective. They'll catch up pretty quickly on the tickets. It's not triple cap territory. They're well past the 500 mark before their opponent got to 1,000. Exalted Demonettes out here on the field. They're going to eat these Depth Guard for breakfast, dude. Gonna boy toy them to death. Oh my god. Death by Snoo Snoo. There's no way these Depth Guard are going to escape. They're way slower than the Demonettes are. Demonettes are basically a cavalry unit with their 54 speed. It's pretty gruesome how easily they get around the field and just get great engagements. They've got amazing stats. The only thing that holds them back is their squishy HP pool. It's still not all that low. It's about the same as a Bloodletter. They got great weapon strength. They debuff melee attack. They got devastating flanker. Soul Scent helps them out a little bit as well, because it gives them more melee attack and weapon strength when units are routing near them. Or wavering, I think. Yeah, wavering or routing. So they're just having a good old time over there. Ignore the damage values, they're a liar. It's been getting worse and worse, I've noticed over time. You can be down in value, and oftentimes they're just winning outright. It's especially bad in matchups where there are undead and demonic units because of all the crumbling. That's not reflected in the damage values. And the Vampire Coast have had an awful lot of units crumble out in this game. I mean, that's probably where a good, like, 3,000 or 4,000 value is not being reflected, is just in the amount of zombie units that have crumbled back into dust because of the magic wearing off on them. Luther Harkin has been trying his best here, but he's just so caught out. I mean, he can't really fight the Exalted Keeper. It's a little bit too risky of an engagement for him. But he also isn't finding a lot of success supporting anywhere else. He's gotten about 1,500 value, which ain't bad. But he's used all his ammo. He's going to have to land and fight on the ground from here on out. And I'm a little worried for him in those kind of engagements over a prolonged period. It's going to be really rough for him. Exalted Keeper is getting shot down by some pistol mobs. Like I said, man, 15 armor ain't shit. And there goes the Exalted Keeper crumbling out, which is nice for the Vampire Coast. That's going to help them a little bit. Maybe they can get some momentum back here. Killing the Lord is absolutely huge, because there's a lot of pretty tattered units out here on the field for Slaanesh. Yeah, they may not terror route or have their leadership lowered by the fear or anything, but they still get a -16 debuff from their Lord dying, which can make all the difference in the world. Luther Harkin landing on the Exalted Demonettes here with a Hornswoggle, killing some models, helping out the deckhand mobs here. More deckhand mobs moving up, and we've got a resurgence for the undead a little bit here. Mournguls have gotten amazing value, 1,700 doubling up already. Plenty of room to go. Gonna be fighting the Bringers of Beguilement. It's gonna be a tough fight for them, but they do have the chaff support here to make it happen. And they've got a good bonus versus infantry. These Mournguls are a nasty unit, dude. Great at clearing out infantry of any type. They're actually doing some pretty good damage to these elite Demonettes. It's going to be pretty rough. There's not a lot of other support over here. Like, getting these guys around and engaged on the rear would be nice. Princes of Perfection, Chaos Furies, and Devoted Marauders Spears still hounding the undead. And, yeah, the Exalted Demonettes, they're just doing fine. Luther Harkin is good against large targets and doesn't really clear out infantry very well. That's really holding back the undead here, and they're just bringing in swarms of chaff. And they're diving in a little too split. Like, every time you throw an undead unit forward, without gun support or Mournguls to sit on top of them, you're basically throwing away that gold value. Because they're not going to do any damage, and they're just going to feed the Slaaneshi army kills. And you can see here, the Bringers of Beguilement, they're just too saucy of a unit. They were able to kill the Mournguls. They've chewed through this polearm unit. They're going to get through these deckhand mobs. They'll probably kill this other deckhand mob. And look at their health, man. Just being chipped down like 1 or 2 at a time, basically. Farming it all up in the process. They've also got perfect vigor, so they never tire out. Which is really gross. I mean, it just keeps them at max efficiency the entire game. And they'll just keep on doing what they're doing, man. Hanging on to that #1 objective. And then we get some more Devoted Marauders of Slaanesh out on the #2 here. Furies overhead. The Undead, I thought maybe there was a chance since they got the Lord killed. I thought maybe they could get back in this, but it's looking a little too impossible. They don't have enough time. I don't even think any of these units would be able to reach the home objective before the game ends, even if they were going all out for it. Bomber mobs getting isolated before they can get any volleys in. Pistol mobs continuing to advance and fire. This is one of the selling points of the gunnery mobs with the pistols, is that they fire whilst moving. They can advance on a position and be chipping stuff down in the process, which is honestly pretty nice, and their range isn't terrible at 90. It's not great, but it's still something. A little bit more than your standard pistol variants. Slaanesh gets the win there. Very, very dominant win. They did a really good job of just pushing up in here and engaging onto that infantry blob effectively, and some amazing slicing shards casts. 2100 value, 518 kills on this Exalted Keeper of Secrets, man. Chariots were okay. Not all of them paid for themselves. One of them got close. The others did fine enough. They attracted just a lot of focus fire, as I mentioned. Furies were solid. The infantry did pretty nicely for themselves, especially the Exalted Demonettes, dude. One of the nastiest demon elites in the game. Probably the best. If I really had to put money on it, I would say Exalted Demonettes are the best of the elite variants of all the demon forms. It's really nothing that can go one-on-one with them and do well. They're just absolutely nasty. Here we go. Alright, here we go. People finally sending me some replays. So we'll start getting through these all and cover them. Not the game you just casted, lol. Thank you for, honestly, thank you for that little post-it. It's honestly really good to know. I would love to make sure everybody's games get casted and not miss out on an opportunity to cast something just because I make a mistake and think it's a duplicate replay. Let's get in here. I'm trying to think of what the Vampire Coast could have done differently in that game. I really don't know if there's a whole lot they could have done elsewise. Making sure that the caster doesn't get sniped for free is a big deal. That's probably the biggest one. And just having a little bit of mass come out Like, having some Mourngulls in the field earlier would have made a big difference, but it would have been really tough no matter what. Slaanesh is just brutal, man. They're so good at getting on top of factions and just choking the absolute life out of them. We got one of my matches against Matt's here. I think this is the one that he beat me in. Yeah, it is. This is on Hidden Oasis. We can watch that one a little bit later. Oh man, we got a Saurian build in here versus Slaanesh. We'll see how this goes. We got a lot of elites here. Oh, but we got the Anticity build coming in. I just realized this. This is what Anticity was using pretty much to a T. No Shredder, bringing the regular Saurian. Shredder of Lustria is a little bit better than the standard Saurian, the standard Dread Saurians, because it's got a leadership debuff ability on it that's active at all times. It ignores ITP, which is a big deal. A little silly in my book, but the regular Dread Saurians should be able to get some pretty good work done here regardless. We got the Solar Engine just for the perfect vigor that it provides. And the Pterodon Riders, as long as these rock drops are good, they're going to make mincemeat out of these Chaos Warriors of Slaanesh, dude. Nakari is going to be very dangerous for Mazda as well as the Dread Saurian. I doubt the Bastiladon's going to be engageable. As long as Mazda and the Saurian are nearby, its very slow speed means you can't rampage it out of position. You can always just rally back to it, and it's going to be really good for poking down Nakari at range. Probably should open up here if I were to give my 2 cents. Because Nakari, yeah, he doesn't have a shield. Wouldn't matter against the Bastiladon, but the Solar Engine with the magic damage and good weapon strength on its missile attack will actually do some pretty serious damage to the old demon here. Come on, do something. No, don't just wander in like this. Leggett, please. Good rock drop initially from the Dread Saurian. We do get a rampage onto one of the Pterodon Riders. Honestly, kind of worth it. Maybe not the best target in the world. And the Solar Engine, no, don't shoot those guys. Absolute worst target you could pick. Shoot Nakari, please. Nakari is going to get on top of this Bastiladon. I was just saying it's going to be hard to get on top of this thing. But Jotun just maneuvers around and, you know, Anime runs into this thing. Though it doesn't look like he's going to fight the Bastiladon here. Honestly, a big mistake. Killing the Perfect Vigor engine is going to make the Dread Saurian and Mazda a lot less effective here. Oh my god, and this Banishment. Oh, that's going to get so much value. Oh, filthy, filthy Banishment, dude. Oh, and it gets a pretty good rotation. Is it going to go perfectly around the line here? Oh my god, all around the world. Perfect Banishment rotation. Just completely deletes 2 Hellstrider units, and now Mazda and the Dread Saurian are going to just have a field day against these Armored Warriors. Nakari had a little bit of a chance to engage this Solar Engine, but has kind of lost that opportunity now. Ripperdactyls against Furies. If there were multiple Fury units, it would be a really awful matchup for the Rippers, but they get Harmonic Convergence, and they're in a one-on-one, so they should kill this Fury and still have a decent amount of HP left. You can see, just putting in tons of work. And, most of the damage that the Furies did was on the charge. Now that that charge bonus wears off, they don't really do much of anything to the Rippers after that. Mazda in a little bit of trouble against Nakari. Nakari hitting pretty consistently against the big boy here. But is starting to get munched on by the Saurian now. Pterodon Rider getting rampaged onto the ground. Another good charge in with the Hellstriders, but it's not the best value in the world from these guys either, man. I mean, the banishments on these two was just filthy. There's not a lot you can do about that, but these other Hellstriders are going to need to be used pretty expertly to get, like, max value. Another unit of Ripperdactyls comes in, and they do get a pretty good pinch here. One Ripperdactyl unit landing on Nakari, getting some good damage. The other Ripper landing on the rear of the Chaos Warriors and Hellstriders. The Hellstriders don't look like they're turning around and focusing the Ripperdactyls, which is a big mistake. Ripperdactyls just love hitting stuff from behind, where they just farm fat value on them. And Nakari has nothing to do here. He is not going to be able to beat any of this blob. The Lizards are just going to value trade the Slaaneshi army off the field, maybe. Now, they do have a triple cap. That is the one thing that they're going to need to bank on here. Keep Nakari alive. Don't let your units get the leadership malice from losing your lord. And just play like hell to stall on objectives. Grinding into an army like this is kind of hopeless. I mean, there's really nothing you can do in melee against this blob. It's just too juicy and thick. I mean, Mazda's a big boy, you know. And he drops a beautiful net here. Stopping Nakari before he can get in with the Witstealer Sword is 1k weapon strength. Oh, that sucks, dude. That is a big blue balls moment for Slaanesh. They're wishing they could get into this combat right now, at the right time. Chaos Warriors of Slaanesh with the Hell Scourges moving in. They're doing alright. We get the Scarvet moving up, running over poor Nakari here. Tattered Remains of Infantry moving up now. But look at old Mazda Mundi rolling in here. Gets a beautiful side charge onto the Chaos Warriors. The Red-Crested Skinks not even engaging. They're just cheering on the big dinosaurs, you know. They're getting hype. You know, being intimidating, I guess. Looking fly as fuck with their red crests and cool hammers. I love the little cudgels that they carry, man. Very cool aesthetically. Fury's fighting in here. We've got some Pterodons. Oh, no, these are Ripperdactyls, actually. Landed on the ground. Grinding out some pretty good value, 1100. That is about how much they cost. Very, very impressed by this Legatus build. Pretty well executed, but still needs to get points. Doesn't have any supplies. Jotun has a shit ton of supplies. I would just be bringing out some Hellstriders and some infantry to get up on these points. Just to try and stall the caps. Running away with Nakari for the rest of the game is probably what you need to do. Do not throw Nakari into that blob. He's got 1000 HP. He ain't getting anything done. Oh, but his ability actually procs there. Harvester of Souls. This is much stronger than the Feasting on Fear. Because Feasting on Fear gets up to 0.4. Harvester, if an enemy unit dies completely within a radius around Nakari, he gets the 0.4 period. I don't think there's even a cooldown on it. Is there? Where is it? Here it is. No, it's got a 15... Oh, wow. 15-second cooldown? How punishing. So he'll be able to run in and potentially get another proc on that soon. Probably going to need it. Bringing Furies out. I cannot recommend enough not to bring Furies out in a situation like this. You bring Furies out when you know that you need to counter a flying unit. Otherwise, they're a little bit of a waste. They don't have any cap value. Although they might be good for rear charging the Coldwind Spear Riders here. Coldwind Spear Riders are kind of terrible in this matchup, unfortunately. They're a really good AP anti-large cav, but they're not very good against the mobility of Slaanesh. They do okay against Hellstriders, but even there, it's a little bit of a an evenish trade. And then you add Fiends into the mix, and it's just an absolute stomp, dude. They're just getting munched on right now, too. Already lost 6 models. They're not fast, either. 66 speed is pretty slow for a cavalry unit. And Slaanesh has 100 speed across the board on their mobility for the most part. Fiends are at 95. Which is, honestly, pretty slow for a Slaanesh unit when you're talking about their mobile game. Look at these poor Coldwind Spear Riders, dude. This is what happens with a lot of people. You don't need to run away here. Just leave them in. Like, just let them grind out whatever value they get. It's not going to be good, but running away like this... Yeah, you can maybe bait your opponent into a counter charge back here, but you just lost like half the HP on this cold one for absolutely nothing. You can't run away from Slaanesh mobility. You might as well just engage against it and try and get whatever value you can. And, like, they've either got poison or they're just faster than you. You know, they've got all these nasty debuffs. Mazda Mundi and the Dread Saurian scaring things away from the number 1. The number 2 did get taken by the Lizards. Lizards hanging on to the number 3 here. Nakari did not cap this point, and we do have the Star Chamber Guardians out on the field. Hell yeah. I love the Star Chamber Guardians. They're really strong, man. If they're on top of a hero or a lord, they're unbreakable. So, really good unit against Slaanesh, which does want to terrify stuff away. These guys just become a disgusting bulwark against demon factions. They're so good. I love them to death. And they are getting on top of some Hellstriders, killing them. Fiends rushing onto the rear of the Star Chamber Guardians, though, with just a fast swarm of Furies landing on these guys. They might get overwhelmed by numbers here. And it's worth remembering that they are outside of the radius for Eternal Duty right now. They could tear route to Nakari, which would be pretty devastating. They're a 1,550 gold unit. They aren't trading horrendously, though. I mean, they're killing a bunch of the Hellstriders. They're not doing bad against the Furies either. Furies push past, though, to get after the Ripperdactyls. This might be where Slaanesh is able to win, is if they just keep bouncing between points. They're getting so thin. Like, Jotun back to having not that many supplies. Fiends are getting worked down steadily, but surely. Furies and Hellstriders doing okay here. They kill the Ripperdactyl. They don't kill that many they don't kill any models on it, actually. I don't know how many more Apotheoses Mazda has available for himself, though. Might be a little hard to get value there. Where's the cap weight for the Lizards, dude? Like, they just don't have any. This might be the only thing that I'm not loving about this build, is just like a bunch of Rippers. You've already got a bunch of Pterodons. Maybe one Ripperdactyl is okay, but I think bringing 2 is a little too much. Especially when you've already committed to a big SE blob. It's going to have pretty poor cap weight. We got Sacred Croxagores moving up. The Red-Crested Skinks are nice. The Star Chamber Guardians. I mean, it's just so many expensive units. Like, just Skink Jab spam onto these points, honestly, and you'd be doing much better. You don't need tons of AP against the Slaaneshi forces when you've got the Shredder and the in Mazda Mundi and the Solar Engine. And Javelins, the Skink Javelins are so cost-effective. Easily the best Lizardman unit. As crazy as that is to say, they're 450 gold and their Javelins do a ton of damage. Lizards hanging on to these points. Let's, we'll go ahead and start fast-forwarding through this. Slaanesh does have this point. So close. If Slaanesh caps any objective away from the Lizards, it's game over. Barely hanging on to the number 3. Oh, Slaanesh flips to the number 3 again. And I think the Lizards are going to lose this on cap. They've traded really well, but damn, dude. Oh, that's brutal. Lizard's going to lose because they weren't able to cap the objectives away. Alright, if you want to keep the Ripperdactyls in this army, fine. Get rid of the Spear Riders and the Star Chamber Guardians and bring out a bazillion Skink Javelins. That's like the only thing you can do to hang on to objectives with this kind of a build. Like, you can value trade for days with these big SEs, and that's kind of what we saw here, but if your opponent just says, I'm not going to win that fight, I'm just going to go do something else, that's where you get into real trouble. As the Lizardmen. So, very unfortunate loss here. Just not able to crack the entire army off the field. And Slaanesh just stayed patient and didn't get discouraged from the bad value trades. We'll come back to this one. We just saw Slaanesh versus Vampire Coast, so let's get a little something different in here. We got Nurgle, Lizards, Slaanesh, Skaven. Let's do some Dark Elves Warriors of Chaos. This is a pretty fun matchup, and this is a pretty insane build. we've got a high Beastmaster with a Master and a what is this? A Shadows Caster? I think that's the Shadows icon with double Cold One Knights, a Charybdis, and a War Hydra. We'll see how it works. You know, the Soul of Damnation's usually better against infantry, but it can shoot SEs as well as Elite Cav and get some pretty good value. Oh, it's Flock of Doom. Okay, so it is Beast Magic. Shadows Magic for the Warriors of Chaos here. They got the Manticore, they got Pit of Shades, they got Melkoths. Very good spell choices for the Dark Elves since they do tend to go pretty mobility heavy. Oh, these Cold One Riders are going to have an awful, or Cold One Knights are going to have an awful time of it with Melkoths being cast on them all game. Any Elite Infantry you got Pit of Shades for. The Charybdis and the War Hydra will be kind of tough to deal with. They're pretty vulnerable, though, just to steady pressure, especially the Charybdis, which doesn't heal. It's got Abyssal Howl and a bunch of missile resistance, which is its selling point. Hydra obviously has heals. It's got pretty substantial healing, too. As long as it doesn't just get, you know, completely iced out once it gets below 50% HP. It gets this, Another Takes Its Place ability, which heals 12% every 60 seconds. So it'll healing cap itself, as long as you don't let it die or get routed. Fiery Breath will be nice against Chaff, maybe even against the Chaos Trolls. And we got Dark Riders moving up, looking to get after the Soul of Damnation, which is going to be moving into the trees here. Soul Devourer actually procs, which gives it reload speed when enemy presence is within range. It fires every 5 seconds when this is active, which is actually kind of insane. Very quick firing unit. Good Melkoths and good Hellstrider play. Immediately shuts down the Dark Rider pressure. Agamemnon's going to have some trouble here. You do got the number 1 and the number 2 objective here. Warriors of Chaos, they're moving up slowly. Getting up on the number 1 now with some Marauders. Chaos Armored Trolls. Lots of Trolls, man. I don't hate the Troll selection. They're very vulnerable to AP missiles and cavalry. Something that the Dark Elves can bring in droves. You don't see a ton here. These Cold One Knights going to get a really nice charge onto the Marauders here. Going to do a ton of damage. They have a really good charge bonus. With that AP, they get a decent chunk of damage in there. Not the biggest charge I've ever seen from those guys, though. Honestly, a little limp from what I was imagining and expecting. The SE blob engages onto the Marauders here. We get a lot of buffs being popped. Beast Slayer, Stains Your Ground. Damn, dude. Keeping everything nice and sauced up on the melee defense is really nice. And this Charybdis is going to be a nightmare for the Chaff-centric army and the Chaos Trolls. Lowering leadership constantly. It's going to get a lot of tear routes here. Trolls already running away. Marauders, tear route, and then just proper route here. The Master and the High Beast Master on the Manticore going to be able to skirmish this Blood Beast now. They got a little bit of Dread Spear support. Dread Spears are really good at poking down Blood Beasts. I love Blood Beasts, but the matchups where people can bring super cheap spear units tend to be the ones where they struggle the most. So, Dark Elves are a little scary for them. Skaven can be a little rough at times. Beautiful breath attack, honestly. It gets a nice chunk of damage on these Marauders. War Hydra with not a ton of value, but man, look at the Charybdis with that leadership debuffing. Just hounding down these Chaos Armored Trolls. Honestly, I'd really love to see a death magic sorceress with Doom and Darkness to further debuff leadership. You can probably just tear out and leadership bomb entire armies with that combo. That would be something to experiment with. That might be the only thing that I would say would be worth looking into for Agamemnon for the future. Soul of Damnation's really hammering. Oh, and we finally get a good answer for all the large targets on the field. We get the Rotting Riders out here. Good damage on those Dread Spears from the Soul of Damnation. It's got an okay value. Nothing too insane. Steady and incremental is the name of the game sometimes. It's just got tons of ammo. Used a fair amount of it up. Need to make sure that you select your targets appropriately with it. You do actually have to micro this thing, or it'll waste a ton of ammo on targets that aren't really worth firing in at. Good engagement onto the Tattered Cold One Knight remains here. Good damage in return, though. That regeneration's going to have to put in a lot of work here in a minute. Not dropping any models and killing both units. What you do is you just pull these guys back for a little bit now. Like, literally just leave them up here in the trees and let them regen to as close to full as you feel comfortable with. Oh, maybe they don't have time, though. Oh my god, look at this, dude. Oh, that's gross. This SE blob, leadership bombing all of the Warriors of Chaos units over here. Okay, so what you can do here, you cannot kill this blob with what you've got here, right? Don't have the right kind of units. You're just going to rout away. Never going to be able to get any damage in worth talking about. What you do is you keep your units on the corners, and you just try and run away from the single entities. And then if there's just an overwhelming number of them, you do what's going on back here, and you just jump onto the other points instead. Just go wherever the blob isn't and kill the rest of the army. Don't even bother trying to engage it. Don't try and hold all 3 points. Big mistake here, not capping this objective up. Very painful for the Warriors of Chaos over here. That is a big blunder. It's going to give the Dark Elves time to develop out more units, while they still technically hold a double cap and start to catch up on the points. Oh, come on, Warriors. Please recognize this, man. They do move back. Okay. So they are probably going to capture it. No, they don't. The Cold One Knights get up on this point in time. Able to hang onto it for the Dark Elves, man. And these Marauders getting shot down by the Black Ark Corsair Handbows. Handbows, very underrated unit. They've got good combat stats. They beat a lot of chaff infantry units, as well as being able to chip away at bigger targets with the repeating handbow that they fire fairly quick. Well, I mean, 12 seconds, honestly, that's not that fast. But they've got pretty good damage output since they've got decent AP, and they fire 2 missiles out of it. They can definitely work down stuff like the Rotting Riders pretty nicely. Rotting Riders on top of the Master here, but that'll stand your ground given a lot of good melee defense buffs, making it very hard to finish off a lot of these SEs. And more terror routes going down, man. The Warriors of Chaos trolls have been awful this game. They've just had no luck engaging in these combats. Troll over here, regenning a little bit, hanging out with the Marauders. Really need to support the #1 objective over here, though. Just continuing to throw stuff in here is just not a good idea. Just give up on this point and go over here to try and kill all of the infantry that's out on the field. And you'd have a much easier time of it. Soul of Damnation gets a beautiful shot on these poor handbows. Oh my goodness. Huge damage onto those guys. Pit of Shades going down on the other handbow. Really good magic selection here. Really good use out of it so far from Jesse James. This handbow is going to be basically dead by the time this wears off. Oh my god. Only 1900 HP left. This is where you get in and charge these guys down. Because you can terror route them. Then you can get whatever you've got left out onto this point. Rotting Riders over here fighting the War Hydra mostly. The Charybdis staying away from the Rotting Riders and profiting immensely by munching on these Chaos Armored Trolls. It's actually gotten 1,500 value. I cannot remember the last time somebody brought a Charybdis and actually did well with it. But this is pretty damn impressive. Now, there are going to be some problems if this High Beastmaster dies. That's going to be a little too much for the Dark Elves to hang in with. They really, really need that Lord on the field, and him going down and losing all of the handbows over here, as well as the Dread Spears. You can see the Warriors of Chaos moving back up onto the points here, doing real nice. Chaos Armored Trolls against Witch Elves should be a pretty good engagement for the Trolls. Witch Brew is active right now, but they've got a ton of armor, so they're mitigating most of the weapon strength of those Witch Elves, even though they're being hit pretty reliably by the Witch Elves. Trolls should be able to hang in for a little while now. Now that this is worn off, that Murderous Mastery, once it wears off, the Witch Elves are going to be way weaker. All but a good switch here. That's really good micro. Witch Elves move over to get after the Marauders, while the Blackguard of Nagaron move over and replace to fight the Armored Trolls. Beautiful micro, and might actually yield some serious value and some serious fruit here for the Dark Elves. Hanging on to the number 2 and the number 3. I mean, the Warriors of Chaos just aren't maneuvering around the battlefield really well. They're taking a little too long to rotate. They're losing the Rotting Riders here. Chase these guys down with this Cav unit. The Dark Riders, the only thing that they should be doing for the rest of this game is trying to make sure the Rotting Riders don't return. It's a unit. They've got 13 models. They can regen a little bit more. They can come back in and maybe get a surround on the Charybdis and finish it off. But, man, this Hydra and the Charybdis. Nasty work so far. No breath attacks left. Oh, this is the last one here. Not a lot of damage to speak of. Honestly, probably should have saved it for the Rotting Riders. That breath attack probably could have killed a couple of models of these guys and maybe broken their leadership again. But the Dark Elves, Agamemnon with really solid play, focusing the objectives with the right kind of units at the right time to keep these caps held, man. Doing a very good job of scrapping with a very unorthodox build. Cold One Knights moving over, more Cold One Knights coming out. Should be able to clean up all these Marauders on the number 1 objective. That's probably where he'll bounce next. God, dude. The Forsaken getting run over by the big monsters. Witch Elves getting in here, trading pretty nicely. Oh, Wissen's Wild Form buffing up their damage output, and this Witch Elf with a Witch Brew getting some really good work done. Pit of Shades comes down. In a pretty good position. It's going to do a ton of damage to these poor Witch Elves. Oh my god. They've got very low HP pool. So getting hit by that, they also get Terror routed. Oh, from the Manticore's Terror. That would be the source. And the Rotting Riders as well. They also have Terror. Down to 1,000 HP with 13 models, 2,600 value. Probably not going to be able to stay in here much longer, man. Look at the Hydra clearing out all these infantry. Staying very healthy, but the Charybdis finally being taken out. Gonna lose that Abyssal Howl leadership debuff. That's been one of the big saving graces for the Dark Elves. They've still got some Blackguard of Nagaron here to trade. They're going to do really well against these Blood Beasts. They honestly don't do badly against Forsaken either, because they've got really good melee defense and AP. They can actually chip away at Forsaken pretty efficiently without losing out too horribly. We got Dark Riders and the Cold One Knights taking the number 1 triple cap for the Dark Elves. They get in on top of the Hellstriders. Real nice here. Full surround, basically. Hellstriders are going to have a really hard time getting away here. They're not going to be able to do a whole bunch of damage either. Marauders and a bunch of chaff coming out. Chaos Armored Trolls moving up. Is it going to be enough? It's going to take him a while to get up to the number 1 objective, and the number 3 is only just now flipping for the Warriors, although the War Hydra being taken out now. 1,800 value, it did pay for itself, but the Dark Elves are going to have a pretty rough endgame here, I think. Moving up Dread Spears, moving up some hand bows. Sorceress of Beasts. I don't know how much magic she's got left. How do you play this as the Dark Elves now? I don't know how much magic this sorcerer has, but 2200 is pretty saucy. We've seen good Melkoths. We've seen Pit of Shades do a bunch of work. But I've seen a lot of magic up to this point, so I'm not sure there's any left in the bank for this guy, which is going to suck. Not having access to that, because it's going to mean the Cold One Knights aren't going to have to fear nearly as much as they did in the early game. They'll be able to get much better trades, and should be able to hold on to the #1 objective for a little while, although maybe what you do is you come over here. Yeah, actually what you do is you want to rotate over to your home point with your knights. You want to rear charge all of these tattered units and break them off the field right now, and then you can consolidate, and then you can push the #3 again. That's actually what I think the best play would be. Right now, you're engaging onto trolls when they've got Lord support and chaff underneath them. They're going to start to out-trade the Cold One Knights here. With Hellstrider support, it's going to be really rough. Ouchies. And they probably could have just done more over here. Although, I guess you're close enough to winning the game, you don't really need to consolidate onto one objective. Although, I don't know. I mean, Chaos might be able to out-muscle the Dread Spears here. They've got a Source of Terror with the Rotting Riders here. If they get a rear charge and break all these Dark Elf units, Warriors of Chaos might be able to win this game. It's going to be damn close. They flipped the #2. They've got units maneuvering over to the... Or, they flipped the #1, sorry. They're moving over to the #2 objective now. Trolls and Forsaken hanging in for dear life. They've got 40 seconds left. 40 seconds to make this flip happen. Dread Spear's going to get up on this point, though. That's going to be really rough. Oh, please stop them. It's the only way that the Warriors of Chaos win this match, is if they keep these Dread Spears off, I think. Yeah, Capweight started to flip for a moment, but they do get a terror route onto this Dread Spear unit. Oh, no, I don't think they've got time to flip the point. It takes 20 seconds to get an objective. They're not going to be able to flip it in time. And the Dark Elves are going to walk away with a very unorthodox win here. Oh, my God. Beautifully done by Agamemnon. Definitely a few moments that I might have differed on the tactics. But overall, very, very well executed build. This is what I'm talking about, guys. Like, that was this is a pretty meta, Chaos Army. I mean, just tons of Hellstriders, Rotting Riders in reserve, some Blood Beasts, tons of Forsaken, with a decent amount of chaff, and heavily armored trolls with the Soul of Damnation and good magic. I mean, this is not easy to play into. And Agamemnon did a very good job of forcing fights early onto the Charybdis and Hydra, and value trading with those monsters and getting lots of routes that he then capitalized on by constantly keeping the Warriors of Chaos off the objectives. Downloading some more replays here. Yeah, monsters that are not mounts working for the Dark Elves is a rare sight. Agreed. You don't see that often. You know, the problem with a lot of monsters that don't have collision attacks really oftentimes doesn't have anything to do with the fact that they're bad or anything. It's that their animations are a little funky. Collision attacks, I think, right now are kind of hiding a lot of the jank involved with monster attacks right now. I think if CA focused on fixing the actual animations and the way that monsters interact with units, you would see them perform a lot better. But if you know how to use them, you can actually get them to hit things consistently. Yeah, I mean, War Hydras can work. I mean, they've got a lot of healing potential. It heal capped with its ability. how much healing does it have access to, if you really want to look at it? Where the hell was that? Oh, here it is. It's got 9,400 HP with a 48% heal. As well as, I forget about the regeneration. As well as regeneration. It can heal... Oh my god, that's filthy. It's got like 15,000 functional HP, basically. That's pretty gnarly, man. I mean, that's getting into Shredder of Lustria territory, or Dread Saurian. Mammoths also have a similar amount of HP. Mammoths are an underrated unit. I like Mammoths. They can do some good work for Norska. Oh, here we go. Let's get into some more replays. We've got Leggett with the Dread Saurian build up against Kislev. We'll check this out in a minute. Smire playing those guys. Maybe we'll watch this one next. I think we need some Nurgle love in here. Let's get some Nurgle love going. We got our boy Mats going up against Kramer here. Very meta. Lizards for the most part. The Source Old Blood, not so much, but does have some good magic to back it up. Although I would say maybe don't do Flock of Doom against Nurgle. I think Heaven's Magic can be a little bit stronger. Uranus Thunderbolt is really good at hammering infantry and blobbed up positions. Does a shit ton of damage. It's even really strong against SEs and monstrous infantry. Now it does have to hit pretty square on SEs for it to actually do the damage.
Wound is as valuable to father as a fresh corpse.
Yeah. It does have to hit an SE pretty square to get the damage off. But there's a reason Uranus is meta against the Chaos Dowie, and that's because it can pound the Chaos Dowie trains. Similarly, Nurgle can rely on some fairly large SEs. Not bringing them here, but if there was Kugath, Kugath can actually get smacked up by the Uranus Thunderbolt. It's pretty funny. It's a really fun way of killing Kugath. Source Old Blood in here. Not a bad lord. Very cheap. Just going as cheap as possible with this guy, actually. Just bringing the Cold-Blooded. I think that, so this guy has an item called the Horn of Kygor. Back in the day, in Warhammer 2, the Horn of Kygor was a very meta option for the Lizardmen. Because it's a big melee attack buff for units in an area around this guy. You can send him in following up with some Horned Ones or just Cold One Riders or Cold One Spear Riders. They will absolutely obliterate anything they run into on the charge. And it's on a 90-second cooldown, which is pretty low, honestly, for an item that powerful. I do recommend him bringing it if you're going to use a Source Old Blood. It's just a really powerful item that you shouldn't be passing up if you get the opportunity to play with it. Skink Priest with Flock of Doom. First mistake from Kramer here. Need your Flock of Doom caster to hammer down the Horsemen here. Nurgle Horsemen have a shield, so they're a little bit more resilient to Javelin Fire. They do take a nasty volley there. With Flock of Doom adding its weight in here, it would probably be able to push those guys back pretty quickly. We've got some shenanigans going on with the Chaos Sorcerer and Kha'Zix here. Kha'Zix's a crazy duelist, man. Even against larger targets, his melee attack is pretty consistently high enough to be able to hit stuff like the Source Old Blood here. You add in the fact that he's got Sword of Filth, which lowers melee defense and armor. He's honestly pretty good against everything. Just a really powerful character. I don't see him get a lot of love. He can carry games for you, though, if you use him properly. I've had games where I've gotten, like, almost 3,000 value with him before. Just fighting, like, tons of infantry and a handful of, like, moderately priced SEs and monstrous infantry. Ripper Dactyls to fight Marauder Horsemen, not a very good call, because exactly what's happening now ends up happening. You get poisoned, then Furies come in, and they just start shredding Ripperdactyls with support. I mean, Furies are really nasty against Rippers, actually. They've got a decent number of models. They've got good melee output with their solid melee attack. Really good weapon strength against the horrendously low armor that Ripperdactyls come to the table with. They've got a little bit of Phys Res. Where did they get this physical resistance from? Is this on them at base? That's so funky. Never noticed that somehow. Alright, fair enough. Oh, Salamander. The Umbral Tide, man. Love my ROR lizards. Nothing better than some Sallies coming out and roasting some evildoers. Obliterates the throwing axis here. These Marauder throwing axes struggling pretty badly. Skink cohorts just all over the place, man. How much value have they gotten? Yeah, pretty solid up to this point. The ones that have used their javelins have done pretty nicely. Although these guys, what the hell? Oh, here it is. It is showing me their value. 300 value, and they've barely been in melee combat. Saurus Warriors. Saurus, unfortunately, getting slapped around by the Toads and the Chosen here. Like I said, this is really where you can punish with your Ranons, or Comet of Cassandora as well. It would just do disgusting damage to this whole Nurgle blob here. Nurgle really has to blob to get good value. They're doing pretty nicely here. They're running over a lot of the Skink cohort. Red-crested Skinks are hanging in here, but they're all blobbed up on Kha'Zix right now. You don't want to blob your infantry up like this. Honestly, all these infantry should go to the number 2 and try to cap that. Since Nurgle's capping your back point, you've got the infantry here to threaten theirs. You might as well get over there and try to do so. Because this is starting to get a little ugly for the lizards. A beautiful stream of corruption. Oh, this is why you can't blob up your missile lines. They're very tightly packed formations. They need to be staggered like this. That way, if a stream of corruption comes down, it can't hit all 3 units. It can only hit one at a time. Getting them in a line like this was just asking for trouble. And Mats with a beautiful cast there. Oh, baby. You'll love to see it. Absolutely gruesome stuff from Nurgle so far. They just have all the right units out in the right positions. And the lizards are really not making use of their units properly. Feral Cold Ones do not grind well. They do not have the stats to do so. They're a shock unit. Even though they don't have great charge bonus, it's still fairly high at 28. They got good weapon strength. Use them to cycle charge. Once they get rampaged and they're going to grind in here, they're just going to die. And they're not going to get you their value back. They've done okay, but they have a lot of value trade potential that is not being used well here. Barons of the Bog, oh my god, 250 kills almost on these guys. 1,200 value from the Barons, baby. Love to see it. They're very expensive units, so them actually value trading well is a really good sign for Nurgle. Flock of Doom goes down, it hits the Plague Toads, doesn't hit the Nurglings though, not a very good Flock of Doom. Flock of Doom needs to be used on big blobs. Like, using it on single targets is not the way to get value out of Flock of Doom, and it's really best on cavalry. Infantry are really not the ticket for Flock. I just can't help but feel like this build needs a little bit of refinement from the lizards. I like it. It's definitely got, it's got tools here. They just need to be used a little bit cleaner, and I think that the lizards could be up right now. It's not over. They don't have a value lead, though, which is what I'm worried about, and there's been a lot of passive healing from Children of Nurgle, with, you know, the Stream of Corruption being cast a bunch. There is also Fleshy Abundance here, so a fat, overcasted Fleshy Abundance will just get Nurgle over the top in this game, I think. Like, just save up for it at this point, and then you can have Kha'Zix, the Sorcerer, and Tamarkon get it all at once. Opting for the single heal is very viable, though. It's going to get Tamarkon nice and healed. He's going to be able to engage into this backline engagement now. Probably help clean up the Umbral Tide and maybe even the Saurus Oldblood, who is actually putting a smackdown on Kha'Zix right now. Kha'Zix is really struggling this game. I'm a little surprised. To be fair, I don't know. I really don't know why he's not performing well. This is not my experience at all with Kha'Zix. Typically, he's going to beat the brakes off of his Saurus Oldblood, but for whatever reason, he's just not hitting him, and that Saurus Oldblood's smacking Kha'Zix around a little bit. Pretty gross. And he actually breaks. Oh my god, that's kind of shocking. He does have regeneration still. He's got a fair amount of HP he can heal up, so he'll be back. He's just, I don't know, he's not having a good day today. He's a little off his game. Maybe he's a little hungover. Red-Crested Skinks get nailed by Stream of Corruption. Not the best one we've seen. Could have been cast a little bit farther in to hit all of these units at the tail end of the cone. But when you're in matches like this and you've got, you know, a lot of units you're trying to micro around, it's a little hard to spend your time perfectly positioning spellcasts. Nurgle very securely holding the #1. Chosen over here. They're going to be hanging out all game. Just have a whale of a time holding this point, dude. Nurgle Chosen, one of the better Chosen options. The poison and ridiculous melee defense makes them damn near impossible to kill without the right kind of tools. And the Lizard's just losing too much momentum. Throwing the towel there. Very nice win for Nurgle. Excellently played. These are a different Discord nodie than the one we're currently occupied with. No, poor Smire. Smire got a score of -1 in the first round. Oh my god. Here, let me flip you over for a sec. Come on, recognize it. I got Discord right here. Why do you hate me? OBS with its typical shenanigans. Okay, that's fine. That's pretty funny though. Alright, let's get these replays in here. And let me check the bracket. I don't want to miss semis for y'all. I've been known to do it in the past. I get so invested in the casting that I just forget that there's stuff going on. Alright, we might hold off on the rest of the replays because we're almost through to the, we're almost done with the final round here. Let me flip you guys over, and you can get a little glance at what's going on with the bracket right now. So this is the top 4 as it stands now. Lots of undefeated players, man. Wowee. Oh, Agamemnon got a bye round. Oh, but that's going to be okay. Still has 4 wins. Is anybody going to be able to pass that up? I don't think so. I think I think we've got a pretty set top 4 here. Marigold and Mats, though, maybe we should do a playoff for them. If they stay tied there, I think that'd be pretty fun. Just to give everybody an opportunity to scrap their way in. While we're waiting, let me make sure that I've got the all the replays in here. And I'll rename this one. Hello? What? No, there isn't. Alright, whatever, computer. Play your games. Play your games if you want to. I'll have the last laugh eventually. Yeah, we'll just replace this file. I got 1 duplicate in here, but that's fine. Alright. Let me get back here. See what's going on. Black Dragon is comparable to High Elf Dragons. Yeah, the Black Dragons are cool. I like them. They're really good mounts. But yeah, not having the healing on them is the biggest issue. I don't know. You know, I have a lot of issues with the way healing works in Total Warhammer. It's very uninteractive, and healing magic on certain like compositions can be just absolutely obnoxious and impossible to handle. It'd be really nice if there were... I have a problem with the way magic is structured, period, in this game. There's not really any way to counteract it. Like, you either have magic or you don't. And for the factions that don't have magic, it's just straight up a disadvantage for you. And Khorne and Dowie having spell resistance is really nice. Don't get me wrong. But that only affects damage spells. Like, it doesn't affect buff spells, doesn't affect healing magic, doesn't affect debuffs. It's a little bit silly. It'd be nice to see maybe a little bit more involvement from CA in figuring out a system of magic that's just got more, like, interactions, like, between the two factions running into one another. They've got some spells in here where they're obviously, like, trying to figure this out and try stuff out. But its current implementation is just, not quite it. Like, where is it? Tzeentch has the, Glean Magic, which can either buff yourself, or it can silence and take reserves away from your opponent. It's honestly a pretty cool idea. It just isn't really all that impactful, you know? Like, I think the way that, I think there may need to be a little bit of a rethink of how silence works. Because right now, the best silences are just the, like, Karanak type abilities. Where you've got, like, the, aura that just perma-silences when you're in it. Or the, Lamasu, which has something similar. And that's nice. It's something. But that brings its own frustrations. I'd like to see CA come up with some kind of system for silencing where it actually just nullifies a spell cast. Or something. I don't know. I'm not a game designer. So maybe I should not speak on it too much. It'd just be nice to see this maybe have a little bit longer duration for the silence effect. Going to percent-based healing was a mistake. I don't mind the percent-based healing, it's just the fact that you can't stop them from healing. And there's absolutely no way to mitigate that healing, you know? Like, if there was counterplay to it, it'd be fine and balanced. Otherwise, meh. Yeah, Glean Magic, mostly silence, and a way to get Tzeentch army ability. It is a fairly undeserved nerf to ethereal units. Ethereal units really shouldn't have gotten the changes that they did. Like, they weren't even, like, all that popular, even in Warhammer 2 or anything, you know? Like, back in the day, Cairn Wraiths and stuff had, like, 80% physical resist. They had less HP. But, honestly, I mean, they weren't even... I don't know what they were thinking with the balance on these guys. Like, give them 75 or 70% physical resistance, and they'd still be pretty balanced. 55% I think is a little low, regardless. And then you've still got tons of units with magic damage that can just circumvent that entirely. And just absolutely clown on these guys. I don't think they need more HP. I think they need to just be harder slanted into their physical resistance, personally. And then they have like a very balanced profile where they beat units that don't have magic attacks very nicely, but they lose really hard to stuff that does have magic damage. And then they fill like a really good niche for the vampire counts. And you might actually see these guys a little bit more then. Like, these guys are not a terrible unit in a lot of ways. I mean, they've got some decent damage output with good weapon strength. Like, all AP weapon strength is pretty nutty, especially when it's 44. They've got Strider, which means that they can fight in trees and in terrain features like water for free and not suffer for it and still trade really effectively. It's just sad that they do eventually get ground down by non-magic damage units. Like, if you stick 2 Stink cohorts on a Cairn Wraith and you sandwich these guys, the 2 Skink cohorts will beat the Cairn Wraiths, which I think is a little ridiculous. There's a little too much gaminess involving the resistance that they've got access to. Witch Elves have less HP, less Physres, only 100 gold less. That's true. Witch Elves have Witch Brew, though, which is just an absolutely bananas buff for themselves. That's really easy to get fat value out of if you engage them properly. And they're a little bit more fire and forget, you know? Like, Cairn Wraiths, you want to be on the field to value trade against enemy mobility, where they can use Frostbite. Witch Elves are just an Unga Bunga anti-infantry unit, which fits really nicely into the rest of the roster. And are pretty easy to support, since you're going to be using them as your frontline infantry clear. So they just run in, find a target that's, like, reasonably priced. You pop Witch Brew as they get into combat, and they just absolutely shred everything, because they've also got good foot speed with poison, so most stuff that they come into contact with is not going to be able to disengage from them in time. With Cairn Wraiths, you either sandwich them with a bunch of chaff and poke them down, and there's not much that the Vampire Counts player can do about it, or you throw a, you cycle charge them with a really quick cavalry unit, where, even though those guys do have Frostbite, there's still, it's only 30% speed that the cavalry unit is losing. They'll be able to run out of range still, and then they can turn around and just shock damage the Cairn Wraiths again. It's a little bit slower. Probably not the best way to handle these guys, but it's still very doable, and they just don't have the, self-support that Witch Elves do. And their synergy is just kind of weak. Between the rest of the Vampire Counts roster. Because Vampire Counts are incentivized to blob thanks to Corpse Carts and Mortis Engines. And I don't know, man. I mean, if you want, like, if you want something that can function on its own, you just bring a Black Coach instead. Because this thing can, like, run over infantry. It's fairly resilient to cavalry as well. As long as it gets Unholy Vigor active and, or not... Yeah, Unholy Vigor and Black Nimbus, where it gets the damage resistance and Perfect Vigor. It's got good speed. It's really hard to catch. It's got Strider also. Cairn Wraiths and Hex Wraiths are just insanely niche units right now. That I think probably still need a little bit of work to really, like, get them into a good place, where they're not broken, but they actually have some situational uses. As it stands right now, you can bring, you mostly just bring, like, Graveguard and some Knights, maybe a Crypt Ghoul or two with Vargeist to do all the AP damage, and the Cairn Wraiths just kind of look around the room and realize that, wow, we don't do anything, do we? We're just here for the vibes, I guess. If you get 4 wins, you should get to semis regardless. Honestly, that'd be an interesting tournament to run. Like a tiered semis where everybody with 3 to 4 wins gets the opportunity to play off in another bracket. That becomes single elimination. Maybe that's a tournament I'll look into running. I actually kind of like that idea. Because I can't tell you how many times I and other people have gotten like 3 really strong wins, but then been, left out in the cold for the top 4. And that would probably take a lot of extra time, but it'd be intriguing to play through. And it'd give some other people opportunities to get in who might otherwise not have as many chances because they don't play as much, or they're just not as experienced. Hex wraiths aren't niche, they're just bad. They trade evenly into Knights of the Black Rose. Well, Knights of the Black Rose have saucy stats, so that doesn't shock me, but that isn't kind of exactly what I'm trying to talk about with these units. Like, they're just not good. Like, there's just too much they struggle into, and the Frostbite and the mild utility that they provide with the Terror is just not worth the price point and the inefficiency on way too many different types of units. God damn, look at those stats on the Knights of the Black Rose. 50 melee defense. That's probably the reason why they can't beat Knights of the Black Rose, because these guys are ITP and they've got crazy melee defense with decent weapon strength. That's silly. And they're 150 gold less, of course. Woo-wee! That's balancing priority in a nutshell for you. Maximilian, tell me what you think about just giving them more Fizz Res. Do you think that would be good enough for the Hex Wraiths, or do they need more? I feel like just more Fizz Res will just make them insanely tanky, even against units they can't kill. I think that would be, honestly, fairly appropriate for, like, a ghostly type of unit, where even if, like, they're not actively doing a bunch of damage to something, they're at least occupying their time. Now, it wouldn't be a god-awful use for them. It's certainly not that efficient for something like a Hex Wraith, but it'd be a little bit of something. Alright. Are we done with this round? It should be just a couple more minutes. Yeah, D's Nuts, Legatus. Where's Legatus? Legatus did lose one that we saw. Yeah, down here with 2. Woof. Damn, we had some folks get really unlucky with their matchups, I think. This is honestly pain right here. I've been on the receiving end of situations where I've gotten like 1 win, and then my opponents are all people who are on the top of the leaderboard, which is kind of what it looks like is going on here. Like Ginny, James Karthik, Rubik, Booper, Bongus, and Smire. All the good names are down here on the bottom, unfortunately. No shade to everybody else. Everybody's name is cool and unique, and it all means something. But I gotta say, like Lord Bongus, that's just a top tier name. It's absolute gibberish. Nothing is gonna beat that for me. I think they need melee attack. Yeah, Dance Macabre is nice. I've played the little bit of vampire counts I've played. I've used that to get some value out of the hex wraiths, but that's really about it. All the matches playing to be spectated. Yeah, if I don't get them today, I get them on Monday when I have time to do the rest of the replays. That's usually how I do it. I'll probably do a fair amount after the tournament. Since this one's gone pretty quickly. I'm not sure what I'm going to be doing after the tournament is over and we do some more replays, though. Are there any other tournaments going on today? No, not really. Well, maybe I'll just do all the replays today, then. I might as well. And then maybe I'll do a little bit more of my low-cure campaign. I don't know if anybody else is... I don't know if anybody here has been around for it, but it's been a shit show and a half. It's been really fun, though. It's been chaotic as hell. I could have done a replay in the time we've been waiting, probably. Let me take a look and see what other replays we've got in here that might be worthwhile watching later. Skaven versus Dark Elves here. More Legatus action versus the Dark Elves. We've got another Charybdis lover over here. Okay. Let's see it. This is a duplicate, so we'll get rid of it. Lots of... Dude, how many Dark Elf players do we have? Holy. We got Agamemnon. We got Mitch. Oh, maybe they're just the only two. And we're just seeing all their games up here. Okay. That makes sense. Duplicate. I'm going to delete all the ones that we've already watched. That way I don't waste my time jumping in and out of them constantly. I'll show this one off eventually. I might just do a separate cast of this, because Matt's played this game really well. Got this one, and we watched this. I thought I had more replays. The hell? I did download them all, right? Maybe it just actually casted way more than I'm thinking I have. Say a Lizard, Slanesh, Skaven. Yeah, I mean, I actually think that, I think I've actually just been casting a lot more than I'm giving myself credit for. There are quite a few replays that I'm missing from folks, but that's okay. You don't have to send me your replays. I just do really want to cast them, give people an opportunity to show off some of their cool builds and play styles, and then give advice where it's needed. Round 3 Dark Elves versus Skaven was a quick one. It happens. Skaven are a hard faction to play already. And being newer and trying to play Skaven can be really brutal. That's okay, Bongus. Just stick with it, man. Like, this game's hard to learn. If you just stay with it and take the lumps where they happen, you'll improve so fast. You know, it's all about game knowledge. There's a lot of micro that goes into this game, but honestly, that is probably one of the least important factors to determining whether you can win matchups or not. It's just knowing what your good units are in matchups, knowing how to use them, and how to keep your opponent off balance. Cole, you should play Norska. Norska's a really strong faction. We watched one of your games first off. And I can tell you immediately that your biggest problem is bringing all these damn hounds. Norscan Warhound units have terrible leadership and they're awful. Do not bring them. Bring one. You have a limit of one Warhound from now on, or I'm gonna find you and I'm gonna haunt you in your sleep. The Ice Wolves are great. They are good because they got Frostbite. And the way you use them is you send them in to catch something, and then you use the Skin Wolves and your big monsters to, like, follow up the damage. That's how you win with the Norskins. We saw that one already. Lots of Famir, lots of Wolves. I've noticed that your magic choices are a little bit off base, too. Against the Vampire Coast, don't bring the Searing Doom and Final Transmutation. Not worth it. Bring Fire Magic. Because you need stuff to kill all the handguns. If you bring a Firecaster, you'll have a much better time in this matchup. And the Famir are nice. I think you can bring like one or two. If you're bringing this many, that's a little bit too much of an investment. I'll help you out, Cole. I'll give you all the tips and tricks for Norska. You can make them work big time. They're a great faction. They're a little bit harder to use than some of the other Chaos factions, though. Just because they got a really limited roster. That's never going to change, though. They're never getting a DLC, I'm convinced, at this point. It'd be cool, but CA just is not showing them any love. They can't even be bothered to fix their campaign. Alright, top 4 is finally going to be kicking off here. Famir got cooked. The Famir can work, but the Famir are actually not the unit that you think they are. They are not good at clearing infantry. They're good for the armor sundering and their missile resist. They can be really tanky, but against the Vampire Coast, who have just a shit ton of missiles, they might be a little too much to try and risk bringing in. You want to bring them against factions with armor, where the sundering armor actually makes some difference for you. If you're just bringing them up against a bunch of chaff, that's generally where they're going to struggle the most. They're a good anti-elite unit. Norska's got a fair amount of that, though, so you don't really bring Famir all that often. But if you bring them in the right matchup, you can make them work. Generally, the only one that I would say is worth bringing is the Mist Stalkers. Where's Norska? The Mist Stalkers are generally the only one I would recommend bringing. The only reason I say that is because not only do they cause terror instead of fear, they've also got Stalk and Vanguard deployment. So these guys are actually a really nasty unit to have in your starting army. Oftentimes, people are not... nobody plays with Famir hardly. They're a very uncommon pick. You can bring these guys in your starting army and have them Vanguard deployed to follow your Marauder Horsemen in. And you can use the Horsemen to, like, pepper down the units that might try and shoot at the Miststalkers, while the Miststalkers just lie in wait in ambush, and then they can jump out with the Stalk and Terror and win you an early fight just by being fairly good combatants with the armor sundering and much stronger stats than the standard variant. And the Terror cannot be underestimated. Terror is so powerful in this game. It does a lot of work for breaking open positions, especially in Dom mode. Alright, here we go. Yeah, Agamemnon! And who's the other player? Mats, let's go. It's gonna be a good matchup. Dark Elves and Nurgle, honestly pretty even. Like, Dark Elves can do some really nasty stuff to Nurgle with their kite play. Nurgle does have really strong healing and also has some good mix-ups they can bring to get through the Dark Elves. I'll even flip y'all over and show you what the current win rate is for this matchup. It's 44% in favor of the Dark Elves. So 7 and 9. That's pretty good, though. That's, like, fairly even. I can see that sticking... I can see it sticking around this pretty consistently. Nurgle's just got so much HP, and the Dark Elves having really low HP totals on everything honestly evens out pretty nicely for a very even matchup, since Nurgle can heal through a lot of the damage the Dark Elves can throw down, but with good focus fire, the Dark Elves can overwhelm Nurgle. We'll see what Mats is going to be bringing here. Oh, and we're on Lustrian Narrows. I love Lustrian Narrows. It's a really fun map. And it did finally get fixed by Hitman. It was pretty bugged out at one point because the edges of the map, the way it was set up, units couldn't actually route off. So any mortal factions with routing units would often never get anything back into the pool to replenish their summons, which was pretty sad. It made this map unplayable for a little while, but Hitman finally got around to fixing it, and now it's playable again. Who are the other folks in top 4 here? I'll check in a minute. Yeah, Fimir are nice against Sirens, so I would say have the Mist Stalkers against the Vampire Coast. Because another benefit of Stalk means that they don't get shot on the way in. And then when your opponent brings out the Sirens, then you just throw the Fimir into battle against the Sirens and ice them real quick. It is not an even fight at all. Sirens fold up to Fimir warriors. Let's see if what kind of build Agamemnon brings, because we only watched one game from him. It was very off meta. Bringing still bringing a fairly unorthodox build here. We've got Lokir Fellheart. Maybe on the dragon? God, Lokir on the dragon would be such a flex. No, Lokir on foot. Okay. But Lokir's not bad. As long as you don't let him get just absolutely wailed on by snipe magic and powerful characters, he can actually do pretty well. I think he'd actually... No, maybe you wouldn't beat... I think Tamarkon's got too much health. Tamarkon, yeah, Tamarkon also has the items. So Lokir's going to be in a little trouble if he's trying to fight Tamarkon. But with just sitting on the middle point with infantry should be just fine. Probably going to be able to grind for most of the game and be okay. He does have a master, a little master buddy hanging out with him. Masters are pretty cool. They only got 3,700 HP, which is kind of bad. I'd like to see these guys get a stat buff, but they do have a really great bonus versus large. They're just very specialized. It does have Guardians, so going to be trying to keep Lokir a little healthier. You know, the builds may be unorthodox from Agamemnon, but they're very clean. Like, they're very well-tuned to suiting a very particular style in mode of execution, which is probably the biggest thing that you can do if you're going to bring something off-meta. And you can always win with off-meta stuff, in my opinion. Yeah, love Nurglings, dude. Very cool models. CA was really cooking when they did the animations for this game. Like, that is probably the best thing about these games. Like, the aesthetics, perfect and on point. Gameplay, damn near untouchable, but definitely has a few frustrating things in it. It's like the only thing that I can really criticize this game on. Throwing axes, screaming up out of the trees here, or doing their best to, getting a little stuck. You know, can't pass through those trees like some units can. Woodsman is a pretty nice ability in its own right. That, oh, you know what? That's gonna be another one of my, videos for, like, all of the weird niche abilities and how good they are. Like, all the, unit passives, like Woodsman, Strider, and stuff like that. What's good, what isn't, how much of a difference can it make, that kind of thing. Because, that's not something that gets talked about a lot, but abilities like Woodsman and Strider, ITP, little things that just come baked into units can make a big difference. Cloud of Flies is another one. I'm gonna have to start making a master list of them all. Dark Rider's really struggling against these throwing axes. Nurgle throwing axes are really vile. They're so... And not just because the axes are coated in actual doo-doo. Just because the poison and the fast movement speed on them makes them impossible to catch. Do not chase Nurgle throwing axes. It is a waste of time. So we get a good Flock of Doom here. Yeah, well, maybe not the best, but it gets a little damage on these Nurglings. And, well, maybe Nurglings are a good target for Flock of Doom because they have these, because they have limited number of models. It's actually adding a lot of damage in, even though they have a pretty juicy HP pool. Maybe it's a fine target. Wow, the Nurgling's actually crumbling out here. Brutal stuff. Losing a Nurgling and the cover for these Plague Toads is devastating, because, yeah, none of these units are, like, specially tuned to kill Plague Toads, but Plague Toads have really awful melee defense. With all of these units here and a little bit of handbow fire, the Dark Elves should be able to clear these guys out, and down go the Nurglings here. Really good shot from the Noxbringer. Been seeing the Noxbringer an awful lot. I like it. I think Nurgle players are a little too reliant on it. And I think it's definitely got some drawbacks that are a little unacknowledged right now. It can be really inaccurate. Like, if it were actually hitting these handbows a little bit more accurately with its multi-shot, they would have routed a long time ago. Would have not had to cast the magic either. But it is getting in here. It's providing some terror. Standing in alongside Tamarcon, helping him out some. With the caster in the Dark Elf position here, just folds up completely. Leaving Lokir very vulnerable. Lokir is going to struggle now. He is up against 3 really scary duelist type of characters. Noxbringer's not amazing because of its low melee attack. But in a 3v1, good stats don't matter because you're getting hit in the back. Lokir's going to fold up here. He's just way too squishy on the HP front. And Helm the Kraken, it's not a bad heal, and he gets a little bit more melee defense, but you can see here, he's getting clowned on a little bit. He's actually terror routed right now. The Noxbringer smacking him in the back as he's running away. He's probably going to get killed here, actually. Murderous Prowess is proccing. We do have the Dread Spears poking in on some pretty cost-effective targets. The #1 objective gets taken by the Dark Elves, and they are trading much better across the other side of the field here. Witch Elves, with some solid value, they're grinding against Chosen, which is not the best fight in the world for them. But you can see here, I mean, even against a super elite, heavily armored unit, their melee attack is just so solid. With decent enough weapon strength, they're able to grind out their value against a heavily armored unit like the Chosen. Oh, Warhound's getting around the flank here. This could be big. Agamemnon is disengaging Bleak Swords to try and answer here. Really, the Bleak Swords just need to come on screen right here, although it looks like the Hounds are going to sacrifice themselves into the Handbows. Handbows should win that pretty comfortably. Wow, and Lokir's actually able to rally here. Doesn't look like the chase was on with the Noxbringer. I'm guessing these Cold One Knights came in and represented a little too much for the Nurgle player to worry about. And decide to pull it back, but it's giving Lokir time to grind a little bit of value out here. He's healing up pretty nicely with the Helm. He's actually beating up on Tamarcon a little bit right now. Now that he's in a one-on-one and he's got Dreaded Duelist popped, I mean, his stats out of this world right now. Absolutely crazy. 94, 94. Decent weapon strength against unarmored stuff. Does take a nasty blow there. Need to be really careful with them. You don't want to lose your Lord. Even on a relatively high leadership faction like the Dark Elves, the leadership debuffs just get really ugly really quick. God, dude, these Black Art Corsairs just beating everything up trying to get onto this #1 objective right now. Colden Knights moving across the field. Plague Toads coming up. Definitely want like a Dark Rider or something to eat the initial charge of the Plague Toads, and then you can surround with the Black Art Corsairs. These guys have pretty good foot speed, 40. They can get around the battlefield pretty quickly. Lokir again being left to his own devices, and now the Barons of the Bog are in here fighting him. Taking quite a bit of damage. Looks like a fat Fleshy Abundance went down. Because the Noxbringer definitely got healed up here. Tamarcon, I think, also got a heal, because he was pretty low last time I checked. So really nice for Nurgle. Cold One Knights getting into a really good fight here. Lots of good targets for them to engage against right now, but they don't have a lot of support. So it is a little bit risky for them. They'll probably get their value back, but not much more. And you really kind of need units to put in good work and a little extra against Nurgle oftentimes. But the side points are more than securely held enough for the Dark Elves to potentially win this. And dude, Lokir is just being an absolute bastard right now. Look at him running away into the trees. He said, my work here is done. I'm returning to my forest people. You know, I'm going to visit the Azrai. I'm going to go hang out with them and smoke weed and, I don't know, do whatever the Wood Elves do. I imagine the Wood Elves are huge potheads at least. Barons of the Bog getting worked on. The Master has been really good, too. How's the Master done? Value-wise, 1,500. That's actually kind of insane. Because this guy's costs like 800 gold with his current kit. And he's putting a beat down on poor Tamarcon here, and the Cold One Knights are getting some fat value. They've actually more than paid for themselves here. Just hanging in so nicely. 1,500 fighting the Barons of the Bog, and Tamarcon, and Chaos Sorcerer, and Noxbringer. Noxbringer actually getting shot in the back by the Handbows right now. Handbows got solid value. Didn't fully pay for themselves, but close. And the Pestigores and the Nurglings with the Plague Toads finally overrunning this Black Art Corsair horde. A little unfortunate, but there is a Handbow here. They'll be able to kite away from the Plague Toads for a little bit longer. The Dark Riders definitely need to help these guys out. You don't want to leave the Handbows to get chased down by the Toads. But the Black Art Corsairs occupy the attention of the Toads, and the Handbows should be able to just pepper shots in here and finish those guys off. Noxbringer has done really well. Mats has done an excellent job of firing with this thing, not overusing its ammo on any one target, and actually swapping targets very efficiently. Oh my god. Beautiful hit. 15 models killed instantly on those guys. 2,200 value on it. Oh, baby. It does cost 1950, but the fact that it's still got a decent amount of ammo with 4 shots, and still having this much value and a bunch of health left, it is a pretty good sign for Nurgle. They've got a long way to go in this game, but they are starting to flip the value trades around. Oh, really good summon. Demon Spew against Bleak Sword. Easy win out here on this flank for Nurgle now. Oh, poor little Master. Getting tossed around, 1772 value. Ugh. 1772, Tamarcon, the the Master Slew, I guess. I don't know, some kind of cheesy rhyme like that. Doing a pretty good job of beating that guy down right now. Tambercon healing capped. Not tremendous value on him, but he's been very solid. Just hanging in here in a beautiful stream of... What's that? No, it was the Noxbringer shot. Dude, 2,700 value on this guy. Noxbringer, I'm going to eat my words now. Noxbringer has been a carry unit this game. Mats obviously knows how to use these big monsters with the missiles. Because he has just farmed value on the Dark Elves this game with him. And is probably going to be able to hold on to this number 2 objective with it. It's got the Terror, potentially, to get rid of these Blackheart Corsairs. We got some Nurgle Horsemen moving over. They could get a rear charge there and break that position, I think. Although the Corsairs actually do route, and the Witch Elves alone don't have the cap weight to flip this. Nurgle with the number 1 objective. Looking a little dicey over here since the Cold One Knights have come back out. Running over a lot of units there. Lokir hiding. Sorceress hiding. Sorceress with no value to speak of, dude. What would be a better lore of magic? Probably Dark Magic with Soul Stealer. Honestly, I think Malekith with Soul Stealer on a dragon is probably your best lord to go with against the against Nurgle. Soul Stealer is just so good at hitting blobbed up SEs, which Nurgle loves to bring, obviously. And Malekith could be flying around. He could be rear charging these Forsaken, doing a bunch of damage to them. He could help out against Plague Toads and stuff like that. There's a lot that dragon character can accomplish in the Nurgle matchup. And it's kind of hard for Nurgle to shut down dragons. They're good against ground-based SEs because they've got the Angels of Decay. But Angels of Decay are very, very mid when it comes to actually engaging in aerial combat. They don't really get to use their missiles all that effectively. And then, you know, Malekith obviously is able to heal with Soul Stealer as well. But, I think Lokir might end up being the weak link here. He's not that expensive, but he's just not providing any value right now, and that's really what the Dark Elves need, because they're starting to fall behind a little bit. They do still have a reasonable ticket lead, but they're running out of space to maneuver and hold on to points. You know, Tambercon and the Caster can always rally back here. There's Horsemen out on the field now for Nurgle again. They're going to be pretty tough to deal with. The Demon Spew are being killed off right now by the Witch Elves and the Bleak Swords here, which is nice. Dark Elves probably going to be able to hold on to the number 3 here. But are they going to be able to cap any other objectives? Because Nurgle getting this triple cap, even if it's just for a few moments, is going to keep them out of triple cap territory. I think it was damn close. I think Nurgle might have not truly needed this triple cap, but now they're definitely well within an acceptable range to clutch this game out here at the end. The Dark Elf staying power just not really coming into focus here. There's squishy HP totals, and they're just being really good focus fire from the Noxbringer is just ruining their day here, honestly. Like, they've had no answers for this big old beastie. No repeater crossbows. No Charybdis, even. Where was the Charybdis? It would have carried this game. Actually, that would have been a fun combo. So, you know, you got Merciless Intern Finder here on Lokir, which is a -6 leadership debuff. You could bring a Charybdis and get Abyssal Howl for another 8. Oh, and then you can stack the Death Magic with Doom and Darkness on top of it, and you're debuffing leadership by 30? That would be pretty sick. That would insta-route and insta-crumble a lot of these units out on the field. That'd be really fun to play around with. But yeah, where's Lokir? Lokir says, screw this. I'm returning to the bushes. Get me away from this thing. The Noxbringer's got eyes only for Lokir here. Wants to introduce him to a little thing called, you know, free labor market. You know, the value of paid labor. And he's gonna beat the crap out of him, I think. I don't think Lokir's got a chance in hell here. Oh, Curse of the Slug, too. Oh, no, Lokir, please don't let it end like this. Oh, man. Okay, well, he survived that blow, but he terror routes. As he's running away, the Noxbringer should be able to get some hits on him without the melee defense coming into play. Although he is surviving here. Oh, and he rallies huge. Come on, Lokir. Let's see what he can do. He's fighting this thing with 500 HP, man. He's going to pull out. Agamenton's trying to get him away. Nurgle holding on to the number 3 very securely. Some more units coming out here have kind of put the nail in the coffin on this side of the field. Cold One Knight's trying to find an opportunity to engage. Pesties really helping clean stuff up with the help of the Nurglings. And Tamercon, man. Tamercon's still moving around, still representing a threat. Just being able to use your... Even if your Lord isn't going to be able to, like, get a ton of value, just having your Lord around to move between points and actually threaten engagements, that in and of itself can be very strong. Dark Elves do flip the number 2. It's so close, but they're behind on the tickets. They're barely flipping this objective over here. Are they going to be able to? I mean, the Horseman getting up with the Nurglings is going to be able to stop that cap. Super clutch Nurgle play. Really awesome stuff from Matt. I mean, getting fat heals on all the SEs. Keeping them alive. Forcing the Dark Elves to overextend themselves. And just playing the objectives really strongly. And this is how Nurgle wins games, man. They'll lure you in, and you think you got them by the... You think you got them by the Fupa, but then they just turn around and beat your ass. And that's going to be the end of the Dark Elves here, I think. Cold One Knight's getting folded up a little bit. Dread Spears doing their best to fight off the 6 Demon Spear that have found their way back in. They're debuffing all of these Dark Elf units, by the way, with Cloud of Flies, which isn't that big of a deal, I guess, but it's something. I mean, anything to mitigate damage incoming is really nice for Nurgle. Are they going to get the flip in time? Oh my god, it's so close. Dark Elves trying their best to flip this, but I don't think they've got... Oh my god, wait. They've got... Oh yeah, the number 3. That's the one that's still being held by a Nurgling and a Pestigore. That is going to be a win for Nurgle, and the Dark Elves don't even get this point. Very unfortunate. Nurgle barely hanging on to that to the very bitter end. I really thought Agamenton had that game in the mid-game there, but sticking with it as the as Nurgle, able to grind that game back at the end there. Pretty solid value on a lot of the expensive units. I mean, 4,000 value on the Noxbringer, just about. That's absolutely filthy. My god. So, Mats needs to release the how-to Noxbringer video, and we can all watch that. Yeah, Master on the horse probably would have been really nice for controlling the momentum of engagements. Yeah, okay. Zammy with the agreement here. How can they not be stoners, right? I mean, they live in the forest. They have access to nature and the wilds around them. Why would you not be hot all the time as a wood elf? Sounds like heaven, honestly. I wouldn't be able to resist, personally. That was a great first semifinals game. So we're gonna have a pretty slapping finals, hopefully. Let's get in here and see what's going on. Where is the top 4? How can I not find it? Oh, here it is. Okay. So, Marigold and Torrent are playing on the other side. Who's Torrent playing? We watched one of their replays. Maybe we didn't have any Torrent replays. I have no idea who Torrent is playing. We'll figure it out eventually. Okay, and we got one replay from Lord Bongus here. Hell yes. So let me drop this in. I'll need to rename. Cool. Oh, and that's from last week. Okay, so I think I got all the replays here. Yeah. Oh, Lizard player. Hell yes. I see a few red flags for this this Lizard build going up against Slaanesh here. But we can talk about it once we get into that game. Oh, and I'm gonna... Hold on, let me rename this, because I want to save this replay. This was an awesome game. Okay, cool. And Winter and Cold, Norska versus Skaven. Some much more solid Norska build. There's still some things that I would like to see swapped into here. Again, I'll hit you up on it when we get to it. Mitch versus some Tomb Kings. Tomb Kings with Arkin, hell yes. Not just Cetra spam, thank God. I really, honestly, I'm kind of hoping that they revert the Kemrian War Sphinx to get it away from having collision damage, because all of the other lords for the Tomb Kings have just been completely forgotten about as a result. Like, it's just Cetra every game. That gets a little tiring. Give me some Arkin play. Arkin's so cool. He's not a bad lord either. Like, he's got, you know, Death Magic, which is strong. He's got Tombblade and Libra Mortis for some summons and, like, defensive stuff. He's fun. He's really cool. He just doesn't get any love nowadays. So I'm excited to see this one. Agamemnon and Winter will be a good game. I want to see more Charybdis action. Agamemnon's Charybdis got its value back and a little more, so I'm excited to see if anybody else is able to make those things work. Charybdis would probably be better if it got more HP. Lokir did pretty well, Agamemnon. The problem with Lokir is that at the end there, he was really low on HP. He didn't really have anywhere to go because the Nurgle SEs were still on the field, and he may not be expensive, but having like 1,000 or 1,200 gold or whatever he costs, just like sitting in the back, not providing any value, is still pretty painful. I mean, there's just a lot of like fall off. Yeah, 1,300 gold. I mean, Lokir on the Dragon's way too expensive for what he provides. Like, the best option would have been Malekith, Power of Darkness, and just popping Soul Stealer all game. Gaze of Malice is nice for killing chaff units. And, you know, like, almost 3,000 gold, but it really would have been pretty good, I think. You can maybe even use Destroyer to punish the blobs even harder, because it lowers spell resistance for 15 seconds. And you pop Soul Stealer on the units at the same time, and you'll just absolutely melt them with the damage that this does. It's nasty. Soul Stealer is crazy, dude. I don't see people bringing the big dragon characters anymore, though. I do think that Malekith can be really strong in some matchups, though. I'm not a Dark Elf expert, though. You know, Lokir, it would be nice if Lokir got a little bit stronger passive heal in melee. Malekith is worse than Dragon Sorceress. Yeah, she is a little cheaper. He is so expensive. 3,000 gold. You'd have equaled the cost of all of your opponent's Essies, though. What about Malice? Is Malice any good against Nurgle? He's super tanky. He's got leadership debuffs. He's got survivability with the Blood Price and Warp Sword. How does he stack up? You don't need to play meta. You've been playing really well with your builds, Agamemnon. I'm just curious because, I do think that you can go with what you're trying to do with a lot of these builds and just refine it just a little bit to, like, maximize the potential of them. So I'm just trying to figure out where you might be able to bring something a little bit more powerful that can duel all of those Nurgle SEs. Because Nurgle, you know, if they've got just like a fat SE blob, can be really tricky to deal with, because they can bully you off of points with all these guys. Like, even the Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle is a pretty good combatant. Like on the Rot Beast, they're pretty nasty. They can be a real pain in the ass. Like, pretty solid melee defense. Okay melee attack with good AP weapon strength. Just running around smacking you up. It can be really frustrating to handle. Noxbringer. Oh, this is just so strong, man. Just those three characters together. Supporting each other. Please stop with the Malice propaganda. Okay, look, to be fair, Cetra beats a lot of stuff on the horse, guys. Cetra is disgusting on horseback, actually. It is not propaganda to call Malice a good character and he still can lose to Cetra. I don't know what it is about Cetra, but he's just an absolute nightmare. He's got great melee attack and melee defense. He's an amazing duelist, and he's still got 5,600 HP on the horse. He's saucy. Cetra is no joke, and he's got Blade of Patra, which gives blinded, and gives him magical attacks, and flaming attacks, so he can debuff healing as well while he's fighting. Losing to Cetra on the horse is not the condemnation that you think it is. I'm going to be honest, because he beats a lot of characters. He beats Scylla. He beats the crap out of Wulfric, obviously. I think he might even beat Throg, to be honest. Although Throg might be able to hold his own. Although, I don't know. If Cetra has Blade of Patra, I think he even beats Throg. Just because of the extra damage. It'd be a pretty close fight, but I think with the heals and spells that Cetra can bring to the table, I think he'd win. Maybe I'll do a battle arena video, or I'll have a Cetra fight everybody. A noob stomper lord. That's a good way of phrasing Malice. Malice is a fun lord. You know, I'm all about the fun. Every Nurgle player brings the ROR Soul Grinder. You are not wrong, Agamemnon. Everybody brings the Noxbringer nowadays. Oh, here we go. We got our finals matchup going in right about now. Haha. I'm a genius. I can type in 1, 2, 3. Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to join the lobby. No, where'd it go? Also, what is this? UI jank. UI jank and me. The Total Warhammer 3 story. The imperishable one. Cetra's crazy, man. On the Sphinx, he's just an absolute monster. And he's honestly really good on the horse. The only mount of his that's not good is the Chariot. Chariot is garbage. I've tried it so many times. It gets stuck in everything. I don't know what it is. I mean, in theory, the Chariot of the Gods should be really good because it's got extra mass as an SE Chariot, but it just runs into stuff and then goes nowhere. And then he gets shot to death or ground down by spears and halberds. Every time I see Malice, I throw a light cav at him. That's true, but here's one thing that you can do. If people are going to try and blob light cavalry around your expensive lord, just send your own light cavalry to Peel. The Valkia symptom. Valkia's probably has a little bit of a better time even than Malice, though, because she's at least a flying lord. So she's not bound to the ground, where she can get swarmed at any time. It's a little bit harder to jump on her. Valkia at least gets to pick her engagements a little better than Malice. He's a suicide duelist. He's definitely not the most competitive option. But maybe grinding out enough value out of his demon form can make him okay. He was a mainstay in Dom maybe about a year ago, before a lot of the Dark Elves units and other lords got buffs. So maybe he's just fallen off because of all of that. No, Valkia has awful mass. She cannot get out of infantry. But she uptrades into everything that's bigger than her. Like Demon Shield and Sleipnir, easily two of the best abilities in the entire game. She's a girl boss that stays winning every day of the week. Wakes up winning, goes to sleep winning, can't stop winning. She is a little hard to use, though. You have to be very careful with her. If you get her caught out of position, like, one time and your opponent is just bound and determined to punish her, then she'll melt. Hellebron's buffs are really good. Hellebron has no armor, which is really rough. She can get absolutely bodied by, like, a cheap unit. In the right, or I guess maybe the wrong circumstances. Who's here in the finals, by the way? Did Torrent and Marigold finish their game? Yeah, they did. Oh, it's Marigold and Mats. Okay. I presume they'll be here in a minute. Until then, we'll just we'll keep arguing about the meta. Who costs pretty much the same, Hellebron or Hellebron and Lokir, or Hellebron and Malice? Because Hellebron's buffs are just so filthy. They are insane. Like, Gaze of Cain is honestly really strong. She gets the wrong end of the stick when it comes to the meta, just because she's squishy, and other Dark Elf Lords are either cheaper or just like have way more uptrade potential. But she can enable some pretty nasty strategies. Manticore, the staircase mount. Oh my god. On foot, of course. Hell yes. Footlord Enjoyer. Foot characters did suffer a little bit this recent patch because they got the animations changed. So they don't fall over as much. The changes to animations making as much of a difference as they do, it's kind of crazy. I don't know what it is about the Total War games and animation coding that make them so insanely important for units performing. There's some drama going on in the tournament moderators Discord channel right now. Everybody's getting boxed out by Anticity constantly running tournaments. Ooh, Hellebron 2 Death Hags and full elf and full witch elf army. Dude, that sounds nasty. That'd be really fun to play around with. Alright, where are you, Marigold? Yeah, how I've seen you bringing the Canine Assassins Pizu. What's the tech with those guys? Because I've never seen them do well. But I've seen you bringing them a couple times against, like, you know, in some very high level tournaments. Doing okay with them. I'm still not 100% sold on them. But I'm curious to know what your thought process on them is. The hell is going on? Marigold has just disappeared. We need to put out a freaking Amber Alert for Marigold. our other finalist just disappeared. Oh no. Look, honestly, if Marigold doesn't show up soon, we can just we'll just get Torrent in here, or we can have a or. Hear me out. Hear me out. If Marigold does not show up in the next 5 minutes, since we've been waiting on him for so long, no. What we could do another semifinal between the people between Torrent and Agamemnon, and whoever wins that gets into the finals against Matt. That's my idea. That's what I think we should do. Now we can get a little bit more tournament action before we get through to the end here. And they get and then we can, God forbid we get a Dark Elf Nurgle rematch in the finals. I'm talking with JP right now. Where's Torrent? If Torrent's still around, we could maybe get this rolling, because I think that'd be pretty fun, truth be told. I think it's worthwhile. Okay. Oh, never mind. No, Marigold finally showed back up. Ah, oh, rip. Okay, that's okay. That's okay. We'll get our finals match going. God, that's so funny. Right as we're moving on, right as we're moving on, Marigold shows back up in the Discord. Like, hey guys, how's it been going? Don't worry about it. I got kidnapped by the cartels, but I escaped. I'm okay. Oh, that's so funny. Okay. Can I invite to the, yeah, here we go. Okay. Drop it in here. 1, 2, 3. Bam. Alright, we're playing on Cassars. Cassars is a great map, dude. One of my favorites. I've got, like, 10 maps that I think are just god tier, and Cassars is one of them. I'm never upset when I play on this map. It's so balanced, too. Yes, exactly. He was lurking and waiting for the right moment for the dramatic reveal. You know, like a Dracula type villain in one of those old like 60s and 50s and 60s movies. Drops down from the ceiling with the cape and everything. The assassin. Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. Anti-foot SE into Wood Elves. Can throw into an Archer and be annoying. Yeah, people underestimate a lot of the cheap foot characters for what they can do as disruption. What are some of your other favorite maps? I'll have to go in and look at them all. There's so many that I enjoy. God, okay, so off the top of my head, Twilight Forest, Cassars, God, what is it called? I'm terrible with names. Oh, Crystal Lake. Crystal Lake I love. Crystal Lake is just very balanced and enjoyable. Geyser Bluff is low-key goated. And what are some other really good ones? Guys, I know everybody's going to hate me for saying it, but I think Pit of the Everchosen is an absolute top-tier map. It's amazing. Nobody's going to convince me otherwise. I'm going to pin all the ones that I love to death. They're not all, like, the most balanced maps, per se. But they're the ones that I enjoy playing on the most. I don't really like Imperial Road, I'm going to be honest. It's way too big for a map where you scrap over the middle, and that's about it. There's Twilight Forest. God, there's... Battle for Itza's really close. I think I've got to leave it off, though. Although, you know what? Nah, we'll add it in. Black Ark, or, not Black Ark, but... Battle for Itza is like the one CA map that they really cooked with. It looks cool, it plays well. There's a lot going for it. Edge of the Darkwood's pretty awesome, too. Just because Edge of the Darkwood, unlike a lot of other maps with middle objectives... there's actually a lot of play onto the back portions of the map. So there's a little bit more going for it than other ones have. I really appreciate that. I hate Glade of the Everqueen. Probably one of my least favorite maps. Not because it's bad and not because it's cool or unbalanced. I just see it all the time and I get so tired of playing on it. I'm very over it. It doesn't help that CA made their own version of the map. So, I think I just have some exhaustion from experiencing it all the time. Scalandiers is a good big map. I enjoy it. And then, where is Jade Tomb? Somewhere around here. These are probably the maps that I enjoy the most. All the ones that I've got in the pinned list here. And there's other ones I like to throw in, just to mix it up. Like, Bordelot is pretty awesome. It's damn near goated for me. I'm never sad when I have to play a match on it. Eastern Isle Colony is pretty enjoyable. Gates of Ekrund is fine. I like Graveyard of Altdorf. Almost forgot about this. Graveyard of Altdorf is a weird map, but I think it's pretty cool. I enjoy it a lot. Yeah, Pincer Shenanigans on the Forest is cool. Like, Imperial Road's not, like, it's not miserable to play on. I just am kind of tired of the Imperial Road experience, where it really comes down to just fighting over the middle of the map 9 times out of 10. Because the back points, your home objectives, the summons are so freaking close in to the objective itself that there's, like, no way to push those back objectives reasonably. And that gets a little frustrating. It's not for me. Like, I'm not a huge fan of home objective maps. I really love maps with split pushing. Probably because of the factions I play. But also, I just feel like those have a little bit more of a dynamic experience on them. The maps that have good back objective play, like Bordelot and Edge of the Darkwood, both have one thing in common, which is big forests on either side of the map with summons that are reasonably far away from the home objective so that you can actually push the back objectives at key points in the game and get something done on them. Oh, Decrepit Moor. That's a good one to add in here. Thank you, whoever said that. It's pretty fun. Alright, here we go. We'll be kicking off in just a second. So the way the forest works on Imperial Road is that there are lots of portions of it that don't hide your stuff, but a lot of it does, Agamemnon. There's a fair amount of hiding you can do in the forest on Imperial Road. It's just really spotty. Yeah, it does, but further back the trees are weird. Exactly. Yeah, that was a really fun game against Circia yesterday, Pizu. That was a absolute blast to watch. Oh, here we go. We got Tamarcon on the Toad Dragon. Gonna be scrapping with Slaanesh here. Slaanesh is just so devastating. All these Marauder Horsemen. Oh, no. I'm a little worried about all the Marauder Horsemen that I'm seeing over there. Because they're gonna feast against this Nurgle build. There are so many squishy units here for them to poke at. Chariots and some spears. There's like no infantry in this build. This is a Slaanesh build for sure. Slaanesh can kind of just have their way with everyone because they've got so many fast units. It's gonna be tough for Nurgle here, man. This is gonna be an uphill grind, but we'll see what Mats can get done here. Maybe Matt is going to be able to put an end to the Slaaneshi dominance. We had a good few weeks without a Slaanesh player coming in and winning the tournament immediately, so I guess we were due for one eventually, right? These throwing axes should be able to out-skirmish this one horseman, but if all the horsemen congregate over here, it's going to be much rougher for the Nurgle horsemen. Tamarcon's going to move up. Does have the unspeakable foulness. It can do good damage to horseman type units, and look at this. Immediate recognition from Marigold of the flimsiness of these Nurglings with the current build that Slaanesh has. And they're probably going to just flatten these guys over. Nurgle really needs to go protect them. Because you don't want to just give up 700 value right off the bat for nothing. Nurgle Horsemen are scrapping real nice against the Slaaneshi Horsemen, though. Those shields, man, I'm telling you. As long as they're pointed in the right direction, they do a lot of work for winning the skirmish game. We get a Toad Breath here that just misses completely and does absolutely nothing. Classic stuff. Absolutely hilarious. And poor little Nurglings getting flattened, and then they're crumbling out immediately. I mean, these guys just have really bad leadership. They're getting Mortis Engine because of Soul Siphon, too. So the Exalted Keeper of Secrets just immediately getting a bunch of value. Slaanesh getting a nice value lead here, which is really scary for Nurgle. They're going to have a really rough game of it, I think. Tamarcon getting kited around on the Toad Dragon. Slaanesh just doesn't have to interact with this army, really. They are not incentivized to, even. Like, they can just kite around and throw all their missiles before they take an engagement. Kha'Zix, Chaos Sorcerer, Tamarcon, with the throwing axes and Barons of the Bog are going to have to hold this number 2 objective. Do not scrap over this number 3 with just Marauders. They are going to get absolutely wailed on by Forsaken coming out now. Forsaken going to be pretty strong here. Tamarcon does not need to be the one screening these guys. That is Kha'Zix's job. Kha'Zix should be the one trying to get after the horsemen, while Tamarcon needs to come over and fight the big boy. Now that was a good breath attack. Actually got some good damage there on this horseman unit. Tamarcon looking to move over and help out Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix, Tamarcon, and the Sorcerer might be able to put the moves on this Exalted Keeper. The Barons of the Bog need to be over here, though. Barons of the Bog are going to be super clutch in this fight, and that's where they need to hang out. Sword of Filth goes down on the Exalted Keeper, but Exalted Keeper still has 61 speed. Is doing a pretty good job of getting away, but Kha'Zix actually slapping in here on the rear of the Exalted Keeper pretty nicely. Ooh, some nice damage there for sure. Fiends moving over. We got the Barons. hanging out, fighting the Forsaken. Good fight for them, but the Fiends collapsing on their rear, man. Devastating Flanker and Soporific Musk going to start debuffing them real bad. With Horseman support overlapping, they might be able to kill those guys. Although Mats has actually pulled a little bit of a value lead, is hanging on to the middle point. Get up over here and start supporting on the number 3 now. That is your more risky area of engagement currently. The Chariots are not being used very well right now. Like, they're running into the Nurgle Horsemen, which is definitely a strategy. Exalted Keeper is incredibly beat up, and the Barons of the Bog hanging in amazingly right now. And, you know, honestly, Slaanesh is hesitant to get up on this point for some reason. They should be able to outcap this, but now there's Plague Ogres coming out. Oh, and they're getting on top of the Chaos Chariots. Excellent targeting, and the Chaos Chariots are poisoned now. They're going to have a little bit of trouble pulling away, and they're going to take big damage if they sit in here for any amount of time. Getting absolutely run over currently. Chaos Sorcerer needs to be real careful. Need your magic for this entire game. You need Fleshy Abundance. You need Stream of Corruption. Good Stream of Corruption here, but this Sorcerer needs to run now, not later. And is stuck in the Forsaken, and we do get a really good engagement from the Keeper of Secrets. Ballet of Blows is active. Gets a nice slap in there. Gets a little bit of healing for the Feasting on Fear. And where is Tamarcon? Tamarcon's over here killing a bunch of Demonettes and Horsemen, helping against the Fiends, while the magic is just being taken offline right now, which is brutal. Nurgle is definitely not loving that. They might be okay, though. The Plague Ogres did get a decent amount of damage off. Oh, no. Oh, no. Don't send your Exalted Keeper into this fight. Not like this. I mean, this guy's going to take a bunch of damage from these Plague Ogres. Even if the Forsaken can trade pretty well against the Ogres, the Keeper of Secrets is just not going to like getting slapped up by the anti-large and good weapon strength these guys have. Does drop Acquiescence. Is supporting this fight pretty well with the Forsaken. God, it's going to be so close. Oh, and a fat Fleshy Abundance on the Chaos Sorcerer. Does rout himself, though. Oh, God, don't run off, please. That'd be disaster. He'll probably rally before he gets to the edge of the map. But having the Sorcerer in the late game is going to be really good. And Barons of the Bog going down. They didn't quite get their full value back, but they've held in here a long time and given time for a Pestigore to get up on the point, as well as some more Plague Toads to help out in this engagement here. And Tamarcon's just been a nightmare so far. He's been doing really well. Definitely is going to need a heal. Oh, man. And the Exalted Keeper of Secrets is getting pummeled right now by Kha'Zix and the Plague Ogres. Wow, Plague Ogres already gotten their value back. I'd just leave Kha'Zix here and disengage the Plague Ogres to try and loop around and get on top of that Lord. The Chosen have been also very stalwart. They killed a Marauder Spearman here. Now they're fighting some Forsaken. They're getting run over by the Chariots, which is rough, but they should be able to stick in here nicely. The Furies engage on them, but it's not the best engagement for the Furies. I didn't really get a rear charge, per se. Slaanesh fully pushed off that middle objective. Oh no, and the Exalted Keeper is getting hit by Curse of the Slug and actually took a little bit of damage from the Toads. So close to breaking and dying here. And the Horsemen have to be sent into melee combat, where the Plague Toads are just massacring them right now. Horsemen have terrible stats. Oh man, and some more Plague Toads over here intercepting a Hellstrider, keeping them out of that fight. A good breath attack actually nailing this Hellstrider unit, lowering their melee attack significantly, and down goes the Exalted Keeper. Crumbles into insignificance before the power of Tamarcon and the Nurgling forces here. With the kill on the Lord there, this might be game over for Slaanesh. They're looking real thin. The Chariots have not been able to move around the battlefield and find a lot of success. There just weren't really targets for them other than the Chosen. And Chosen, obviously, are kind of a risk. They got the poison. They got solid mass. Well, a shit ton of HP. They're really hard to run over with Chariots that aren't AP. And Slanesh is looking real vulnerable here. Nurgling's up on this point again. They're actually grinding out a little value before they go down here, and they did cap and hold this point for a while. More throwing axes coming in. Demonette's trying to get up the field here to help out. Not a lot around the field for Slanesh, honestly. This is kind of what happens to them. I think probably the biggest thing that people fumble about fighting Slanesh is that they want to try and do what they do in a lot of other matchups where they run around the battlefield and try to value trade a whole bunch. And they don't play the points and just force Slanesh to move into them. Because that's where Slanesh really struggles, is having to play up onto objectives constantly, because their units do tend to get pretty flimsy. They've got very low armor across the board outside of their warriors. And there just weren't any warriors here. And Plague Toads are honestly pretty good against the Chaos Warriors, of course. They've got AP and a good bonus versus infantry. They can do some pretty good damage to them. And god, dude, I'm loving this Tamarcon play. Tamarcon has been a nightmare, and he got a Fleshy Abundance here, so he's very healed up and healthy. 2,600 value on Tamarcon. Absolutely bullying Slanesh around right now. And Kazak's trying to contribute. Kazak said, hey, don't forget about me, guys, but he's just, you know, kind of following around. Really, his Sword of Filth has been the most impactful thing about him this game. It is very strong. It's an amazing debuff. But he's just regenning. He's going to be annoying if any characters or other heavy infantry come out for Slanesh and he's able to engage against them. He can get some good damage that way. Forsaken against the Devoted Marauders here. You know, I mean, Forsaken will eventually win this, but, you know, like, the Forsaken of Nurgle are honestly kind of weak. Like, extra melee defense on Forsaken's not that useful. Poison is nice, but their damage output's just kind of low, so it takes them a while to get through stuff that has, like, reasonable melee defense. Kind of like what's going on here, man. I mean, just being tired and worn out. Not doing too well getting through the 38 melee defense of the Marauders, but they are stuffing them off the point, which is probably the biggest thing that they could be doing right now. Yes, charge the Forsaken with your Hellstriders. I'm sure that's going to go well for you. They should finish off this Chosen unit, but the Chosen will get a little damage on these guys. Oh, and the Marauders actually taking a charge, and Narcissism going down. That's going to be it, though. Slanesh is just out of units, basically. Honestly, really well played by Mats. I mean, that was just really well done. Punishing this Exalted Keeper was huge. I think that, Marigold might have just run out of Tether on this kind of a build style. Because Nurgle doesn't really have a lot of vulnerable infantry to run over with chariots, you know? Like, Pestigors aren't a great target for chariots, Forsaken aren't a great target for chariots. There's lots of cheap mass with Plague Toads on the field, usually, for Nurgle. And then the Plague Ogres just catching the chariots out and just absolutely raw dogging them. That was pretty brutal. So, those guys just sucked. The Spears didn't really get to do much of anything. The Horsemen were nice, but they didn't get enough value. They needed to basically exclusively be poking down Tamarcon. And honestly, I think that the Marauder Horsemen of Slanesh might be a little bit of a trap here in this matchup. Because that poke is... They're going to run out of ammo, and then Nurgle's just going to get a fat heal, kind of like what happened in this game, where they just pop Fleshy Abundance and all their expensive stuff and laugh at you for trying to make the effort to begin with. I don't know what you do as Slanesh here, necessarily. I think the Hellstriders are good, but they can't be thrown in to fights without any support. I think an Exalted Demonette would have been a good start. Exalted Demonettes are incredible. There was the Bringers of Beguilement in reserve, but we mostly saw Forsaken, and it's not like one Forsaken got good value. This is the one fighting the Plague Ogres, I would guess. The other two were kind of bad, though. Slanesh Forsaken are a little bit superfluous for the faction, in my opinion. Like, they don't have AP. Their Devastating Flanker is just going to be way less effective than a Demonette or an Exalted Demonette's Devastating Flanker charge is. There's a lot to think about. It's a little tough without Seekers and stuff, you know. Seekers are definitely the standby for Slanesh, but even without them, they're still really good. Some Fiends also would have been a really good call here. But really, really, really excellently played game by Matt. Well played, Nurgle is definitely a pleasure to watch. And we'll be seeing Marigold again. They'll probably go back and work on the refinement for the build in the shadows and return some other time to wreak their Slaneshi vengeance upon everybody. Yeah, the Chariots were just a huge weak point in that build. They had no targets. Like, Matt made a really good call bringing those Chosen and just some Nurglings for the cap weight. I was a little worried when I saw it at first, but that Tamercon play was clean. Absolutely amazing. Love to see Slanesh not win. I second the... Yeah, Slanesh is definitely the most hateable faction outside of the Ogres right now. But it is what it is. I've never seen the Toad Breath do anything. Yeah, the breath attacks from land monsters are gross against infantry, side hitting, and they're also okay against Cav. They're very situational. That's like the biggest drawback to them. Oh, excuse me. Alright, let's get through the rest of the replays. We don't have that many to do, so I might as well just finish them all today. And then, I don't know, maybe we'll do some campaign, or maybe I'll just do some quick battles. Because I definitely need to practice. Like, I've got Beastmen and Khorne. If Beastmen are not banned, you know, I don't mind Cynagors being restricted. I think it's pretty appropriate. I think Cynagors are a stupid unit. Beastmen have lots of other fun tools to use that are pretty strong, too. So, yeah, I've got Beastmen and Khorne that I'm very good with. They're the ones that I practice with all the time. I need to find some other factions that fit my playstyle that I can use in tournaments, because I'm awful in the pick sixes. Like, very consistently, I'm going 2-2 in those, because I pick my weaker factions first, and then I don't get an opportunity to get up into the semis and finals. I think I might need to practice some more with some of my other stuff. Lots of Clan Rats coming in here from Winter. Clan Rats, spears, shields, all the goodies, lots of Doomflayers. Doomflayers into Slanesh, big risk. Slanesh, as we've seen from, particularly from Use, this is Marigold here again. Slanesh has tons of mobility. They tend to lean on that a lot. Absolute loads of Fiends, loads of Hellstriders, loads of Horsemen. Chariots on occasion from Use. No Chariots here. Honestly, though, I think the Chariots would be much better in this matchup, where there's just, like, tons of crappy infantry to run over. I'm a little surprised to not see them here. Doomflayer's massively overextending for Winter here. You can't let this happen. Very unfortunate, but it does give the Warp Lightning Cannon an opportunity to get summoned in and just get fat value right off the bat. Almost 500 value from one volley on the Ikit Zap Zap Cannon. I do like these Warp Lightning Cannons. They're pretty tough. They're pretty strong, I should say, not tough. The crews fold up in an instant, but they are very powerful. It does a lot of damage. Definitely needs to swap targets to the Fiends or these Horsemen here. Definitely need a bunch of protection now. You got some Clan Rats moving up. You need to summon another Clan Rat, I think, because Slaanesh is just going to surround this thing and kill it. And they can probably rampage it with the Exalted Keeper here. Snikich is an interesting option. I don't think he's good against demon factions because his physical resist is where his survivability lies, and, you know, there's lots of magic damage that can mess him up. He is a good assassin character, though. He's got some great abilities, too. World of Weeping Blades does an absolute boatload of damage to anything it comes into contact with. And Skaven, unfortunately, no missiles to punish any of these horsemen with, so they're just going to poke away at the Clan Rats. Not the biggest deal for the Skaven. If you're poking their Clan Rats with your Marauder Horsemen, that's honestly kind of a win for them. Oh, did you see that Fiend? Yeah, that was a sick animation, dude. God, Fiends are such a cool unit, though. Like, aesthetically, they're just gross and weird, and they have these weird, like, twisting and turning attacks. They have some cool scene kills, too. Snikich gets in here, is doing a little bit of damage. Pops Slippery, and Fiend's looking like they're going to get out of here. The Ikit Zap Zap Cannon looking real vulnerable here. I don't think it's going to survive a whole lot longer in this fight. The crew's about to rout, and then they're going to get chased down by the Fiends, and that's going to be the end of them. Not a terrible trade back here, though, for the Skaven, though. They're actually pulling down some of the Fiends. They killed the Hellstrider unit that came back here, I think. Or wait, no, that was a Horseman unit. So the Horsemen actually disengaged. But the Fiends are going down, and that's a big loss for Slaanesh. Maybe a little risky to send both your Fiends back here with no support, because, I mean, just look how many Skaven have been summoned out on top of them. Actually killing both Fiends. Exalted Keeper, though, fairly healthy. Dwarf Thing Menace doesn't really need to be back here. Oh, beautiful Globe Fire from the Skaven. Skaven are honestly doing alright here against the Slaaneshi forces. Like, the Horsemen of Slaanesh don't have a lot of targets to shoot at. Bringing in a bunch of Demonettes now. Some Forsaken as well. They need to be careful about the way they pile in here. They need to get nice, clean lines of engagement instead of blobbing a whole bunch. Because Skaven can definitely push back in here, and wow, it gets Zap Zap Cannon actually survived. That's huge. All 4 models, too, and they're fully crewed as well. So, keep a spear here, keep a sword here, and keep these Wolf Rats back here. And honestly, you can just use the Zap Zap Cannon to fire at everything moving up on that number 3 objective, and it honestly wouldn't go to that badly for the Skaven. Poison Wind Globes get shut down by the big monster, but the Dwarf Thing Menace and Snikich are being really annoying right now. You know, the Doomflayers have a lot of mass, 1,500. They're kind of hard to push out of at times. But the Exalted Keeper is able to escape here. Going to be trying to help out the mainline engagement on the number 1 objective. There's no weapon teams over here. That's the big problem that I'm seeing for the Skaven. Like, all these Clan Rats are just going to die to all of these higher tier infantry. The Rat Ogres and the Doomflayers are going to help some, but they're not going to be able to finish this fight by themselves. And if they get stuck in against any of these Demonettes, or get charged by Furies, they're going to go down pretty hard. But Winter is doing a very good job of value training. Oh, and a Plague Claw Catapult. I was wondering what hit these Forsaken. Oh my god, huge value from that Plague Claw. So the artillery coming in clutch for the Skaven, actually. I mean, damn, dude, 700 value on 2 volleys. Oh, no, never mind. I must have been looking... It must have given me a tooltip for something else. But 300 value is still pretty damn good. And it's contaminating this Forsaken unit, and they do break now. Hitting the Bringers would be huge. There is a Fury flying over to answer. Snikich doing a very good job of poking away at the Exalted Keeper, man. Exalted Keeper, though, with just a little support, should be able to just absolutely ice Snickich, though. I'm not sure why the Exalted Keeper's running as much as it is. I mean, I guess it is exhausted. This is actually... Snickich being a small target, I guess, is going to make it really hard for the Keeper to get good attacks in. So maybe Snickich is a really good call here. You don't see Exalted Keepers from that many people. Usually people bring a Herald. Or what is it? Is it the Herald? Yeah, it is the Herald. The Allure S is the caster variant of the Demon for Slaanesh. Usually you get Sigvald and Chaos Sorcerer of Slaanesh, or you get Azazel. Azazel is the most meta option. Azazel would probably beat the crap out of Deathmaster Snickich, but I'm actually pretty impressed with the little Master Assassin here. You know, Master Splinter came out on the field, and he decided he was going to choose violence today. And he's doing a very good job of shutting down the Exalted Keeper currently. I low-key think Snickich might be a sleeper meta choice for the Skaven if you're not going to bring Ikit. Because you can always bring the same stuff that Ikit has on a Priest, on the Warlock Engineer. But we do just have Pestilent Breath here. Pestilent Breath is good. Man, this is honestly, I'm really impressed with Winter's build here. Like, this is how you make a build to counter a faction. Is trying to hold all three objectives, which could get him into trouble. Since the Slaaneshi forces are grinding back a little value, there's not a lot of Skaven out here on the field now. A lot of stuff is run off the map here, and the Doomflayers have been really inefficient. Oh no, don't let it happen. Come on, Skaven. I think the Skaven are probably going to lose here. I mean, Snickich is not providing any value, just running around aimlessly currently. What he could do, if your opponent's just going to kite you with the Lord, Snickich has World of Weeping Blades, which does a crap ton of damage on blobbed up units. What you do is you get him over here, you weasel him into this fight, and then you World of Weeping Blades, and you'll kill like 20, 30, 40 models even with it, because it does so much damage. I mean, it does 108 damage per second in a 5-meter radius for 5 seconds. That's killing models outright on Marauder Horsemen, on Demonettes, on Hellstriders, all really scary targets that Skaven can struggle against. Another Doomflayer getting shut down here, again, not trading well at all. And look at the Bringers of Beguilement, dude. This is disgusting. They've got 420 kills. Oh my god. Or 416. They're going to get 420 real soon, though. They are getting rear charged, but the Plague Priest gets broken, and there's no no Plague Breath for him. Ouchies, man. Big ouchies. Skaven losing the #1 objective here, and now the weapon teams come out. At the end of the game, basically. Oh, no, 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 no. Don't do this. Do not do this. Weapon teams are not a unit that you summon at the end of games. Don't do it. The reason you don't do it is because people are just going to dive them. Like, there's no protection for these things. Like, the Furies landing in here, this one is crumbling out, which is really fortunate for the Skaven. The other one is going to get into combat. It might still kill this Warplock Jezzail. It's going to be damn close, but even if it doesn't, even if they don't get killed, like, the value that they're providing is purely from a value trade perspective, at a time in the game when you need to hold on to these caps. And you just need more, like, you need more units that can fight and trade on the points. What the Skaven need to do, what Winter needs to do, stop bringing the Doomflayers in the opening, and bring your weapon teams in the opening. Because the weapon teams would be really good for poking the Exalted Keeper. They can poke the infantry, and especially they can poke the horsemen. Because the horsemen, just throwing their javelins in, they didn't get a lot of value per se, but it would have been really nice to get them off the field with these Jezzails earlier. Would have been much nicer. Oh, and Snickich is getting cleaned up by the Bringers of Beguilement. That is one of the risks of him. A very strong infantry unit finds him and just absolutely mulches him. Oh no, and he shatters too. So it's going to take him ages to run off the field, which in a way is good for Skaven, which means their leadership isn't tanking right now, but once he does run off, they're going to get leadership bombed, and then, since he's running off the field, it's going to take ages for him to start to get back in the pool, before you can summon him back out. And there's no utility from him anymore. Keeper of Secrets just going to do its thing, and, yeah, the Fury's just diving in here. There's nothing to punish. They're fine, even though, one of them did die before it could value trade at all against the Giselles earlier. Now that they're back here and they're cleaning these guys up, it's well worth the price to pay of losing a couple Furies earlier. Because these Giselles are just so powerful. They're so good at trading early. They're very poor if you're bringing them in the late game and expecting them to do something. Because they're hard to protect, they're very slow, they provide no cap weight. And they can just get run down. 525 kills and counting for the Bringers of Beguilement, dude. They seriously just ground out the entire Skaven army on the #1 objective, pretty much. They did have some helpers, you know, but they did the majority of the heavy lifting there. There's 29 models, 800 HP, and they've still got 46 leadership. I mean, you think that Wrathmongers are strong guys, but you don't understand how good Demonettes, Exalted Demonettes are. I mean, that's pretty filthy. That is filthy. The only thing that holds back Exalted Demonettes is terrible armor. Everything else about them is just gross. And they are having a field day right now. They could probably turn around and kill this Clan Rat unit. Like, the Clan Rats are going to take a bunch of damage on the charge. The Bringers of Beguilement will be able to actually, like, rout them before they die here. And they still got, you know, a ton of leadership. It's so crazy how long they last. That's what Perfect Vigor can do for you, and a base 90 leadership value. It's pretty wild. Looks like they might lose here, actually. Although, wow, they really do break this Clan Rats. Holy crap. 634. Can they get to 700 before they go off the field? Probably not. I think they're going to end up with like 650. But that's an absolutely crazy performance from those guys. And Slaanesh is going to win this game. They've taken the objectives. They're all over it. Winner's making a few too many mistakes here. Bringing out inefficient range tools at the midpoint of the game. Not protecting said missile units either. Losing the Lord by charging him into a infantry unit that he cannot fight. Exalted Demonettes have really good stats and magic damage, and he's very reliant on the Phys Res, as I mentioned. So he just gets absolutely chewed up by those elites. Poison Wind Globes, you know, they've been okay. They've been fine. But it's been a little bit of a struggle for them. Down goes the Exalted Keeper, finally. Got 2200 value. That is going to be the end here. Very unfortunate for the Skaven. Tab, if you're not playing the Tomb Kings, we got one Tomb King player. Nobody sent their replays in, hardly. So we're working with what we got now. Yeah, Matt's the breath isn't bad against the horses, but that first one hitting the trees really sucked. Breath attacks can really chew up horse units. But especially if they blob up and you get a flank shot on them, that is absolutely disgusting. Unfortunate turnaround. Fiend's animations are so juicy. Both in terms of the looks value, and also just actually in game. They're very disruptive, and they can cleave through units very effectively. When you play the weaker factions, once you click on the Tomb Kings or Beastmen button, the game plays itself, though. Beastmen do require a lot of micro to, like, be played to their full potential. Beastmen are deceptively hard to play, but they are definitely one of the... They're banned a lot for a reason. But I think if you limit Centaur numbers on Beastmen, they become a lot more reasonable. Most of the banned factions... Let's talk about banned factions for just a second. Like, there's the reason that, Beastmen and Slaanesh and Ogre Kingdoms are banned. One, most of these factions have just, like, monstrously broken tools in some regard, like Thunder Tusks. Stupid unit. Get rid of this. This thing does not need all of what it has. Who thought this was an okay idea? Pigback Riders are borderline broken because they don't fall over, so they're always doing damage, and they're way too tanky for their price point. I mean, they're 400 gold, and Uncanny Coordination, I don't mind giving extra melee defense. Fine, so be it. That's actually kind of cool. I like it. But it giving extra leadership is stupid. Like 12 more leadership. Like, these guys have better leadership than freaking state troopers. Like, they're just icky little noblars. Like, I don't know, man. It doesn't sit right with me. Like, I know that the Empire State Troopers are cheaper than Pigbacks are, but the way that Pigbacks are designed makes them very stupid and silly and, you know, kind of broken in a bad way. But even if Ogre Kingdom's, like, super strong stuff is banned, Lead Belchers are still obnoxiously overpowered against everything that isn't single entities. And then, you know, you got lots of really cost-effective units on the Ogre roster, and you've got good speed across the board, man. You can get up on points before other factions can, so you just dominate the cap game. Same thing with Slaanesh. You've got some obnoxiously overpowered stuff like Seekers and Heart Seekers, and again, even if they're banned, you've still got better speed than every other faction across the board. You've still got Fiends here. You've still got crazy Lord options with absolutely disgusting magic. Pavane, Acquiescence, Lash. Even if you banned Pavane as a spell, there's still Blissful Rapture spam, which gives, you know, like a Wah-type effect to every unit in the army. Again, a little bit too much to handle for most factions. Beastmen don't really have any units that are, like, outright busted, but they're just so cost-effective across the board, and they're... You think, like, Slaanesh may be a little bit faster than the Beastmen on the whole, but Beastmen are right behind them. Like, goddamn, having Vanguard on pretty much every infantry unit with 42 foot speed is kind of wild. They can get anywhere at any time. And they've got pretty strong Lords of Magic on their casters. They're not nearly as overpowered in terms of, like, value trading. And Beastmen have a few more vulnerabilities. But just the cost-effectiveness of all of their baseline units is really what sells the faction for you. The Lords are really just here to fly around and value trade with the magic more often than not, or just to be hard to snipe like the Doom Bull. The moneymakers are like Centaurs, Razorgore Chariots. Razorgore Herd are low-key pretty insane. They're amazing against heavy cav of any type. Butchers of Kalkengard are really solid. The monsters are surprisingly good. Like, the Eye of Morsleep is really strong. Jabberslice are pretty crazy as well. There's just so many, there's so many, like, good baseline units that you can always lean back on, but then there's also really good mix-ups available to you. That's why Beastmen are strong. And the perfect vigor on Centaurs is why they're so broken. So if you limit them down to about 4 or so, and Beastmen don't just spam Centis all game, they're a little bit easier to handle. Not putting a limit on Centaurs is suicide for your tournament if you want to allow Beastmen, because all that's going to happen is people are going to bring 10 of them and just run over every army they run into. Everybody give it up for my brother in the chat here. Somehow he found his way in here. We love the familial support. I appreciate it, buddy. Alright, what else have we got going on? Let's get back to the replays. We've got... oh, man. Mace Hindu. That's a pretty good name. What have we got? I want to see some wild stuff in here. We've already seen this build. This build, honestly, isn't all that wild. It's honestly pretty gross. The healing that you can get on a Dread Saurian. I noticed that people are starting to ban the Shredder of Lustria. Oh, yes. This is what we want to see. We've got Jar Jar Jonks coming in here. With with Acold the Fallen and triple Chosen halberds. Oh my god, dude. I mean, there is double Soul Cannon here, which is gonna feast on these Chosen. Acold, though, is a pretty nasty, monster. I mean, he just absolutely rolls over everything he comes into contact with. And he's got some really strong infantry clear abilities that we'll talk about when we get in here. I think he's way better than people give him credit for. Anticity played with him a little bit. There's definitely ways to counter this guy, but in the right build and in the right matchups, I think he's pretty unstoppable. Like Korn really struggles against Aeson. It's gotten a little bit better over time with the inclusion of Korngors, but it's still pretty rough just because of the Mortis engine. Look at the noises he makes. I don't know if y'all can hear it, but just like the tentacle, like, vortex he leaves behind is really fun. He's got the Tides of Transformation, which disorients, does a bunch of damage as well in an AoE around him. Just, you know, on a cooldown, and it procs pretty consistently. It lasts 32 seconds, only a 30-second cooldown on it, gives a melee attack buff, and has Maelstrom of Change. This is where Aeson sets himself apart. Maelstrom of Change does a crap load of damage. Hitting infantry units, but especially stuff like Hellstriders, they just get folded up by it. Chosen getting pounded right now. Hell Cannon's doing their thing. They're having a whale of a time back here. The Fleshlights of Doom are coming in here and just absolutely having a field day. Like, you can't tell me that's not what it looks like. I mean, I don't make the rules, and they knew what they were doing. Like, why did they do that? Why did they design it that way? Chosen are just having an awful time of it, man. You can see Jonks trying to get one Chosen away. The other one hiding in the trees. This is really smart positioning. This is how you use tree cover in terrain, is hide stuff away so they can't get shot by artillery. They're hidden until the units close within, I think it's 90 meters is the reveal range for standard units. Although when you're in trees, I think it might be a little bit closer than that even. Spotting in this game has its own little sub-mechanics to it. There's so much that goes into this game, and there's so much that doesn't get explained on a regular basis, that learning all of this over time, honestly, can be, like, huge revelations, even for experienced players. Like, there's stuff that I learn about this game every single day, just about. It's kind of wild how insanely in-depth it is. So we get an Infernal Gateway going down. Oh, and the Chosen with Halberds actually collapse onto the rear of the Sorcerer Lord. And the War Shrine's actually kind of hard to dodge out of. So this Chaos Sorcerer of Metal eats a ton of damage in this engagement. Down to about half health. Just wants to stay up in the air and cast magic the rest of this game. Did get a final transmutation. That was pretty saucy, but it didn't get a lot of HP damage is the problem. You gotta get rid of barriers before you can use your magic against Tzeentch. Tzeentch is so good at nullifying magic just by having the barriers. Honestly, the barriers might be better spell resistance for Tzeentch than the magic resist is for Khorne. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that. Aeson's having a good time. Although Hellstriders have found their way onto him, does he have Tides of Transformation? Or a Maelstrom? It doesn't look like he's got a Maelstrom to use. This would be the right time to use it. But the Mortis engine and a really good proc on Tides of Transformation is just cleaving through all of these units. It's got a pretty big effect radius of, 12 meters is pretty juicy. It's not massive, but on tightly packed units like these Hellstriders and the Marauders that were on them, the 9 damage over 4 seconds can actually stack up and do some pretty significant work for you. You do trap your own guys into the Vortex here, but it is killing multiple Marauder units here. Not the worst use of it, and luckily they're on the outer edge of the radius, so those Chosen hanging in nicely. The other Chosen Halberds, they've gotten into the combat. Once you've closed the gap with your opponent's infantry, Hell Cannons fall off pretty hard, because they're obstructed, and if they do shoot in, oftentimes they friendly fire. So that is one way to get around these things. If your opponent is bringing the Soul of Damnation or a multi-Hell Cannon build, just like throw your stuff in as carefully as you can into actual melee engagements so the cannons aren't nearly as good at hitting stuff. Aeson back at it again, man, routing these Marauders instantly with a terror route. Chosen, not going to be able to follow that up. I would love to see the, maybe the Furies could go chase these guys down. Chasing stuff off the field is pretty important. Jar Jar is not really value trading all that well still, though. Like, the Warriors of Chaos are well ahead in terms of value, but I feel like it might be a little inflated. Their infantry forces are looking pretty weak right now. They're committing a lot of stuff to trying to grind Aeson down, which is not always a very good idea. Although this final transmutation with the Hellstrider dive, this might be the start of a flip. If they can kill Aeson and keep him from getting a shit ton of value, that is definitely one way that the forces of the Warriors of Chaos can win this game. But a good, man, just another good Infernal Gateway. We got a Tzeentch army ability hammering the Chaos Sorcerer Lord here. And Aeson's still sticking in. His leadership, a little bit better than your standard Mutolith Vortex Beast, and leeching down the Knights of Immolation as well. I just don't know, dude. I mean, it's so crazy. Tzeentch is a hard faction to get a read on in games, because you can be up significant amounts of value on them, and they're still winning on the field. And a lot of that comes down to their barriers, because these things soak up so much damage. Every time you get rid of the barrier, you get value for getting rid of the barrier. But if you're not getting damage on their HP pools, and then the barriers replenish, you can rack up, conceivably, by shooting a Centaur of Tzeentch, about 1,000 value without actually doing anything to them. So, I'm not 100% sure who's in an advantage state here. Aeson's basically dead here. It might be worth unsummoning him and trying to get a little bit of money back. His barrier, he's only got 140 barrier left. He gets smacked by the Hell Cannons now. They're gonna get rid of him. He's not gonna be able to rally after that damage. But there are still some Tzeentch chosen halberds here. And against the Rotting Riders, they should do pretty nicely. The Centaurs disengage very cleanly here. We've got a bunch of Zangors moving in. Zangor's very cost-effective unit. And the Centaur's going to get a beautiful side charge here. Oh no, please get the Rotting Riders out of here. They're so bad at disengaging from combat. And they're just going to get absolutely lit up here by the Chosen Halberds, who are just going to grind all of this value back for Tzeentch that they need. This is going to be a pretty devastating situation for the Warriors of Chaos. And it looks like the Furies found the Chaos Sorcerer. He is going to be run off the map here. And the Hell Cannons, they give a little bit of a rebate when they get unsummoned, but it's not going to be nearly enough. Ouch, dude. Big ouch. This Tzeentch Sorcerer on the Shrine has been pretty solid, too, and is getting a lot of WOM recharge with Spell Mastery. The Hell Cannons are... one's out of ammo, the other has 3 shots. I don't think it's going to be enough to kill the Sorcerer, though. He's still got 3,000 health. These War Shrines have a ton of HP. And the Tzeentch variant, having a barrier, makes it exceptionally difficult to kill. It takes ages to get through these things. So... One gets unsummoned. Little bit of money in the bank for the Warriors of Chaos, but their Lord is gone now, which is a big loss. You gotta be careful of your spacing on infantry units. You don't want to layer them like this when there's artillery on the field. Yeah, it's only like 1 or 2 shots, but these hell cannons have already farmed up a ton of value. You don't want to leave them to just get extra if you can avoid it. Ouch. Big ouchies. But Senti's doing alright. There's some Zangors holding this point. There's just no infantry to speak of for the Warriors of Chaos. I got some Forsaken moving up. It's going to take him a while to take this point, though. Ill-advised attempt by the Furies to land here. They are going to get pushed back. We got a Chosen waddling to the back objective. We've got the Centaurs running over Marauders out here. This is where the Hellstriders need to be. They really need to save these poor little Marauders here. Otherwise, you're going to lose the number 3 objective. And it's going to make taking the number 2 even harder. Number 1 still very securely held. Good rotation. Moving the Marauders up. Chosen should be fine back here just to hold it for the rest of the game. And the Centaurs are actually going to take the head-on charge against the Hellstriders, which I don't think is a very good idea. It's going to be a big loss for Tzeentch here. Centaurs do very well on the charge, but their stats are awful when they stay engaged in combat. Just because it's 22-22 at base. They get Primal Fury, which is nice. They've got Perfect Vigor still. Are they actually going to win this? There's no freaking way, right? Wow, they actually are. And then a Storm of Change. Tier 3 army ability for Tzeentch coming in on the Forsaken. Gonna hit the Hellstriders and the Forsaken. Doesn't get a ton of damage, though. Not the best one I've seen, but any amount's gonna help here. Still probably got like 300 or 400 value, which is reasonable. And the Screamers and the Centaurs actually bullying the Hellstriders off of the number 3 here. Leaving the Forsaken alone. Looks like the Forsaken may have gotten hit by another Infernal Gateway, because they looking a little chewed up right now. I don't think anything else was over here to do damage to them. So, really brutal game, dude. I mean, imagine being in this position as a Warriors of Chaos player. You're wondering how you can be up 5,000 value and still losing a game. Barriers, dude. Barriers and army abilities, as well as spell casting. Sometimes not tracking value appropriately on the value trades bar. I don't know what it is. This game is a little baffling at times. Some of it really is just actually that esoteric that there's no discerning a rhyme or reason as to why something is happening the way it is. But Aeson makes his way back out. He went back to the warp and he got bored, so he decided to make his way back in. Manticore Lord also coming back in. Trying to kill the War Shrine here, but War Shrines, man, just really good layering with the infantry. Like, drags the Manticore into a bunch of Zangors, does actually get a good attack animation to get out of that blob, and is still hounding down this War Shrine. Is the War Shrine going to be able to survive here? Very, very, very sketchy situation for this poor Tzeentch caster. But some Screamers come in. There's Gorby's Chariots on the field now. You know, the Chariots could have been good earlier, but a couple of Screamers come out, and they're just going to shut those guys down. Lickety-split, and there's not really going to be any way to free them up. Tzeentch is looking like they got this game. The Gorby's Chariot got stuck in. It's got 500 value. If it had gotten some more cycle charging, it would have done pretty well for itself, but not going to happen here. Screamers hounding down the Lord, and Tzeentch is going to win on points anyways. GG's. Fun build, dude. So awesome. Aeson is low-key pretty good. Not bad at all. $3,200 value on him is pretty solid. The Knights of Immolation are really good, but if they're alone in the sky, I find they're pretty bad. I think Tzeentch is the only faction that can really use the Knights of Immolation appropriately. I think the Warriors of Chaos should just bring some of the other units that are a little bit better at operating independently. Knights of Immolation really do need support to function at their best, and I think that Tzeentch benefits having them because they protect Changebringers really well. And you know, Changebringers can get you 3,000 value on their own, and the Knights of Immolation, they can kill any Furies or any flying units trying to get on top of them, occupy a lot of attention, and then they can go and drop their Searing Torrent on infantry fights, which is where they get most of their real value. That's what these guys are really there for. Searing Torrent is a disgusting ability. Does so much damage to blobbed up stuff. Didn't see enough of that here. And the Rotting Riders didn't really have anything to fight. They got YOLO'd into a bunch of halberds, and that's never going to go well for you. Tzeentch, Centaurs did nicely. Screamers did okay. Furies were fine. The Changebringers would have been really good to bring out. Although, yeah, maybe not. The Manticore Lord would be pretty good against them. If you shut down the Knights of Immolation, then you can bring the Changebringers out, and they can roast out the Manticore. But if these two units operate together in conjunction, they can keep the Changebringers offline most of the game. I think what you want to do as the Warriors of Chaos here is bring Azazel. He would be the best bet, I think. Provided you have the DLC, of course. Because he can rampage stuff out of the sky, which is awesome. Or you can bring a Chaos. Wait, no. You can bring a Chaos Sorcerer. You can't bring a Chaos Lord Sorcerer of Slaanesh. Where are the Warriors of Chaos? This roster is so ridiculously overpacked. I mean, you've got variants for days on all of the infantry. It's kind of crazy. So yeah, you can bring Azazel if you want. He's really good at rampaging Changebringers and big stuff out of position, and then you can follow up with Hellstriders, or just missile fire from your Horsemen, which is really strong. I liked the double Skull Cannon, but honestly, probably just bring the Soul of Damnation by itself if you want to try and do double Hell Cannon. Two of them is way more of an investment. They've got 25 ammo instead of 40. So the Soul is honestly almost equaling the ammo totals. It's got, what? Yeah, it's got 20% less than 2 Hell Cannons. So, is that really that big of a deal? You're paying $2,400 as opposed to $1,550. It's already an expensive piece. Investing in it and keeping it protected, it's pretty easy. It's easier to protect than double Hell Cannon. I was a little surprised Tzeentch didn't try to dive the Hell Cannons. Although, I guess, you know, with all the Hellstriders that Warriors of Chaos can bring, it's a little difficult. I think they probably could have managed it with a good dive. But Jonks did a really good job of value trading in that game. Let's do some Slaanesh versus... Oh, wait, no, we already watched this. Lamau. And, oh, Vampire Coast. Yeah, let's watch Vampire Coast versus Slaanesh. We've got double Rotting Leviathan here, which is honestly a pretty strong combo. These things are a little janky at times. Sometimes they just don't want to hit things. But if you get them running around and actually using their charge animations, they can do a lot of damage to infantry. And Slaanesh is really going to struggle against these things. They've got no missile play to speak of. They don't have any AP or mass in the start. So the dreaded Vampire Coast Rush may be incoming. Is Noctilus on his Necrofex Colossus or not? I don't actually know. Sigvald's trotting in. Sigvald is risky into the Vampire Coast, actually. I really don't think he's all that good here. You might think he would be, but he struggles if crabs show up of any variant. Noctilus is just on foot. He's already expensive enough, so I mean, I guess it makes sense. He's going to be dropping Wraithstorm, Pit of Shades, no Melkoths. Really need Melkoths against Hellstriders. Such a good spell. Very good at wearing them down. Pit of Shades will be great against all of the Chaos Warriors, though. So, you know, a little tit for tat. And, you know, I guess maybe the Hellstriders just won't even have anything to kill here. Like, if they want to grind into polearms, sure. If If they want to try and dive bombs, that's also not a bad thing for the Vampire Coast. And the Rotting Leviathans are just not going to take any damage because they're immune to flanking. So they're going to be really, really hard to get through. Forsaken and the Hell Scourges, I don't know what you do here. I mean, I think you just cap this point and sit on the number 1 all day. And just try to pick off isolated Vampire Coast units. It's going to be kind of hard. There are a lot of Scurvy Dogs coming out. So, all of my complaints about Hound units are mitigated when we're talking about Undead Dog variants, because, yeah, they've got low leadership, but everything on your roster has low leadership as the Undead. Like, they've got the same leadership as your freaking Bomber mobs and Deckhand mobs. And the Crumbling's not really nearly all that punishing. So, Scurvy Dogs and Direwolves for the Vampire accounts, both of these dog variants can be used with regularity, and in fact, I kind of encourage it, because they're honestly pretty good. You don't want them to get charged, though. This is where they can really fold up, because they're quite weak when they get engaged by units initially. You want them to be the countercharge unit. You want to try and get your opponent to engage onto a zombie unit, and then use the Scurvy Dogs to surround, lock stuff in place, and get really good value by trading into things that way. You can see here, they're just bleeding a lot of value to these Hellstriders, and the Hellstriders have solid enough stats. They should be able to outtrade the Scurvy Dogs in a prolonged fight. Pulling back now. Good engagements from Slaanesh right now. They're not over-pressing anywhere. They're being very patient. The Vampire Coast really needs to get on the move. What is up with the funky colors, dude? I don't know what it is about the Rotting Leviathans that causes this weird, like, texture pop-in on them. I swear this game and its spaghetti code is just getting more and more degraded over time. There's a lot of Fellbats to throw in here. What the Vampire Coast needs to be doing is sending the Leviathans in to hammer into the Hellscourge Warriors. The bombs are going to get a good volley off here. Even though a lot of these guys are heavily armored, the bomber mobs have a lot of ammo, and they've actually got, like, okay armor-piercing explosive damage. So, like, the AoE is disruptive enough that it keeps things from, like, engaging properly. It does respectable damage, and it can definitely, they can definitely get you good value, even against armored units. Although they are getting jumped on now by the Forsaken, and now some Furies coming in. I'm seeing a lot of errors from the Undead here. I just don't think the Vampire Coast player is understanding the best way to be taking engagements onto the objectives. You don't want to be trickling your units in like this. Like, all these dogs and Fellbats died over here, and it was a very avoidable loss. Like, all you needed to win that fight was Noctilus and some zombies over there, and they'd immediately flip that around. Having the Rotting Leviathans also pressuring out the Chaos Warriors means that your opponent can't just focus all the Hellstriders back here. Otherwise, all the infantry is going to die, and then you can just push on to the back objective. This is a really tough matchup, though, for the Undead. Very oddly placed Pit of Shades, to be quite honest. Trying to catch the Hellstriders out, I think. Too little too late, though. It's better on infantry, just because infantry can't waddle out of the wind-up time and time. It takes 6 seconds to cast Pit of Shades, which for, like, reasonably attentive players is more than enough time to get out of the way of it. Infantry can't really do so as cleanly. That's why you generally want to use it on infantry. Even if it is okay against cavalry, you know, its AP vortex damage is just better hitting multiple infantry units. There's been lots of opportunities, too, for it. Like, there's a bunch of infantry blobbed here, shit ton blobbed up here. A Pit of Shades in either of those locations would have been better than the one we saw out here. Noctilus moves over, but it's just way too late. I mean, you bled away a ton of Scurvy Dog value. You're working down the Hellstriders finally. The bomber bats are coming in, and they're actually firing for a change, which is awesome to see. Firing in here on these Hellstriders, and there's no magic for Slaanesh. I just realized there's no magic for Slaanesh. Always bring magic. You got one of the best lores of magic in the game is, you know, an acolyte of the Prince of Pleasure. Pavane. You've got the you got the Whip of Agony or whatever it's called. God damn it. Now I need to know. We gotta go to the lore here. Okay, where is it? Lash of Slaanesh, not Whip of Agony. I don't know what I'm talking about, but good damage output, Acquiescence, good debuff. There's a lot of good tools there. Even if you don't want to use Pavane, you can use any of the other spells and still do pretty nicely. There's just so much utility for this faction, man. The Rotting Leviathans are finally engaged, but it's just too little too late. I mean, they're engaging, like, very isolated and alone, and even with the immune to flanking, they're still going to take poke damage over time. Just being surrounded, man, it's going to take them forever to get value. Like, you really need these things to be active early so that they can start value trading for you and keep you in the game, because they're insanely expensive to bring in. They're 2,000 or 1,900 gold each, which is a lot of money. And Count Noctilus is also a really expensive lord option. Going with just a Vampire Fleet Admiral with a pistol to pop Black Periapt and also just invo the crabs all game is probably a little bit better of a choice, in my opinion. Like, Noctilus is much better into wide coast builds, where his summons and his heals can be a little bit more impactful. If you're going for big SCs, you just want heals and as much WOM as you can smack into your army. Slaanesh just kind of running away with this game now. They've taken the home objective. The crabs are doing damage, but they're just not going to be able to win this game by themselves. There's fiends on one of them, chipping away at this guy. The other one is fighting Sigvald. Sigvald's actually holding up remarkably well against the crab here. He's just been going at it all game. I don't know what the hell that was, but it just did an obnoxious amount of damage to those Forsaken. Oh my goodness. What was that? I have no idea what effect that was. Hello? I mean, like, basically one-shot that unit. So, anyways, back to our regularly scheduled program of Slaanesh winning yet another game. And they're just running over what remains on the field, isolating these crabs. The crabs are going down. The Rotting Leviathans did okay. This one got its value back, but they just need to be used a little more aggressively. That was the first good Pit of Shades we've seen, too. Very good punish on those Hellscourge Warriors, but it's too little too late. Slaanesh is just going to get up on the points way faster than the Vampire Coast could ever hope to. We got Scurvy Dogs being thrown away against Forsaken as well. Not a good engagement. There's a lot that this Vampire Coast player is going to need to keep in mind for next time. I mean, just bringing out all these Fellbats and Scurvy Dogs. No, thank you. I would have loved to have seen the Depth Guard come out first. Depth Guard can actually push objectives. They're heavily armored, and Slaanesh actually, since Seekers are banned, they actually don't have a tremendous amount of AP. Or at least they've got, I should say this, they've got plenty of AP, but they don't have a lot of AP that doesn't want to get hit by Depth Guard. Fiends are the only unit. Like, Depth Guard against Demonettes or Exalted Demonettes is a pretty evenish trade. It's not amazing for the Vampire Coast, but if you use your Scurvy Dogs to help the engagement, then it becomes a little bit more favorable. It would have been really hard for the Hellstriders to break these Depth Guard down. Furies, they can rear charge Depth Guard, but they don't have the damage output to get around the Hunger, and then they just get absolutely mulched by the anti-infantry attacks that the Depth Guard have. The crabs need to be used aggressively. And these bombers and pole arms need to stay together in a formation. It would have probably been best for the undead to try and backcap the forces of Slaanesh. Like, just slow pushing down their main infantry formation is probably the best way they could have gone about taking that fight. Slaanesh is hard to get your hands around. They can be really annoying. You've got to know your you've got to have matchup knowledge. Slaanesh you don't see a lot of. Not a lot of people play them. You don't see them very often either, so you don't get a lot of practice against those guys. So when you do run into them, it can be a little hard to know what does and doesn't work against them. What happened to the Doom Knights of Tzeentch? They got caught... Oh, in that last game we saw, the Warriors of Chaos game that we watched, they got caught in a vortex, they landed on the ground, and they were fighting some halberds and a bunch of other stuff that they just aren't going to trade well into. Doom Knights are there to control the aerial combat. They don't have AP or anything, so they trade pretty poorly into ground units. Yeah, trading out the poorly trading undead mobility when you're behind is a very... I mean, this is a trap that is easy to fall into at any level, on any faction, honestly. Like, those mobility units, like Scurvy Dogs, Fellbats I don't really like for Coast to use, because they don't synergize with anything, really. Keep all the Fellbats out of your army. And just bring Mournghouls and Rotting Leviathans if you really want, but generally you can just go with... So you got the Pistol Admiral, you got Black Periapt, which gives you WOM reserves, as well as power recharge, which is really nice. If you're afraid of her getting sniped, you can put her on the Rotting Promethean, which gives her pretty solid armor and defensive stats. Can make her a little bit tankier. A little bit more speed ain't bad either. But usually just on foot. All Hands Hoy is okay. Usually not that important. Opal Amulet's good for damage resistance. And you can just do Invo and Van Hel. Well, Van Hel's maybe not that good. Drown Dead and Invo for the Vampire Coast is the best bet. You summon the Gunnery Mob variant more often than not. If you don't want to bring that, then bring Gaze into Gash. This just does an insane amount of damage. This is one of the best magic missile spells in the game. It will wreck single entities of any and all type. Silostra is your other bet. Silostra on the crab is kind of hard to kill. And the magic is pretty strong. Like, Fog of the Damned and Tidecall can be really good. Kraken's Pull is situationally nice. Lasts forever on the upgraded variant, but 15 seconds with a 4 AP damage per second really ain't that bad against infantry, and it's impossible to escape from the AoE. It slows you, and it also has like a pull-in effect like Pit of Shades does. There's a couple of different things you can do here, but Fog of the Damned and Tidecall, usually what you want to bring. Tidecall really good against Hellstriders and the Demon Infantry. Which can help you value trade with your bigger stuff. You don't really need Kiss of the Deep. Arcane Conduit's not a necessity, and you don't really want the Bordello Flabellum. Not Flagellum, Flabellum. It's a little too expensive, and, you know, Silostra's already expensive as hell. She's 2,800 with this kit here. But she's tanky as hell with her armor. Solid leadership. Reasonable speed and good damage output. She'll beat Sigvald in a head-to-head. You can always, if you're really scared, bring a Fleet Admiral in reserve with Invo and nothing else. And just pop that on her if you want to. Almost all of these lords are viable, but I do think if you're going to bring Noctilus against Slaanesh, you bring Melkoths and Invo. And you just use Melkoths on the Hellstriders and Invo on all of your gun units and try to keep them alive as long as possible. You can bring Captain Roth's Moondial. It's 2 free deckhand mob summons, which can be nice. Because if your guns get jumped on by Furies, you cast Moondial into that fight, and then you can just muck up the works and move on from there. It can be pretty nice. I don't know why I'm trying to exit. We got plenty of more games to go. We're going to watch some Lizards versus Kislev. Boris Ursus here, man. Boris is cool as hell. He's situationally pretty strong. He's got some really powerful damage-dealing items and abilities. Colossal Strike stacked with Fury of Ursun, as well as Shardblade, make him an absolute ace at killing large targets. And that's all there is in this build from Legatus here. It's going to come down to execution for the Lizards in order to win this game. Kislev is very tricky for them. There's not a lot of shooting in this Kislev build, so the Saurian and Solar Engine and Mazda are going to have a little bit of a better time. But the Kossars should be able to pressure the Pterodons a little bit. Pterodons might have a hard time getting the rock drops in effectively. We'll see, though. Horse Archer's taking the number 1, and Kossovite Dervish moving all the way out here, doing something. I'm not sure what. Does not want to be out there. Pterodons will bully this Kossovite Dervish. Like, just go fly over the top of this guy and just use the javelins to poke it down. They'll die in record time. The missiles on Pterodon Riders are actually pretty devastating. I got pretty good missile strength. 27 base and 13 AP with 10 models. Yeah, it's not like the most damage in the world, but they got a decent amount of ammo too. They're fairly cost efficient. It's just that generally Lizards can also just bring better missile units like Skink Skirmishers and Skink Javelins in mass, which do pretty much the same thing. But if you do need to, like, blow up a gun line, the rock drop is where it's at, man. This does a ridiculous amount of damage. It's kind of crazy. Oh, do we have the spin to win Howda strats coming in here from the Dread Saurian, actually? I don't know if that bug is still in the game, but if you, like, spin monsters that have shooters on the back, it used to be that you could cheese that to where they would just be firing all the time, and you could use the ammo up real fast on these. And Dread Saurian's actually got, like, okay damage on the little Howda missiles. It's got good poke. A little slow on this react. You need the Frostworm and Boris on Mazda Mundi, and you just need to try and kill him. And hope to God that the Dread Saurian doesn't kill either of these characters before they can get value. This is going to be real rough for Kislev. They're going to struggle immensely here. We got Fire Leech Bolus coming up too. They're going to get some good work done. We haven't seen any rock drops, right? Oh wow, no, they have dropped their rocks. Or one has. Okay, so we had one rock drop and the others are still lining up. What you do here is, as the Lizardman, you just line up here, where you see all of these infantry that are really tightly packed. This is where your rock drop goes, and you're going to basically delete both of those units there. You can drop some here as well. Very tightly packed units are your best target for those. And the armored Kossars are definitely where you want your bombs to end up falling. A little lackluster on that rock drop. That really didn't do anything, so... Leggett definitely needs to work out the timing on that. But otherwise doing pretty well. Like, just forcing a blob fight and then running over everything. It's kind of how this build works, man. It's just here to bulldoze and bully factions that aren't prepared for it. Which I think is kind of what makes it a little cheesy, and it's a little unfun to play against sometimes. But, you know, it's here to stay. It's not going anywhere. This is just one of the many, like, variants of Lizardmen builds, man. They've got a very wide and, like, versatile roster. So it's a little hard to prepare against them and value trade, because they can bring just about anything. Boris Ursus is getting his ass handed to him right now, man. And you have to focus one target. You have to kill Mazdamundi. Do not shoot the Saurian. Saurian is not the target you want to hit. Saurian, you want to engage after you've killed the healing. Otherwise, you're wasting your time. Little Grom is in here shooting at the Saurian. It's going to take forever for it to kill him. Misses a shot because the animation pushes the Saurian out of the way. Mazda and the Solar Engine are fighting Boris here. Boris in a 2v1 is just not going to perform well. When you're 2v1'd, you're always going to get hit by one of these entities. It's just the way the game is kind of coded. It would be nice to see more duelist characters get immune to flanking. That way they can like duel multiple entities and not just lose every single time. Maybe that would be a little too powerful, but otherwise units like Boris Ursus are just kind of bad. Like, Boris Ursus can kill really expensive lords, but he doesn't provide a lot of utility outside of his direct combat abilities and prowess, and that gets a little limited up to at a certain point. We got a, what is this? A blizzard? What the hell is happening here? Did we just see a blizzard get used to try and slow down the units here? No, I don't know what that cast was about. I think the Kislev player is panicking a little bit here. I'll talk about how Kislev can probably beat this build after this game. I think there is one particular build that might be able to do it. Just constantly blobbing up for the monsters to just dunk on you is not going to get the job done, unfortunately. I mean, these infantry are just too closely packed, and Mazdamundi has all of these crazy abilities to punish blobs, like Banishment. There's no Ruination of Cities, which I'm a little surprised by. Ruination of Cities is a great spell. It does a ton of damage. Man, oh man. Frostworm died out here to the Coldwind Spear Riders. Little Grom is getting some good value. You need Little Grom here in this matchup, I think. Little Grom is so strong. Just absolutely ruins SEs and cavalry. Really good against Spear Riders and stuff. So I think having Little Grom in the build is a good idea, even if it is getting countered now. I think if it were in the opener, it would be a little bit more consistent and a lot stronger. Horse Archers, I like for capping points, but I think they might not be very good in this matchup. Lizards have a lot of armor, or they have cheap stuff that can out-trade the Horse Archers. There's two schools of thought about how you deal with Saurian builds. We'll just play it out. We'll play it out. We're fast-forwarding through it. It'll be over in a minute. I mean, it's game. I mean, Kislev is completely tabled. They have nothing out here on the field. The way that you handle Saurian is either you snipe its healing support, which is Mazdamundi in this case, or you ignore it and you use mobility and like cheap infantry to try and just cap all the points away from your opponent. Like, this Kislev build is fairly well balanced, but it's a little small. I don't know if you need the Frostworm in the opening. It can come in reserve and do really well. There's a lot of infantry in here. I'm not the best Kislev player in the world. I'm still trying to learn them. They're a very tricky faction. They're not beginner friendly at all, in my opinion. But I think Tsarina Katerin on the Ice Sled is a good place to start. She's very good at running over infantry. You do need to be careful of nets, but you can keep her away from Mazda pretty easily with her 84 speed. She is way faster. He will never catch her as long as you're microing her around carefully. You can bring. This is, by the way, I'm talking about and avoid the Shredder build. The Horse Archers, maybe you can bring 2 of them to help cap. You bring a couple Winged Lancers in your opening, and then you bring a ton of Kossars and some Bow Kossars. You can mix in like 1 armored. You use the Kossars to kill skinks, and you just try and run them away from the Shredder as much as possible. You have your infantry formation, try to like pull the Saurian back towards your own spawn, and then maybe you can bring in the Wolfhearts and Boydenovs to shoot the thing down. Because you got a snare here, and you just got crazy powerful missile strength on these guys. That's one way you can counter the Shredder trying to dive your Kossars, but it's really tough to use infantry against Saurians because they're fast as well as powerful. Their collision damage just ruins these infantry. So you can honestly just go for like full mobility as Kislev. You basically bring no infantry. At least in the start, you bring a bunch of winged Lancers, you bring Horse Archers, you bring some Kossovite Dervishes, and then you do that. That's your infantry. And these Kossars go grab a home objective or just one of the side objectives. If your opponent's trying to push you with Skinks, you can run over them with Winged Lancers. They can also hammer Saurus pretty good. Horse Archers can poke away. Kossovite Dervishes can intercept stuff as well. This is a very hard build to execute, though. What I would honestly recommend is double Little Grom with the Druzhina with restock on the Warhorse. Tall's Judgment is not really all that necessary. And then you bring your Kossar line. And you're just trying to kill the Shredder. Or not the Shredder, but Mazda Mundi or the Healer. Little Groms have a ton of range. They can punish really well with their missile strength. And you just hold back, and then you just get your Lancers out with some Dervishes. You can bring a Frostworm as well, because you're, you know, kind of betting on your opponent bringing a big monster. You can get rid of 1 Kossar. Get rid of that. You can bring the... bring the Wolfhearts in the opening, actually. Because they can pack trap. It's not got a ton of range, but you can snare pretty nicely. Druzhina can chip away with his own missiles, which are pretty strong. The little Groms at super long range are chipping down the healer. And from there, you can bring a Frost Maiden. And you bring the Lore of Tempest with Hawks of Miska, which is just going to do a ton of damage. You bring on the Warhorse, she's super cheap. And you use Hawks of Miska to clear out skinks, basically. And the Kossars and all of your shooting are just hard focused on the healer. You do not shoot anything else unless you absolutely have to. Like, if your opponent is just going to send all their skinks forward and not the big monsters, then you can shoot them. If the big monsters are moving in, though, all of this should be shooting at those big beasties. And then everything you're bringing in reserve is trying to clear out skinks, and that's all you should care about. You can bring a couple Kislevite Warriors. Watchmen in the Night, sure. Maybe a Snow Leopard or something. Or you can do, like, double Snow Leopard and then have... Nah, that's a funky spend. Sure. Just do this. This would be pretty strong against the lizards. Alright. We saw this, and we've got... Oh yeah, here we go. Okay, we can talk about Norsky units for a little bit now. The Warbear Riders are bad. I hate to tell you, but I have never seen them do well in a matchup ever. They get run over by everything, it seems. I don't know what it is. Like, on paper, they're a really strong unit, but I think they're just like a campaign unit that its applications in multiplayer are pretty limited. They're very expensive, and it's really hard to get value out of the Warbear Riders. And trying to fight the Shredder or the Dread Saurian in melee combat just does not work. It will kill everything around it. So we get the nice funky bug with the Norscan army here. They're going to be moving their Fimir and all of these guys up to the middle point probably. Now, we talked about it a little earlier in stream. Fimir are fairly solid. They can be really hard to get max value out of if you're bringing a bunch of them, because all they do is kill infantry and sunder armor. That's really about it, and there's not a lot of armor to sunder on the Vampire Coast roster. The missile resistance is nice, but enough focus fire is going to kill them eventually. Like, this is only going to mitigate so much damage. And, you know, AP missiles are going to have a field day just teeing off here. And Vampire Coast can bring so many that they'll just overwhelm you, no matter how much missile resist you have. Very slow advance from the Norskins. You just need to take space. Even if you're not going to engage the main line, you do just want your army to be moving up so that when you do decide on what you're going to do, your opponent hasn't already just, like, dominated the battlefield with just this insane number of units that the Vampire Coast are often going to field against you. Like, they will blot out the battlefield and make it impossible to maneuver, just with the sheer amount of zombies out here. 12,000 HP can be pretty hard to get through. You can try and blitz down a Vampire Coast front line. Generally, the best way to kill their missiles, though, is with magic. Searing Doom isn't bad against gun lines. It's got a really long cast range, but it's also really only going to be hammering individual units at a time, and its effect radius is a little lackluster against these very spread out formations. Burning Head is the perfect answer to the Vampire Coast. It's basically Burning Head or bust when you're going up against the coast. If you have to get enough units to dive all of their guns, it's going to be incredibly difficult to do so. Wulfric also just rolls in to try and fight old Noctilus here, and he's fine on the Chariot. He brought Sword of Torgald, which gives double his base weapon strength, which isn't that good on the Chariot, because the Chariot is actually a majority AP unit. Don't bring Sword of Torgald. You need Seafang. No Seafang here sucks. Seafang is another really good spell for clearing out the guns. It's pretty short range. You need to keep Wulfric from getting shot to death before he can use it. But what you can do on Bordello Landing especially, you park Wulfric up behind the pillar. You have your Burning Head caster focus down 1 or 2 gun units, and then Seafang to try and focus down the rest, while you try to pull zombie units out of position and then scoot your infantry up through the gaps in the lines to then occupy all the gun units. Otherwise, you're doing stuff like this where you're just like YOLOing into one unit and you're blobbing up on them, and then the guns are just teeing off on you all game. Oh my god. I freaking hate this noise. I don't know if I can watch any more Norsky games if this bug is going to be in here, making these horrible freaking noises. But yeah, Vampire Coast has pretty good LOS on a lot of the Fimir right now. They're just teeing off. They're going to kill all the Fimir, and then the Marauders, they can grind well against the zombie units for sure. It's going to take them ages to get anything done, and this is not how you use Final Transmutation. Do not do this. I see people make this mistake all the time. Final Transmutation does not kill infantry. It does not value trade at all like that. Final Transmutation is an AoE Spirit Leech. That's how you need to look at it. Like, the Lore of Death Spirit Leech is good against single targets, and that's pretty much it. Final Transmutation just adds an AoE to it. So, if you're going up against blobs of single entities, where is Lore of Metal again? Oh my goodness, dude. There it is. So if you're going up against blobs of SEs, Final Transmutation upgraded is absolutely disgusting. You only want to cast the upgraded version of this spell. Do not cast the standard variant. It's very inefficient WOM usage. You're spending, 9 extra Winds of Magic for double duration, which means double damage. That's really where it shines for the value trades. Otherwise, you just want to use Searing Doom all the time. Or Plague of Rust. Plague of Rust is the other spell that's really good. And Plague of Rust is another reason why you don't see Fimir all that often. Because, yeah, they sunder armor, but you can just use the, Plague of Rust from the Lore of Metal, and you can overcast it and mitigate armor on units by 60 instead of the 30 that the Sundering offers. Little bit better. The only Fimir that's good is the Mist Stalkers, and even there, they're pretty situational. Wolfric and some Skin Wolves fighting deckhand mobs, not terrible for them. Not the most efficient target ever. Norscan Warhounds getting on top of gunnery mobs. And so the problem with Hounds, there's some chevrons on these guys, which isn't really going to help them, because those chevrons are getting mitigated by the fact that there's fear being inflicted on them by the gunnery mobs. Another reason why they're bad. Any kind of leadership debuff on Hounds just ruins their day. And more Final Transmutations being used on very inefficient targets. This was the big problem, Cole. Inefficient magic play and just not quite knowing the builds to go with. We can fast forward through this. Pretty over already. The Norseans are going to get folded up here. If you kill Vampire Coast's gun units, they can't do anything. Their zombies suck. You can just grind down melee zombies after that. You want to avoid combat with the melee zombies as much as possible early on, because you don't want to engage them and leave the gun units to value trade ever. Ever, ever, ever. Do not blob up on zombie deckhand mobs. Walk through between them, or go around them, or even better, like run up like you're gonna get into combat against them and then run away and pull them out of position if your opponent countercharges. And then you can just maneuver around this super slow unit and get into the backline for free. That's the best way to handle the Vampire Counts, or the Vampire Coast. And I'll show you a pretty solid build against them. One that kind of utilizes a lot of the same stuff, but is going to be a little bit more efficient. Wolfric struggling. Vampire Coast is never going to leave this objective. They have no reason to and no incentive. And they're too slow to triple cap, usually. They can actually do it here because the Norskins have value traded so poorly. So they send some scurvy dogs to the back, but more often than not, they're just going to be focusing 2 points, and that's all they'll do the entire game. You can see here, Norska just slowly getting whittled down, man, and too much blobbing. No, don't do that. Don't do this. You don't want multiple units engaged in the same area. It's very inefficient because most of these models were never in melee contact. And they weren't doing anything. Wolfric goes down. The leadership is going to tank. Lots of very squishy leadership units out on the field now. And no value to find anywhere on the field for Norska. The triple cap is on. I don't know how much longer this is going to go on. Like, running out the clock isn't bad as a newer player because it's worth seeing if you can figure out how to value trade effectively. But this is basic. This is over. Like over. Capping the number 3 is nice. It's giving you a little bit more time, but just continuing to throw units in. Like, you're trickling stuff in when you're already at a numbers disadvantage, which is never going to work. if you get down and you think you can scrap your way back in, you fall back, you get as many units out as you can before you're in, you know, such a hole that you know for a fact you can't win mathematically. Then you push. If you just trickle your units in, they're just going to get massacred, and it's going to get worse and worse for the value trading. See, the metal sorcerer with 254 value, big ouch. Wolfric actually got a decent amount of value. Hounds were bad. I don't think you need this many Norscan Ice Hounds. I think 3 is enough. You don't really need the Maws of Savagery here. Here, I'm gonna start making us a Norska build for that matchup, just for the future. If you want to bring Wolfric on the Chariot, you can. I don't really recommend it though. It's not bad. I mean, he's got a good HP pool on it. Use it if you want to. I would just recommend him on the horse, so he's cheaper. You just bring Seafang, and Seafang is amazing against gun lines. It does so much damage for a wind spell. It's gross. Really, really strong. So, there's 2 lines of thought here. You bring the Shaman Sorcerer of Fire with Burning Head, and he's stupidly cheap. He's very squishy, though. If he gets shot at by missiles, he's probably going to die. The Fimir Balefiend is pretty nice, and the Fimir Balefiends are actually really strong. You bring their missile resistance, you bring Kindle Flame and Burning Head and Arcane Conduit, and they're 1,000 gold, which is honestly pretty cheap. They've got good weapon strength. Their melee attack is pretty awful, but the Sunder Armor is what you want. That way Wolfric can perform a little better if he's on the horse. But if you're not going to be doing that, then just go with the Shaman Sorcerer for a little bit of a cheaper source of magic, and you just Burning Head gun units the entire game. That's how you kill the gun lines as Norska. Otherwise, you're trying to dive them with all your units, and your units are a little flimsy on the leadership to be trying that. It's really tough. You can bring a couple of chariots if you want to, like either Marauder chariots or Ice Wolf chariots. They can run over some gunline units if you can't kill them with Burning Head for whatever reason. That's pretty nice. You bring some Ice Hounds. Beasts of Tashnar are anti-large hounds. This is one of the only hound units that's worth bringing. They've got better leadership than normal. They've got Frenzy, which makes them immune to psychology also, which is very underrated, and they're 50% resistant to missiles. Do not bring any other hound unit. Beasts of Tashnar, only one you want. Everything else is garbage. Marauders are good, but they can be a little risky if your opponent goes with bombers. The deckhand bombs wreck lightly armored infantry, so then you have to use Seafang and Burning Head to get rid of those guys also. Generally, though, the Vampire Coast isn't going to have enough money or room on their missile caps to get both max bomber mobs and max handguns. They could do it. It's not a very good frontline, though. Typically, you do want some deckhand mobs. And like I said, you're trying to ignore the melee deckhand mobs, and you're trying to get them out of position so you can then push in and get on top of the gunline units. That way you have a little bit of Winds of Magic later in the game to roast down anything else that might come out of the reserves, and also just to hammer down the melee units so you can get the caps a little bit easier. Don't panic going into the Vampire Coast. Build up your units. Don't worry about the tickets for the first couple minutes. Get 1 point. And then bring out like 1 armored infantry, like a Marauder champion or something. These guys are pretty good. They're pretty resilient to the bombs. They've got good, solid combat stats. They'll grind for days against deckhand mobs. They'll kill a shit ton. Marauder Berserkers are a little hazardous in this matchup because they're so lightly armored. You can maybe justify bringing one in reserve, and just throwing it up on a point and clearing out, like, tons of melee mobs, if that's what's left on the field. Generally, though, you want to be very cautious about using these guys. You want to bring Skin Wolves. Skin Wolves are an insane counter to Mournghouls, who you see a lot of, typically, from Coast players. And they're pretty solid units with good leadership and regen. Kind of hard to get rid of them. Miststalkers in reserve. Maybe you do want some Berserkers in this matchup. Like, 2 of them, honestly, doesn't seem that bad. You can bring Marauder Hunter Javelins here, also. They are really gross against the gun units that the Vampire Coast relies on, because they do a shit ton of damage. Their range isn't amazing, and they're a little vulnerable on the way in, but your burning heads are nice, and then they can double up on killing big targets. So if Rotting Leviathans are on the field, or your opponent's got bomber bats, or just like handgun bats, Rotting Prometheans and stuff like that, these Javelins actually do pretty good damage to all of that, because they got a bonus versus large on the missile, which really helps their damage output. Honestly, this is a pretty good start. Like, just this build here. You can keep a Skinwolf Werekin in reserve, because these things are amazing combatants. You don't really need any of the abilities. They're all pretty mediocre. You bring them for 1100, and you send it in against any big crab characters if you have to. The Miststalkers kind of hang out in the back. They can be a sweeper unit and protect your Marauder Hunter Javelins from hounds and any big stuff that tries to get after them. They can get in Sunder Armor and help these guys value trade a little bit better, since these guys don't have tons of AP. The armor sundering actually helps them get a little extra damage done. Marauder Spearmen ain't bad. They can get some damage in. But if you want to bring some Berserkers, I can't really fault you. It's not a bad idea. What else do you need here? You could bring a dragon if you want to. I wouldn't really recommend it, though. Just more infantry. Maybe 2 chariots for some more clear. This would be a pretty good Norskin build against the Vampire Coast. And like I said, you use Sea Fang and Burning Head to kill all the gun units. Any gun units that are left over, Hunter Javelins can shoot at also. Marauder Champions and your baseline Marauders go and fight all of the deckhand mobs, or try to push into the backfield. And then you try to just support those guys the rest of the game. Oh, I just realized I don't have any Skin Wolves. 3 Skin Wolves, pretty necessary here, because they kill Mournghouls. And Mournghouls are the melee counter to your infantry line. And you need something to stand up to them. Otherwise, you're going to have a really bad day. One troll wouldn't be terrible, maybe. Since they cause fear, they don't get their leadership debuff. Trolls are a little iffy for me personally, but they've got regeneration. They can hang in reasonably well. Provide more mass and punching power. Soak up some punishment as well from the Vampire Coast. Your Norskin Ice Wolves are really strong in a lot of other matchups. They're not nearly as good here, but they're still reasonably strong and worth bringing. So, something along these lines would be your best bet for value. I mean, you can always mix in the 1 Marauder Berserker if you want. Let's see some more Dark Elf action. We got a lot of these Dark Elf games in here. I love me some Dark Elves. They are pretty low down on the statistics leaderboard right now, but I think that'll come up once people, you know, really learn them. I mean, this is the first patch where Dark Elves have been decent. They've been pretty bad for a while. They had a really brief moment in the sun where they were getting a lot of play and people were doing really well with them, and then everybody seemingly dropped them all at once. And now they're back in the pits a little bit, but they're still a really capable faction. They got good Lords of Magic, they got strong Lords. Monsters, I'm curious to see how the Charybdis does. The monsters are interesting. They can do well, they're really hard to use though. And not having, like, baseline access to healing can really make those SEs pretty hard to use. Legatus coming in here with a Salamander Hunting Pack, double Ancient Salamander, which is really strong here. Very good against tightly packed infantry formations, and just good skirmish monster. Couple of Coldwind Spear Riders, Red-Crested Skinks of the rest of the build, and a Shadow Slan? Yeah, Shadow Slan with Melkoths and Pit of Shades. Enfeebling Foe. You can see that intensity helping out the damage on these spells a little bit. Shield of the Old Ones, Banishment, Blood Statue out of Spite, more powerful anti-mobility here. It's going to be really tough for Mitch. Lizards have a very good matchup against the Dark Elves. Dark Elves do have tools to compete here, though. It's not, like, so horrendous that it's unwinnable. It's just a little tougher than most matchups for the Dark Elves. Oof. Yeah, the Salamander Hunting Pack get a really good volley off here, but they do kind of collapse into the Hunting Packs. We've got a Burning Headcaster. So there's a couple of different lores that are really strong against the Lizards. Fire Magic is really good against Chaff. There's a lot of Red-Crested Skinks who would be a really good target for Burning Head right now. Shadows Magic is another thing you could bring. Shadows Magic for the Spear Riders mostly. But it also does okay damage to Hunting Packs. And then there's Death Magic, where you just bring Buna and you basically one-shot Salamander Hunting Packs. I don't think that's really necessary here, because these aren't the most devastating unit in this matchup. Really, I think it's the Coldwind Spear Riders and the cheap infantry that do the Dark Elves in, so having Burning Head for infantry clear is going to be really nice. Good cast here. It's going to get some reasonable damage on this cohort of Sotek. Oh, wait. No, what is this? Oh, that's the special spell thing. Arnzapal's Black Horror. Using it on the cohort of Sotek and then dropping a Burning Head over the top of them is pretty nasty. Very unfortunate rotation on Burning Head. It's a little inconsistent at times. It, like, wobbles. And oftentimes you can just completely, like, curve like this. It's a very random vortex in a way. It's not quite a proper wind spell in my book. Generally, it's pretty solid, though. And roasted the cohort of Sotek real nice here. So these guys are on death's bed already. The Corsairs might be able to finish them. The Charybdis is fighting Skinks, which is not the right place for it to be. It really needs to be trying to kill this Slan. Is moving over now. Should be able to do some pretty good damage to him. The Sorceress of Fire is in a really bad position here. There are Spear Riders on top of her. Salamanders also blocking her in. She's having a really hard time disengaging. Spear Riders do a ton of damage. They have really good weapon strength and a good bonus versus large, so they are actually smacking her up right now, which is really brutal. Ancient Salamanders hanging out. Scourge Runner Chariots are not in a very good situation. They're getting beat up by the Ancient Sallies. Sallies do good damage with their high weapon strength. They got good AP values. They've got pretty poor melee attack and melee defense, but Chariots also similarly have pretty poor stats, so they're actually able to trade pretty well into those things. Another really good Burning Head. It just does so much damage against unarmored infantry. And it's just ruining these poor little Skinks here, man. The Black Ark Corsairs are having a pretty bad time, though. They're really not able to value trade against the Ripperdactyls and Red-Crested Skinks together. They're getting run down pretty badly. Legate's taking a really nice value lead here. Killing the Charybdis is also pretty horrendous for the poor Dark Elves. They've got a Dark Rider with the repeater crossbows, who are fairly strong. They can definitely rack up some good value for you. But they're getting hit by the Salamander Hunting Pack, and they've taken a lot of damage here. And a really good Blood Statue of Spite, as well as the Salamander Hunting Packs hitting the Cold One Knights, who are not being microed carefully enough. They need to get around here and immediately engage. Wandering into the line of fire, and now they're not charging in. They're trying to retreat, which is compounding the issues for them. Dark Elves really are a very micro-intensive faction. They have low HP pools on most of their units. You cannot afford to blunder with the Dark Elves. If you execute properly with your builds, they're pretty tough. They're way better than people give them credit for. But, like I said, execution dependent and micro-intensive, and that's really tough for newer players. Star Chamber Guardians here. They're such a cool unit, man. They're not good in a lot of matchups. This is one where I think they'd probably be, honestly, quite terrible. There's just so much AP shooting that can hammer them to pieces. Undead matchups is where I think the Star Chamber Guardians are good, as well as the Demon matchups. I think they're really capable there. Outside of that, though, if there's any reasonable amount of shooting, they can be absolutely isolated and just rolled up in no time flat. The Cold One Knights get terrified away here. What's causing that? Oh, the Ancient Salamander has Terra. Forget about that. So the Ripperdactyls in this Ancient Sally are able to break these Cold One Knights. And Dark Elves, I don't really know what the plan is with a lot of these units. They're kind of just being sent forward and trickled in and just dying before they even make it anywhere on the battlefield, which is really, really brutal. You probably need... honestly, this is a matchup where Dark Shards are at their peak, because they're just disgusting in terms of the damage they do. And they'll delete a Saurus line. They'll wreck Slan if they get within range. The Ancient Salamanders are here to punish Dark Shards, but it takes a long time for these Ancient Salamanders to value trade Dark Shards off the field. And you can get early caps on the Lizards at that point. You can bring in all your your Cold One Knights, not Spear Riders, Cold One Knights behind that, and get ready for any dives. Dark Riders can come in, and they can look for opportunities to rear charge frontline engagements and hammer down isolated, weakened units. The Charybdis is just not very good, truth be told. It is a very bad monster. It does not fit really any niche right now, unless you're going to go for like some kind of insane anti-leadership blob. It's kind of hard to utilize, and it's very vulnerable to melee fire, or melee damage, as well as missile fire, which is kind of a death knell for any monster. It's got to be good at one or the other. It can't be bad at both. So, pretty rough. Pretty rough. It got 800 value thereabouts. The Scourge Runners were nice. The Master I didn't really see doing anything, and the Supreme Sorceress, like, it was going okay, but once the magic was gone, once the infantry started to fold up, and the Cold One Knights were just not doing anything worth talking about, that was kind of it. You know, again, very, very hard to execute faction. You generally want as cheap of a mage as possible for the, Dark Elves. There you go. Pizu's Pizu's your boy. The, Dark Elf Master in our chat here. Lizards can't actually deal with 14 infantry with 8 Dark Riders. Yeah, they'd probably struggle with that. They'd have to bring a Slan with fire magic at that point. Slans are okay. I don't think they're great, honestly. They're very vulnerable to a lot of different things. They're so awful in melee combat. They lost a lot of HP a couple of patches ago, which really hurt them. If you can protect them with big monsters, they can shine, but that's a little tricky. Here is an actually unwinnable matchup in the making. This is one of the hardest matchups to win in the game. Dowie suck against the Skaven. They're so awful at beating these guys. Skaven have so many good tools against the dwarves. You can basically throw darts at the roster and you'll probably come up with something that will outvalue the Dowie units. So Winter bringing Ikit Claw. I think this might be one of Ikit's worst matchups. He's got Howling Warp Gale to keep Gyrocopters in check, but Flimsing Ruin's not going to do that much to dwarves. He can bring Warp Lightning. If he brought Warp Lightning, that's pretty nice. Did actually bring it, so that's nice. No Howling Warp Gale, has Flimsing Ruin. It's fine. Just spam Warp Lightning all game. Brought unlimited power for recharge. It's a little risky to use that because he's got a decent HP pool on the Flayer and on the Doom Wheel. But you don't have any healing on the Skaven roster outside of the units that have regen. So if you're blowing yourself up consistently with unlimited power, it's not doing anything for you. Storm Demon's nice. I do like the inclusion of that. Doing a good job of positioning the Lord behind the pillar to avoid the cannon fire. And this Dowie artillery blob, it can be really annoying if you don't know what you're doing, but if you just are patient and don't just like run into the line of fire of it all, and then rush it down with good units, like these Doom Flayers would be perfect for actually rushing this down right now. Yeah, there's Slayers here, but the Doom Flayers can like run over all of those guys pretty easily. Doom Flayers are awful against Armored Chariots. Because they've got a very loose formation. They can't stop the mass. And they take a shit ton of damage in the process and can be pretty brutal. So we'll see how the Doom Flayers are used here. But the Skaven are kind of doing what you should. For the most part, like, throwing Skaven Slaves in to get hit by the blasting charges is good, but you don't want to leave your Clan Rats to also take damage. But getting the Poison Wing Globes in position to throw in, start getting some good value. Poison Wing Globes, amazing unit. Gotta be good with your micro on them. You don't want to just run them up like that and get them into melee contact. They do pull back. We've got the artillery trying to, doing some weird rotating stuff. And Malachi is just not going to be able to save these guys if Ikit and all these Wolf Rats get on them. This is one scenario where Wolf Rats might be really good. They've got good AP. Like, don't get me wrong. Wolf Rats can get some damage in, but the leadership on them just sucks. And yeah, Brimstone Gun finds them. It's going to break their leadership real fast here with the burnt effect and the damage output. But the artillery, one cannon is shattered and dead completely. Ikit's killing one of the grudge throwers. Goblobber getting shut down here. Winter doing a really nice job of pushing up on this cannon, actually. And Skaven Slaves and Clan Rats following up behind. They're going to be shut down the entire game, basically. And the Poison Wind Globes are just having a field day right now. Just teeing off on all the Dowie units. And the Dwarves are just completely overrun. This is exactly why the Dowie can't win this matchup, hardly. I mean, it's not totally unwinnable, but it's like an 80-20 in the Skaven's favor. Skaven can cheese out your blasting charges with Skaven Slaves. They've got crazy effective missiles in the Poison Wind Globes and Jezzails. They've got stuff that can attack your artillery on the reg, like Wolf Rats. Death Runners are really good in this matchup because they've got the Weeping Blade, which means that they lower armor by half, not 30. So against the Dwarves, the Miners go down to 40 armor, which is really low. They can also attack Dowie Warriors and lower their armor significantly. There's so many amazing tools here. I mean, the Dwarves are just SOL if you run into them in an SFT. It is not a matchup that is winnable, in my opinion. Can't even bring Thunder Barge. You can't even try to play a cheese build to try and win. Because the Skaven Giselles will just shoot you out of the air in like half a second. Gyrocopters doing what they can, but there's only one artillery piece left for the Dowie here. Malachi actually got hit by Storm Demon and took a bunch of damage. Clan Rats getting roasted, but the Dowie are going to lose the 1 point that they're holding. And be triple capped, and they've only got gyros in the air now. And the Giselles have actually come out onto the field at a very opportune moment, so they should be able to shoot these guys down fairly effectively. Slayer Pirates, more Slayers. Slayers trade really poorly into just hordes of garbage because, yeah, they can kill a bunch of stuff. They've got 0 armor themselves. Every time they get hit, they're just down trading horrendously. These guys actually got 900 value. The Slayer Pirates, they were really suffering. And this Slayer unit is basically dead and has only gotten 300 value. That's a 900 gold unit, mind you. Dowie win by value trading, and Skaven preclude that entirely. They have saved the number 1, but they're... and they've recaptured the number 3. Resummoning a cannon is gutsy play. Oh, but it killed Ikit Claw. Uh-oh. Can the Dowie get back in this? The Wolf Rats killed both the artillery pieces. Oh, and Malachi's on death's bed, too. Wow, Malachi goes down. It's a crazy game. I think the Skaven being able to throw up a bazillion Clan Rats should be able to take this game. You can see. I don't know what it is. I've always thought that Clan Rats had expendable cap weight, but they've actually got full infantry cap weight, so they also outcap the Dowie, which is really rough. And you can see the Natty Boobos just hanging out back here. Gonna farm up a bunch of value on the Ekron's Miners and the Dowie Warriors as they try to trot past. It's going to be really rough for these guys. They're probably never really going to get anything done before they get killed. I can definitely use these Giselles to try and turn around and finish off the Ekron's Miners and the Dowie Warriors moving up here. And then you can ice out the game from there. Dwarf Thing Menace did some really good damage. A lot of kills, not a ton of value, but that's often the way with chariots. And oftentimes, that's a sign of a very high-performing chariot, is that they don't have a bunch of damage value, but they got a shit ton of kills. Because they're clearing out chaff, and they're also just outright killing models, and leaving a lot of HP on what's left, that then runs off the field. It's very deceptive. Chariots are a funky unit, man. They're very strong if you know how to use them, but they're very micro-intensive, and can struggle in certain scenarios. A few Poison Wind Globes just adding on to their value. This is one missile unit where if they just value trade their value back, honestly, you're kind of winning. They're really cheap. They're 650 gold. And look at these poor gyros, dude. I mean, just getting obliterated trying to fly into position to bombing run the Natty Boobos. Triple Giselle is pretty unmanageable for the Dowie. Got the home objective. Small ticket lead. But they're being shot off the field. There's a bunch of Doomflayers back out here on the field now that are just going to run over all these warriors and miners. And the Clan Rat swarms can just come in and just stay on these objectives all game and never let the Dowie back in. Cleansing Ruin going down. Maybe I should hold back on talking smack on it. It's actually gotten Ikit some fair value. He's really done some serious work. 3,000 value, dude. I haven't really been paying attention to him, so I can't honestly tell you where that all came from, but that's impressive. That's a good Ikit performance. You typically want to get up to the 28, 3,000 gold value range for maximum effect out of Ikit. That's a good value up trade. Wolf Rats and Doomflayers kill the miners, going to cap the number 3. Gyrocopters, they do kill one Warplock Giselle, but it's going to rally, and it's only lost 9 models. Still reasonably effective. It could shoot this Brimstone gun out of the air still. Natty Bubo's moving up some, looking for an opportunity. Minder's on the other side of the field with some blasting charges, but the Dwarf Thing Menace looking menacing. Still a little bit of work to do. It's got 1,000 health, 7 entities, so its charge for the next couple minutes is going to be max efficiency, which is going to hurt for these poor miners. Not the best charge in the world. It is exhausted, so that is probably why. But still gets a little bit of damage in there for sure. And the Dowie are just... they're just so stuffed back, dude. Oh, but the Skaven didn't cap the point.
The enemy has slain.
Just cap it, bro. It's free real estate. Or it was free real estate. Now there's miners on it. You're gonna have to do something to get rid of those. You still got, Doom Flayers, though. Ikit does die. You can just summon him back in, though, with your money. It wouldn't be that big of a deal, either. But you could also just summon out, like, waves of clan rats and just muck up the works for the dwarves the rest of the game. It wouldn't be bad. Dowie actually stayed fairly competitive for how poorly the start was for them. They lost all their artillery in the first couple minutes of the game. And still held on to the caps for a reasonable amount of time. It's definitely nothing to be ashamed of losing this matchup. It sucks. It sucks, man. It's hard as hell. I've seen, like, maybe 20 Skaven versus Dowie games, and I've seen the Dowie win twice, maybe 3 times. Which is just abysmal. It really is that hard. Like, I'll tell you a matchup is, like, almost every matchup is winnable. This is one where it's quote-unquote winnable. That's a great idea, Pompey. Let me know how that goes. You're going to have to make that build, and you can send it to me if you can make it work. You probably wouldn't have any infantry. Artillery being spammed out like this is really expensive. Well, the Goblobber's still got 1,000 value. Yeah, 1,300 on this cannon, but that was just because it was shooting Ikit. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. I think maybe the only way the Dowie win is if they're on a good map for them. Let's go see if I can figure out if there's anything the Dowie can do. Oh, man. It's just... no, I don't think they can. I mean, it's just... the issue is just the fact that, Skaven shut down gyros so hard, and gyros clear lots of chaff for the dwarves in most matchups. They outtrade slayers pretty horrifically. Miners with blasting charges fall off pretty bad here. If you bring melee stuff, they just get shot to death by Jezzails or run over by Weeping Blade, Death Runners, or whatever. Your combat lords get flattened by Snickage for the most part. Snickage is really good here. He does an obnoxious amount of damage. He's got Deathmaster's Sigil, which does good work. The Whirl of Weeping Blades, of course. Just spin to win, baby. And you've got a great melee defense debuff available on Snickage as well. Minus 10 and lowering leadership is pretty gross. I think... is this unironically what I suggested to Skaven players in the past? You can get rid of that, and then you can bring, maybe you can bring a couple Skaven slaves. Yeah, like just 2 of them. They eat the blasting charges. Clan Rats go in. Death Runners look to flank and engage on the rear of Dowie units, and then you bring the Doom Flayers in reserve. You don't even need Rat Ogres in this build. Like, you can bring them, sure, but honestly, just Doom Flayer spam is going to work out well for you. Couple Wolf Rats. You could bring a Plague Claw Catapult, but I would honestly say just don't. And you can just max out the Jezzails, dude. There's nothing stopping you. They're the best range tool against the dwarves because the dwarves don't have adequate counters to them. Like if the Dowie spam out artillery, you can just pull the Giselles back and cover objectives for a little bit while Snicketch and the Death Runners get into position to dive. There's really nothing the Dowie can do about a Death Runner dive if it's well executed. You'll kill the artillery crews pretty fast. You can always send the Wolf Rats in to help out. What else can the Skaven bring here? I don't think they really need to bring anything else. I mean, just maybe that's too many Death Runners. You can just bring a bunch of Clan Rats with swords in reserve, and then you just flood out the Dowie. A couple of Night Runner slings, why not? Just for some funsies. Poke away with pebbles, you know, stone the Dowie to death. Rocks beat armor, after all, don't you know? Oh, almost deleted this one. We need to watch this one, actually. We've got Mitch versus Sealinator. Pretty solid build for countering Norse. I think the Dark Shards might not be the way to go here. The Repeater Handbows and the Scourge Runners, big yes for me. Dreadlord, maybe not. Just bring a Burning... maybe not... Well, maybe not a Burning Head caster. Maybe here you want Melkoths. I mean, Burning Head wouldn't be bad, for sure. But, I think maybe Shadows and, God, what's the other one? I'm blanking on it right now. Not Death Magic. Maybe you do want Burning Head. I don't know. Oh, I mean, the Wilds is going to be pretty decent. Doesn't have Flock of Doom, though. Flock of Doom is how you get rid of Horsemen easily, but Scourge Runners can also do it. Scourge Runners trade pretty well into Horsemen, but they can get rushed down by a bunch of these guys because they can just throw their javelins in and chip down the low HP Scourge Runners. Little bit of that going on, but Mitch avoids the worst of it, is able to push back these horsemen. Sila's in here. Wolfric the Wanderer. Sila is honestly pretty good. Is a little risky. I don't know if Dark Elves are the best matchup for him. Just because there's lots of cheap spears oftentimes, and there's Cold One Knights as well as good missile play. He's got pretty low armor, terrible melee defense. He's much better in matchups where he can uptrade into SEs. Like, he's honestly really good against the Tomb Kings. Tomb Kings are very slow, so he can outposition them most of the time. He runs over Cetra, actually. So I think that's one where you can definitely use him. Oh! Oh, going for a sniper with on the Pegasus here. That's kind of sneaky. I don't know how good this is, but I mean, it's gonna do something. Pearl of Infinite Bleakness gives leadership and immune to psychology. It's triggerable ability, not that great. Dark Elves trading really nicely though. They've gotten 2 of the horsemen off the field. Handbows have done reasonably well, even though they did get charged down and took quite a bit of damage. And Shadows Caster retreating away from the pressure of the Dreadlord. Staying reasonably healthy, though, just because of the missile resist on the Fimir. Dark Riders moving up. These horsemen on the edge of the map, and the Scourge Runners need to get active. The Dark Elves are trying to maneuver across the entire battlefield. Don't do this. Don't try and cap all the points against a quick faction like Norska. Like, they're going to be able to jump on you with their quick units and start shutting you down. That's going to suck. It's going to hurt so bad. It's not worth the effort and risk. Just consolidate on 2 and try to force Norska to value trade into you. By pushing you off of one of the points. That's already hard enough to hold on to. Norska's very good at pulling people out of position and jumping on them and just wailing on them. Female Warriors coming in, man. Look at them actually doing some good work to the Black Ark Corsairs here. Taking a little poke and return, but holding up very well, honestly. Norska takes the number 1. Number 2 is being taken by the Dark Elves, but they don't have a lot here. It's going to be in flux pretty quickly. Mitch still up trading, in terms of what it says here, at least. We do have Sea Fang, and one has been used. I don't know where, though. Maybe on a Dark Shard, because I'm noticing that I thought there were 2 Dark Shards in the opening, but there's only 1 out here right now. The Repeater Handbows are in real danger right now. Yeah, they're very good at trading and kiting, but they might get caught here. Although here comes some Repeater Crossbows to maybe peel for them a little bit. They just need a little bit of milk. They don't need a lot, and they can, you know, still provide some good value over there. Wow, Charybdis coming in. Let's go. And it actually is on Wulfric right now. What's up with all the Charybdis users? They've been used fairly well, as long as it stays away from Skinwolves and Scylla. Scylla does find it. Although, oh, he's actually hitting some Cold One Knights right now. He needs to be... the Charybdis needs to be cautious, because the Marauder Hunters are in range. They're going to make mincemeat out of this monster, man. It is brutal how much damage they do to large targets. There's 3 of them on the field, actually. Uh-oh. Don't do it, Mr. Charybdis. Get down. Not the best Sea Fang ever. Does a little damage to the Cold One Knights. Just a bunch of Marauders and Norscan Ice Trolls fighting in here. Dreadlord gets hit by a couple Javelins, but then staggers and the rest miss him. And the Charybdis just taking an absolute hammering right now. This thing is going to die if it sits here for more than like 10 seconds. Trying to get after Wulfric. Oh, after Scylla, actually. Just hit Wulfric. Wulfric does not need to be trying to fight this thing. Javelins coming in, Scylla doing some damage. Wulfric did a little damage, and the focus fire from the missiles just breaks the Charybdis. And it is running. Got 1,000 value, but that's not that great. Scylla drops his Rampage ability also to get the Manticore stuck in here. Cold One Knights doing some damage to the Fimir Balefiend of Shadows. How much value do we have here? Not a lot. Not a lot of magic usage from Norska, it seems. Definitely need to be popping that on cooldown on the Repeater Crossbows and the Cold One Knights. Mitch is still very much in this game. Despite losing a Charybdis, is actually pushing the Norskins back on a lot of fronts. It's going fairly well. The Scourge Runners have been an absolute nightmare for them. They've only just been shut down. Down goes a Manticore. I think it got focus fire from these Hunters, who just absolutely iced that poor thing. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, I know what it is. It was a summon. That's what it was. Use Transformation of Kadan, which is interesting. Oh, wow. The Amber Spear just did a shit ton of damage. Holy crap. Amber Spear, good, maybe? If they nerfed Flock of Doom, maybe people would use the Amber Spear. Because that just did quite a good chunk of damage on the Hunters. Like, you line up here with your caster, right down the pipe. It'd go through the entire 3 units there, I think. Which would be pretty gross. Scourge Runner Chariots don't need to be fighting Norscan Ice Wolves. They can run over regular Hounds just fine, but the Ice Wolves actually can do some good damage in return. Laura Boats from our boy Wulfric, who's hiding in the trees back here with Scylla. Does a little damage to these handbows. I'd love to see these Scourge Runners running over the Marauder Hunters right now. The Marauder Hunters could definitely start to clean up a lot of units here. There are some Trolls still. Norska has been dominating the objectives, man. Like, the Dark Elves just can't get a toehold. Despite value trading reasonably well, they're just falling behind on the tickets, and at a very, very insane clip. And this is why you don't push all objectives. You try to push all the objectives, you thin your numbers out on every point of contact, you get overwhelmed in one area, and you respond, and you start value trading well. but then you're having to pull other units away from where they're protecting, and then your opponent just comes in with a unit, caps the point up. Then you feel like, oh, I gotta retake the point, so you send something over here, then that starts to go poorly. You respond over, you start trading reasonably well again, but then they've moved back to the other point to recap. It's just a whole problem that's not worth getting into. Just ease up. Just take your time, capture a point early. If you've got the right army composition, then you can take another. And then you want to value trade, and then if you really want to put some pressure on your opponent as they try to start value trading good in the main engagement again, you can bring out something cheap to cap a point behind them. That's how you can play the triple cap game. Don't just try to take them all out of the gate. It took me a long time to realize that was why I was losing most of the games that I'm not doing well in. Once you figure that out, everything comes a lot easier to you. You want to make things as easy on you and as hard on your opponent as possible. Anytime you're just stretching your forces thin, this was a small Dark Elf army also, mind you, the easier it is for your opponent to just box you out. I think the Dark Elves might be able to win this game. They really need to consolidate. They need some cap weight on the field. Oh, no, look at the Norskins just swarming here, man. Beast of Tashnar moving in. Marauder Horsemen going to fire in. These Marauder Horsemen do not need to be in this fight anymore. They are going to pull out now. They should just sit back here and throw their javelins into the back of the Dread Spears. Beast of Tashnar, though, actually able to kill enough of these guys to rout them off. Like I said, dude, decent unit here. They've got some teeth. They can definitely get you some good value. Only Hound unit that's worth it in my book. Harpies chillin'. They're not providing any cap weight, but they're harrying these armored skin wolves pretty nicely. Repeater crossbows did get pushed off. I love how armored skin wolves is literally a shoulder pauldron. That's literally like all that they have on them. I don't know what qualifies them to call themselves that. Maybe they just have thicker skin than normal. It's very funny, man. Regular skin wolves have like, what, 30 armor? Maybe even less. Scylla in here with Unbreakable. It's really nice, dude. It's so hard to finish Scylla off. He's an annoying character, man. Oh no, and the Dreadlord gets surrounded here. Wulfric might go down, though. Wulfric is on death's bed. Sword of Torgald is popped. I'm surprised to see people bringing that a whole bunch. I mean, it gives them a ton of extra weapon strength, but it's not AP. Like, AP is so important because it just gets around armor entirely. And armor just exponentially mitigates base weapon strength to the point where it's almost useless if you're getting up to like 100 or more armor on a unit. I don't know, man. Really tough stuff. Beast Magic would have been better with Flock of Doom. If you're not going to do that, then you can bring Burning Head because you don't have a lot of infantry here. You're going to struggle clearing all the chaff that Norska can bring. And Burning Head would have gotten rid of a lot of Marauders. It would have been really good against the Marauder Hunter Javelins. It would have been okay even against the Ice Wolves here. There's a lot to like from Lore of Fire, man. A Cold One Chariot? Where the hell was this thing? I didn't even notice that. 564 value. Okay. I've never, ever, ever seen people bring these. A sleeper good unit, maybe? Somebody's gonna have to do the tech knowledge and let me know. How do you beat Costa's Lizardmen? I don't know, man. Vampire Coast against Lizardmen is a really tough matchup. Because you're Slan with fire magic is gonna have a really hard time staying safe and casting Burning Head. Because Burning Head's main drawback is it's got a pretty short cast range. Flamestorm's also pretty short range. You don't really have a lot of great options here, do you? I don't know. I'm lost on that one. I play Lizardmen a fair amount, but you know, I'm not the best user of them. Maybe you try to Lord Croakit. You deliver some hot lead to those damn skeletons with Deliverance of Pizza. That'd be a really funky build, but Croak is really good against Horde factions. And you might be able to punish those gun lines pretty hard with them. Like, he's got 200-meter range on these. So as long as you are careful, you should be able to pop this on their handguns and get away scot-free. You could also try solar engines, maybe. Although, maybe not. Although, they do debuff accuracy, right? Yeah, big time. Big time accuracy debuff. So maybe you can use double solar engine to poke down some handguns. Lower their accuracy while you use Burning Head to try and roast the others out. Maybe that works. You could do Metal Magic with Searing Doom, because like I said, Searing Doom can handle gun lines. It's just going to take a long time because it's one spell, and spread out units typically mitigate a lot of the damage it provides. I think the Dread Saurian is too risky. If your opponent has even decent micro on their gun line, they're going to melt it. Melt it or your caster. That's going to be really rough. Ripperdactyls can't really dive because they're so squishy. They'll get shot up before they get into combat, probably. Probably just spamming absolute loads of skinks and skink skirmishers, man. Like, seriously maxing out on the missile skinks. And then trying to just Burning Head stuff, or hanging in there with a super cheap Lord and caster. Like a red-crested Skink Chief on a horned one might be able to beat, what's-her-face, Celastra. And then you can, like, Wind Blast and Uranon's gun lines a little bit, maybe, something like that. I don't really know. I think Metal Magic might actually be a good idea, and you can bring Plague of Rust to super debuff big crabs and pound them with the skink cohorts. It's an idea. It's definitely an idea. And you just, like, blitz your infantry in, and you just try to outgrind all of the garbage. And you bring in some Spear Riders for anti-Morngul duty, with a bunch of Feral Cold Ones for more diving. Maybe a Sacred Croxigore, like the cohort of Waddle in the back pocket with a Rev Crystal, and you got 1300 here. Huh. I mean, swords just aren't very good in that matchup. They're just going to get killed by guns and also bombed into oblivion because they're low armor. Not very good against Mornguls either. Maybe you could bring, I don't know, you got anti-large here. You got super anti-large with the cohort. It's tricky. I don't really know what to recommend. But I feel like this might be able to do something. Just pure bodies by the lizards. could keep the undead at bay for a while. Oh, really? Oh, okay. Agamemnon already went over the possibilities, it seems like. Whoops. Well, damn, I don't know what to say then. Maybe you should just go with a... Maybe you should just try to go with a Stegodon Swarm. Just try and bowling ball over everything before it kills you. That might be an idea. I don't know if that is a good idea, though. Again, just, like, vaguely strong focus fire would probably take down all those dinos. If somebody figures it out, please let us know. I'm very curious myself. That is one of the drawbacks of SFTs as a format. Is sometimes you just run into a faction that your faction just really isn't good against. I mean, there's 24 factions. Every single one has good and bad matchups. Even the worst factions in the game, like the High Elves and Bertonia, even they have good matchups so that they can very consistently win. You know? It's all a spread. Handbow's Deck Tag, Lokir Fellheart, Beast Magic with Flock of Doom. Flock of Doom not nearly as good against the Skaven. Chaff Clear is usually a bigger concern, or bringing Spirit Leech to try and snipe their lords, since Skaven don't have a lot of healing. You can bring Spirit Leech and get rid of Ikat Claw fairly effectively, just by spamming that on him. Witch Elves, Dread Spears, some Corsairs, and Handbows. Pretty infantry-heavy matchup, or opening for this matchup. Should be okay, though. We'll see how Agamemnon takes the engagements here. The Skaven have an awful front line. It's just all Skaven slaves, so they're just going to fold up immediately. And then these poor Bombardiers are going to have a pretty rough time. There are some clan rats in the back, which is nice. I'm just really not a fan of the Skaven slaves as your frontline piece. I just don't ever see them do well. But bringing all these Doom Flayers, you know, situationally can be good. I just don't love the, I don't love bringing them all back here. Like, why? Like, help your front line. Your front line is going to get run over. But if you have the Doom Flayers introducing chaos into this Dark Elf army, it becomes a lot better for you. Sorceress gets hit by Cleansing Ruin. Big sad. She's going to take a lot of damage from that. Spreading the sickness to all the units here. Trying to get her away. Very good spacing there. So, she's just going to eat the last 6 seconds without killing all of her friends around her. We get a Vortex going down, a Brass Orb, and the Poison Wind Globes looking to open up, not being given an attack order. See, the problem is that missile units, if they're left on fire at will, just don't want to shoot ever, it seems, even if there's stuff literally in their arc of fire. I have no idea why that is. But you can see here, they just refuse to fire at these Witch Elves. You have to click and give them an order, or they're not going to do anything. I've learned that the hard way since I started trying to play missile factions. That's probably the biggest issue that I have. I put things in fire at will, and I expect them to actually fire at will. And then they just stand around looking dumb, and don't do a damn thing. And then they get run over and engaged, and then it's all over for you. Agamemnon doing really nicely here. The Doomflayers get thrown into Dread Spears, and Dark Riders come in, and now there's Cold One Knights. Honestly, all of these Doomflayers might die here. One Cold One Knight should be able to kill most of the models on those units. Yeah, just a little too split up for the Skaven. You just can't get away with this. Like, Skaven have to play very close together. Strength in numbers is not a, it's not just applicable for the ability on the unit itself. It very much describes their playstyle. Like, Skavens start off in tightly packed formations that they just try to make you peel through. It's an onion layer. Typically, the onion layer is set up like this. You've got, like, your Skaven slaves as the first wave, right? You got, like, 3 or 4 of them. Then you've got, like, you know, 6 or 7 clan rats as the next line, with your Poison Wind globes kind of scattered throughout, with your clan rats just running interference every time a unit is threatening to get on top of your missiles. And then the Doom Flayers are peel for any flying units that might try to land on your missiles. Most flyers are infantry size. There's some that are larger, of course. Doom Flayers can run over any Harpy and Fury type units pretty nicely. Doggos as well. And then you bring in Rat Ogres for anything bigger than that to protect your missile line. And that's how the Skaven win. They do not win by doing stuff like this. This is never going to work. You are always going to lose a game if you split up your forces like this as the Skaven. You need these Doom Flayers closer in to run over these infantry as they're breaking through, especially with as flimsy of a front line as you've got here, Winter. Skaven slaves do not hold, ever, hardly. Skaven slaves are here to soak up an early volley of missile fire or to cheese out blasting charges. That's really all that they can do. They cannot do anything else. Stop up a unit's momentum while you throw something over the top of them and just delete both units. It's another possibility. Doom Flayers are just having a rough day of it, man. They did escape, but I do think one of them died. So I'm only seeing 2 on the field. There were 3 in the army. And yeah, here's the Dwarf Thing Menace being pushed off. Losing a 1250 gold unit like that is just painful. Just Ikit Claw. Really didn't like that Clan Rat unit. Said, you guys are an acceptable sacrifice to get 400 damage on a Lord, or sorry, a Caster, who's still very much alive and functional. Herein is where the Doom Flayers would be really nice. They will flatten the Crows of Cain in no time, dude. Throwing in Wolf Rats and Ixis Triads here. Not as good as you think it is. These guys have a really strong heal in combat. They've got decent melee defense. They are going to get run down eventually here, just because there's so many more units present, but they've gotten a lot of damage done to the Warpblack Jazils in the process, which you really need to value trade. Skaven are like a bootleg Vampire Coast in a lot of ways. They're very similar playstyles, like lots of crappy units with lots of very powerful ranged tools that are really squishy, and if you lose those ranged tools, it's basically over for you. God. What is Ikit doing, bro? What is he doing? He's actually getting beaten up by Lokir as he's spinning around him. Oh my goodness. Amazing. Nice donuts, bro, but keep it confined to the school parking lot, thank you. I don't know why you're trying to do it on the battlefield here. Lokir actually getting damaged by the Dwarf Thing Menace. I'm trying to focus him down. I think the Warp Lightning Cannon actually hit Ikit. Oof. And Lokir runs behind the pillar and then bravely runs away. What a hero. We do to get an engagement back here onto the cannon. Does actually kill pretty much the entire crew. I don't think they rally. Yeah, I don't think they rally. They are going to run off the field. That sucks for the Skaven. That was one of the few things that maybe could get them back in this, but they're just so far behind. Skaven can't afford to get pushed off of objectives. They're better than some gun factions at recontesting points, but they're still pretty bad at it. Just because their melee units are so weak as a whole. They really need their range stuff to trade well. That is going to be a GG. Better luck next time, Winter. I think that build would have been fine if the Doomflayers had actually stuck with the main force. Like, if they were here to peel for the Globadiers could have gotten better value. They could have protected the Jezzails. They could have protected the Warp Lightning Cannon better. The Wolf Rats and the one Rat Ogre was just not cutting it. Just not cutting it. Good value on the Beastcaster. Pretty solid. Death Hag didn't really get anything done. Death Hags are a little sad, unfortunately. They're very squishy. I don't know what matchups they could possibly be good in. We do have some Dark Elf players in chat here, though, who can maybe let me know. Generally, it's pretty horrendous. Alright, last few games. Oh, we didn't do this one. We need to get this one out of the way. We got Mitch again, going up against Rurumito. Bone Giant and Arkin. Arkin is what I'm really excited to see. He's pretty enjoyable to watch. Oh, this might actually be from another tournament, though. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm not 100% sure, but we'll watch it anyways. Bone Giant does have a target here. It can shoot the War Hydra. War Hydra is not very maneuverable, so it can probably actually hit this thing. The problem with Bone Giants is their funky shooting animations. Sometimes they just decide they won't shoot at something no matter what. And then their bow has a really long wind-up time. You can see the shot coming from a mile away. We'll see if it can get the value here, though. Potentially could be very strong. Fire Sorceress to clear out. Skellies is a good idea. Do have some Black Art Corsairs to help out with the Scourge Runners to shoot down any skirmish cav, as well as run over infantry in a pinch if need be as well. Not a lot of Skeleton Warriors here. Some Tomb Guard Halberd on the back point is nice. And a decent shot actually hits the War Hydra here. It is regenning. It does have really good missile resistance, though. I forget that it's got 35%, which is pretty sick. It's pretty solid, man. Arkin is on his horse, which is usually the best way to get him around the field. Horsemen just bulldozing into the Corsairs and Bleak Swords here. Taking a little bit of damage from the Scourge Runners. And, you know, return vengeance from the Swordsman. Very well worth, though. Gonna be very disruptive this game. Skeleton Horseman micro is probably one of the big make or breaks for Tomb Kings players. That and just, you know, good micro on missiles and value trading with all of them. Because your front line, like a lot of shooting factions, is really poor. And Tomb Kings might even have the worst possible front line, because not only do they have no damage output, they also have terrible cap weight. So you pretty much always lose 2 objectives out the gate, and Tomb Kings really have to value trade to get into matches. We got the Scourge Runner Chariots, pretty locked up here by all these horsemen, really struggling to do much of anything. War Hydra in the front line is dodging missiles left and right, man. I don't know why this Bone Giant sucks so bad. Come on, buddy. You can do it. Please, for the love of God. Let's see those big bows dropping some base. Did that clip through its neck and not do damage? I think it may have, but it also could have been the Sepulchral Stalkers here hitting the War Hydra. It gets its first heal off, which is nice. It's got a little ways to go before it heal caps, and needs another one of those. It's going to back out and regenerate some. Does it have all its Flame Breaths? It does. Flame Breath is decent. It can do some damage. What is this here? Oh, Fate of Buna on Coldwind Knights. Very, very well placed. absolutely ruining those guys right now. Crazy close match right now. A lot of Chaff Cav is being killed out here on the flank by some Cold One Knights and Dread Spears. Tomb Kings really need their cavalry. Their cavalry are actually what they're best at capping objectives with. And they're losing an awful lot of their horse archers, who still have a ton of ammo, and that is brutal. You cannot afford to let that happen. Skeleton horse archers are one of your best up-trading tools. And the front line has collapsed, and this game's probably over. I don't know if the Tomb Kings are going to be able to save themselves here. Like, way too many of their units are compromised, and the Eyes of the Desert actually trapped up here, fighting some Blackheart Corsairs. They have really, really poor melee defense, and Blackheart Corsairs have decent damage output, and they are just grinding these guys down. Some Cold One Knights, a couple of them come in and help finish this unit off. Halberds move down the hill, but leaving Arkin very undefended. Hydra here still fighting, still taking up a lot of time and attention from the Tomb Kings. Holding in there. Doesn't have a lot of value, but it's actually doing a little bit. It's eating a lot of Bone Giant shots that could have been used to potentially try and snipe the caster. Beautiful burning heads, dude. Oh my goodness. Mitch doing really well in this game. This is how you Dark Elf right here. Repeater crossbows up on the high ground, capping the objective and just cushioning these poor Tomb Guard, man. Owie! Silver Shield don't mean nothing if you're getting shot in the back, right? If only they could if only they had the technology to put another shield on their back. That would be funny, like a double shielded infantry unit, where they've got missiles in the front and back. All they do is run around and tank arrow fire. I think that would unironically work for a couple of factions. I don't think it would work for all of them, though. It'd be pretty hilarious. Like, you could just throw them forward. They've got really poor melee attack, but they've got, like, a solid enough melee defense, and they're just, like, great at running up and capping objectives against your opponent's, like, skirmish cav. It'd be the most memey thing of all time. Bone Giant gets a decent shot on the Dread Knights. How much value does it have? Only 1,000, dude. Oh, they suck. They're so bad. They just miss all the time. Look at that. I mean, they hit, like, 2 shots out of 3. Maybe. They weren't even very square hits either, though. Breath attack from the Hydra. It's got one more left. It really wrecked those Skeleton Warriors. Tomb Kings get another good Fate of Buna, and they're just throwing bodies out onto the field. Maybe they can get back in this game. Mitch, summon your spears in. He might not have anything in reserve infantry-wise. This could be bad for the Dark Elves. It is triple cap territory, but it's going to take a lot to hold this for like 3 minutes. The value trading is favoring them. It does finally bring some stuff out. A Scourge Runner and Cold One Knights. The cap weight, man, for the Tomb Kings is just so awful. Oh my god. The really good stall here with these Dark Riders. They just get on top of these Horse Archers and keep them off the point for a really long time. And let that double cap tick up. You cannot let this happen. Don't let this happen, please. Mitch, pay attention. Don't let dudes just back cap you like this. I mean, they've still got the number 2. It's probably too late for the Tomb Kings no matter what, but that was a disaster in the making. Don't play around with people who are trying to back cap you. Just send something out ASAP just to hold the cap for extra time. You run them around the point and stall. That's basically what you do. Man, oh man, 2,400 on this guy. Came out a couple times, though, I think. Repeater crossbows were okay. The Cold One Chariots, I just don't see do anything ever. And Mitch has brought them a couple of times. Oh, this is from this tournament. Okay. Cold and Winter. Let's see how you do against the Skaven. Skaven are a little bit of a tough matchup for the Norskins, actually. They just have so many bodies they can throw up on points, and Norskins' mobility is strong, but it can be worn down with good missile play. And the Skaven just have so many cheap spears they can throw out on the field. They can definitely run your Skinwolves ragged that way. Okay, Ikit. You go for it, little buddy. He is excited today. He's ready to get in there and scrap. Warp Fire Throwers coming in. Honestly, Warp Fire Throwers can work. It's a little difficult, but if you actually get a couple volleys off of these guys, they're really devastating. They're only 550 gold also. So just mega cheap. They'll roast out Marauder Spears pretty nice, but Skaven usually don't bring Warp Fire Throwers just because they're so risky and also hard to use. Poison Wind Globadiers are usually a lot more solid. Skaven Slave Slings in mass numbers can actually pebble down Marauders pretty well. Since they've got very light armor, Skaven Slaves with their 1 AP and 7 base missile damage. Whoa, huge damage. You get like 4 Skaven Slave Slings, and they suddenly actually represent a little bit of a problem for you with lightly armored stuff on the field. Moving a little too far forward, you gotta get your formations charging and engaged much cleaner than this. Doomflayers are gonna move to the low ground and help this mainline fight much earlier this time, and the Norskins are also making probably the worst mistake that you can make if you see a Poison Wind Globe in front of you. Do not ever bunch up your infantry like this, because you're going to cry. They are going to farm an insane amount of value with, like, the next volley or two. Already chipping through these guys, and the Doomflayer is getting a rear charge. This entire Norskin army might just rout immediately. Oh my god. Oh no, 3 units immediately breaking for the Norskins, and another one very, very close to routing. That is one of the Pit of Shades of all time there. So look. Look here. Norskins have no problems clearing, large targets. What they struggle to kill is really good kite and really, really voluminous numbers of infantry, which the Skaven have a ton of. You cannot engage into Poison Wind Globes like this. This is very much on you. You've lost an entire flank of your army. And Pit of Shades is an anti-elite spell. It is not good on Chaff. It is way too costly for that. A Burning Head here is what you need, or just Searing Doom to pound all of these bunched up Skaven units, and even chip in against the Poison Wind Globes. Or Flamestorm. Flamestorm works. Anything but just Pit of Shades here. It's the only thing I ask. Do not bring a Pit of Shades against the Skaven ever again. Challenge yourself to find the magic and the niches in which it works best. Because I've noticed, Cole, I know you're here earlier, I don't know if you're here now. Your spell choices in the matchups has been not great. It's not been very good. That's definitely been probably one of the biggest issues. Norskins really do need their magic users to get some good value for them. Because it helps peel for their big monsters. It helps cut down on the number of chaff you need to bring, so that you can bring more of your big fighty monsters like Skinwolves and stuff. And you can bring numbers against the Skaven. You just don't want it to, like, fight evenly into their formations, because the Poison Wind Globes are just such a big problem for you. The Warp Fire Throwers have been handled. They didn't do anything at all, which is very fortunate for you. And despite starting off really poorly and losing like 3 infantry units right off the rip, you still have a chance in this game. You're going to have to kill the avalanche mortars, though, because these guys are really horrifying. They do so much damage. They delete units from the game, man. Missing the Marauder Horseman, very fortunately there. Killing a bunch of clan rats. If the, oh my god. Oh yeah, baby. If Cole doesn't unblob in the next 10 seconds, it's definitely going to be GG for the Norskins. Because the avalanche mortars are going to kill all the infantry here. And it's already bad enough for those infantry as it stands. What is this here? Pit of Shades? I mean, Pit of Shades and a Plague Monk ain't bad. Like, they're reasonably expensive. It's also hitting your own units, though. It's got a pretty big vortex radius on it. Don't want to, you don't want to damage your own units with your own magic. It's a very feels bad moment, and that's more value that you're bleeding away to the Skaven. They've brought out Ikit Zap Zap Cannon to kill your Mammoth now. I mean, you're not going to see Ikit Zap Zap Cannon very often. It's a very rare unit to see. It's not bad, it's just a little bit hard for Skaven to protect a very expensive artillery piece like this. But in this situation, it is absolutely clutch, and it's going to get a lot of value against your War Shrine Mammoth. War Shrine Mammoths are awesome, but it needs to move in with the rest of your army, and it needs to be running over Poison Wind Globes immediately. Because the 900 value on these guys is very deceptive, because they killed 122 models, and the damage tracker doesn't account for the damage over time effect. They probably more likely got like 1300 value here. Skaven are funky, man. Like, it's hard to tell if you're winning or losing against them sometimes. But I do think this is very much a lost cause for the Norskins already. The units, and you're summoning out a lot of horsemen. You're panic summoning here. You lost your early engagements. It sucks. You're down a lot, but do not compound it by bringing out a bunch of horse masters who are just going to get killed by the Zap Zap Cannon as well, and also potentially by the avalanche mortars. You need some infantry. You need some infantry, and you need to consolidate your units and dive the Skaven in a really, really good concerted push, and maybe you can get back in this. Because this value trading is just going to get worse and worse. Dodges. War Mammoth gets out of the way. War Mammoth has gotten great value. 1300 is amazing. Decent Pit of Shades. Still not great on all this chaff. 8. You really want to get, like... So the Fimir... The goal for your Magic's only casters... and what you want from them value-wise, generally you want them up in like the 1500 range by the end of the battle. And with you casting a really expensive spell like Pit of Shades on Chaff all game, you're probably not going to get close. You'll probably end up with like 1000 if you get another Pit of Shades on another Clan Rat. Because they're just not a very optimal target. Burning Head is better, even if it's a little bit more haggard and buck wild with the rotations. Like, one good Burning Head is going to be worth 2 good Pit of Shades here. Just the damage potential on it so strong against all the lightly armored infantry that the Skaven bring. Lots of Clan Rats out here. The Skaven are having a really hard time consolidating again. And the Norskins have a bit of a resurgence here. What? Oh, they brought a Marauder Chieftain? Okay, that's certainly a choice. What is he doing out here? Oh, he's going for Ikit. Let's go. You gotta watch for this as the Skaven player. You don't want to let your mobile lord get caught by a foot character. Big ouch. I mean, Ikit's honestly not a bad fighter. If he had like half his HP left, he could probably kill the Marauder Chieftain. Chieftain being as healthy as he is, though, is probably going to be able to kill Ikit. He's got 500 value. Where's he been all game? I just completely missed that guy on the field. Very hilarious unit to choose here. War man with 300 kills. God, dude. Putting in the work. Didn't get its value back, though. These things are really expensive. They're 1,900 gold. Really, it's there to support blobs by buffing up leadership and giving Bizres and Vigor reduction. That's what the War Mammoth War Shrine should be used for. Not for, like, diving deep into backlines and trying to kill units, usually. Against this Skaven build, it could have been running over globes and warp fire throwers early, which is why I think it would have been a good early summon and playing more with the formation. But while it's doing all that, you don't want to push too far back, and you want to just, like, stay within the same proximity as the majority of your forces. And can't blob up like this against Skaven, man. They've got too many blob punish tools at range. And the Avalanche Mortars just farmed up almost 3,000 value on you. And you're just not trying to shut them down. I don't know if you know how strong these are. This is a unit that you cannot ignore. They will kill your entire army. They're crazy. Marauder Hunters moving up, trying their best, but just getting deleted by the Avalanche Mortars. Finally get a Marauder on them. Probably going to kill them, but they got 3,600, so they doubled their value. It gets zap, shooting your Chieftain, and it looks like it got shut down for a minute, but it got back online. Lost one model. Still fairly efficient. Going to be able to do some good work for the Skaven. Although the Norskins, I think, are actually going to win on tickets. The Skaven did not do a very good job of getting up on their points. They just summoned in so many ranged tools when they needed cap weight out. If they had just swarmed with more clan rats, they would have easily held this middle objective. Just by sheer weight of numbers. And then the Norskins would have had a little bit of a harder time, like, killing all the clan rats, because they got a bunch of missiles in their own right out now. But, yay, I mean, kudos. Getting a nice win here, you know. Beating the Skaven, honestly, a lot harder than you would think it is. The Skaven are a very tough faction to win against if the opponent is very practiced on them. Winter showing a little bit of inexperience here, and just leaving a lot of units to just struggle and be used very, very unoptimally. Like the Ikat Zap cannon just hasn't hit anything in minutes now, and it's expensive. That's like 4 clan rats that you can pour out onto the field to go hold on to points. Like, here's my ultimatum for you, Winter. Like, your builds are not bad, but they're not very synergistic. Like, you've got so many missiles backed up by Doom Flayers, and you don't have any mass to protect against monsters, like Rat Ogres or something like that, that have ITP, and can actually do some damage to something like a War Shrine Mammoth. And you're bringing your Jezzails in so late in the game. Like, these need to be in the starting army or not in the build at all. Because they lose so much momentum for you. They don't contribute cap weight. They cost a bunch of money. And then it's hard to protect them when your front line is completely fallen apart. Just bring more bodies in. Like, get rid of this cannon also. Because you already got the Jezzails. Either bring the Jezzails or bring the cannon. Stop bringing both, please. Because it's losing you games that you should be winning just because of cap weight problems. The Skaven have cap weight for days with all their clan rats. You really need to make use out of them. Oh, Death Hag was for reducing melee attack. Okay, good to know. That's interesting. What's the debuff on the Death Hag? Is it the same as Crone? Because I know she's got one. Oh, Shield Blade. Oh, and it lowers speed too. That's nice. Intriguing. Witch Brew, Chill Blade, Potion of Toughness. What about a Cauldron of Blood, Death Hag? Is this terrible? I feel like it's probably just god-awful. You might as well bring Crone if you're going to bring one of those, right? Cursed Blade with Gaze of Cain and Blood Frenzy. And you got the Witch Brew, and you still got the other AoE underfoot. Or not an AoE. This is just a targetable ability. Gaze of Cain is the AoE. It's also targetable, though. Wow, man. Surprised I don't see more Crone Hellebron. But she doesn't have magic, I guess, and is pretty expensive on this Cauldron. Probably pretty vulnerable to shooting of any kind. Probably limits the matchups that you could potentially bring her in. I can definitely see how it's not all that great. Probably hella fun to use, though. We watch this. I'm keeping that, though. Not deleting that. Let's watch Bongus here. Our boy didn't get an opportunity because he wasn't saving his replays, but does have one here. I'm going to try and give the best possible advice. Starting off immediately, this is entirely too many Croxagors in the opening. Not that you couldn't win a matchup against Slaanesh by bringing 4 Croxagors, but they're going to be real vulnerable. Like, you have to think about what the faction you're going up against is really good at, and for Slaanesh, that's kite and isolating large targets that they just shred to pieces. This red-crested and Croxagor blob, as long as it doesn't get broken up, is going to be really good, but Pavane is going to be the bane of your existence here. It won't be so devastating, though, because these Croxagors are fairly slow. You can probably keep the red-crested skinks moving up at them in time. Actually the same speed, so definitely can. Coldwind Spear Riders are looking real lonely, and Coldwind Spear Riders are really bad against Slaanesh. Coldwind Spear Riders are good against other heavy cavalry, but they are not good against Hellstriders, and they're really not good against Fiends. Like, Fiends just absolutely tear apart Coldwind Spear Riders, and you're running a little too late. This Javelin unit is getting in position. They need to be firing now. You need to be very on top of your micro with your missile units, because they're going to get run over by this Secret Chariot. Secret Chariots aren't that great, but they can definitely do some good damage with their shock values, and man oh man, owie. Dead Coldwind Spear Rider, dead Skink Javelin, terror-routed Skink Javelin, which is immediately going to start routing. Yep. And now you've lost about 2,000 something gold. No, 1,900. But that's just so painful. And now they're going to cap your back point. And the Marauder Horsemen are just going to kite you to death. This is why people don't like playing against Slaanesh, because they can just do builds like this, and sometimes you just don't even get to interact. You just don't even get to play the game against Slaanesh sometimes. I'll show you a Lizard build that I think can work. This is just not going to ever work out for you. It's too slow, and it's also too easy to isolate. Nakai also doesn't have magic damage, so he's going to be really bad against the Fiends and the Exalted Keeper of Secrets. Ow, man. This is just a build diff, unfortunately. It's not bad play. It's just, Lizard's obviously not practiced going up against Slaanesh, I think. And this Slaanesh player just bringing all the max mobility that Slaanesh can possibly handle. And the Lizards just don't have a way to heal at all, and they don't have a way to force engagements. So they just have to wait and endure, and they just don't have the tools for that either. Colossodon Hunters got crushed. More Spear Riders getting crushed. Nakai got his ass handed to him. The Red-Crested Skinks here are not going to last very long. Man, the Horsemen poking away at him. Ouchies. How'd the Fiends do? Fiends got 1,600. And the Lord got 3,300. Oh my goodness.
You the enemy has slain our Lord. There is only defeat.
Gracious me. So, Slaanesh is a really tough matchup for the Lizards. They got the right kind of tools to take you out. They've got good mobility. Obviously, we just saw the mobility basically win that game alone. They've also got very competitive infantry, and infantry that does not just run away when you bring a terror-causing unit onto the field. That's one of the Lizards' biggest strong points, is being able to scare stuff off the field. And ITP on literally everything Slaanesh has just makes that impossible. Like, you can't terror out anything here. So, it's pretty brutal. Lizards, you probably need to go pretty narrow here. Slans are way too squishy. They're just going to get killed by the Exalted Keeper. Krokgar isn't bad. It doesn't have any AP. He can get sniped by Pavane. But Hand of the Gods does a ton of damage to big stuff. And taking about 2,000 HP off of the Exalted Keeper with one cast of Hand of the Gods is going to make it a lot harder for your opponent to find a good engagement on you. So you can do him, or you can try Tehenoin with the Flocks of Doom, because you need a way to clear all of the Hellstriders. Flock of Doom is really good for that. Pans can help your cavalry hold up a little bit. Bring Wild at Heart. You can be on the Ripper Dactyl because you're nice and fast. You can probably stay away from their Pavane casters at that point. And he's got Plaka Sotek, which imbues damage resistance and leadership on himself, which makes him a little bit harder to snipe as well. He's a little squishy. You just don't have great options. Mazda Mundi is the other last best option for you. He can heal himself with Apotheosis. He's got Net of Amontok. Slaanesh, you think Khorne hates being netted? Slaanesh melts if you get a good net off. And they've got very expensive units too, so single targeting works really well. You don't really need Roiling Skies here. Shield of Old Ones is nice, Banishment nice, Ruination of Cities nice. Sunburst Standard makes Mazda a little tankier and is a nice AoE buff. It's a little expensive. Mazda's very, very costly at 3,000, but his control and damage potential is amazing. I can't recommend him enough. Bring Javelins. They're really solid here. You do need some Saurus Spears to hold up against Hellstriders. You could also do a bunch of Pterodons to poke the Slaanesh mobility. It would go pretty well for you. Pterodons are pretty hard to hit for Marauder Horsemen. They can stay pretty safe. Or you can do Sacred Croxies. Sacred Croxigors are incredible in this matchup. They are the way to go. If you want Croxigors, don't bring the anti-infantry variant. Bring the magic damage variant, because they just smack up Fiends. These guys roll Fiends, no problem. Even if they don't have heals. Umbral Tide can be really strong here, but you can also do double Solar Engine, because Bastillodons are kind of hard to rampage out of position, and these guys will poke away all day at the Slaanesh units, and do really good damage with their magic attacks, as well as Blinded, which is lowering all the stats. And that'll be a nightmare for Slaanesh. They do not like getting CC'd at all. And just bring a bunch of Skink Cohort underfoot, and have a really good time. Just a nice wide army like this, with good, solid reinforcements on the back end. Nets, of course, for the big targets. You just try and stop either the Exalted Keeper from getting in on you, or you just pop this on a big blob of Slaaneshi units and punish with the Javelins and the Solar Engines. That's the starting army. Reserves, just get some mass in here. Feral Cold Ones ain't bad. You can bring like one Spear Rider. because they can do some stuff. Probably don't want the Umbral Tide. Just the rest of it's Saurus Spears. Because if your opponent starts summoning mobility back out, and all your Sacred Croxagors have been worn down, the Saurus Spears just waddle out. They sit on points, and they're really hard to remove with their high HP, great weapon strength against a low armor faction, solid melee defense. The Potus versus Large gets them over the top of their fairly weak melee attack, usually. Saurus Spears are amazing. They're really good. So, something like this would work. It's a pretty one-note build, but, I promise. I've seen it work. I've used it before against Slaanesh and had success. The other thing you do is bring Shredder of Lustria and just, Deathball Slaanesh. Because what are they going to do if they rampage, Mazda and the Shredder together? Can't do anything. Like, oh no, we're stuck. We're rampaging. That's so terrible. That's exactly what we want to do on our big monsters, is constantly be running stuff over. Can't cast magic, but the Pavane will wear off eventually. Then you can use Apotheosis. Shredder just debuffs everything, leadership-wise, with Dread Aversion, which ignores the ITP, and then has the Howdah, which also lowers leadership by 10, since it counts as artillery, which is really dumb, in my opinion. But we play with what we get. And then you can just have a bunch of cap weight on the field. Something like this, just so you can hold on to a point. You can do what Anticity does, though, and bring the Solar Engine. Just because this thing gives, you know, perfect vigor. It is adding a much more vulnerable piece into your build, but it can do something. And then you can do this. It's very funny. I mean, the Lizards can just do some ridiculous stuff with their builds and get away with it. Because of the way that they work as a faction. Like, healing big things like the Shredder is just really gross, and it will carry games for you very easily because it is such a ridiculous monster. Does so much damage. You can bring the Saurus Vets in. They can scrap. There you go. That's a build. It's a funny build. It's also a build that will work if you micro it around right. Do we have any more replays? That's actually the end of the replays here. I have been going for like 6 hours. So, I think I'm gonna go. It's been a blast, guys. I'll be back with another stream sometime soon. And I'll catch y'all then. But thanks for tuning in, guys. And I'll catch y'all next time. Take care, and peace out.